Part 2. Chapter 1. The Indian Ocean. This is the second part of our journey under the sea. The first part ended at the Coral Cemetery. That place made a strong mark on my mind. Captain Nemo lives all his life in this big sea. His grave is also ready deep in the sea. The people on the Nautilus, friends in life and death, will rest there. No sea monster will bother them. No man either, the captain added. He always shows a strong dislike for other people. I did not agree with Conseil's ideas anymore. Conseil thought Captain Nemo was just a smart person who did not get enough respect from others. He thought the captain was a genius who was tired of the world. So, he went to this quiet place to live as he wanted. But I thought this idea only showed one part of Captain Nemo. We were once locked in a room and fell asleep. The captain quickly took my spyglass when I looked at the sea. Also, a man was hurt badly when the Nautilus hit something. All these things made me think clearly. No, Captain Nemo was not just avoiding people. His amazing ship was for freedom, but maybe it was also for some scary revenge. Now, I do not understand everything. I only see small hints. I must just write what happens. But nothing holds us to Captain Nemo. He thinks we cannot leave the Nautilus. We did not promise to stay. No promises keep us here. We are just prisoners. They call us guests, to be polite. But Ned Land still hopes to be free. He will take the first chance he gets. I will probably do the same. But I will feel a little bad about taking the Nautilus's secrets. Captain Nemo showed them to us so freely. Should we dislike or admire this man? Is he hurting others, or is he being hurt? Before I leave him, I want to finish this trip around the world under the water. The first parts were wonderful. I want to see all the amazing things in the seas of our world. I want to see what no one has seen, even if it costs my life. What have I found so far? Nothing much. We have only traveled 6,000 leagues in the Pacific Ocean. But I know that the Nautilus is going near places where people live. If we get a chance to escape, it would be wrong to make my friends stay because of my wish to see new things. I must go with them, and maybe even lead them. But will we get this chance? A person who is not free wants this chance. But a scientist who wants to know everything is afraid of it. On January 21st, 1868, at noon, the chief officer measured the sun. I went up on the deck. I lit a cigar and watched him. I thought he did not understand French. I said many things loudly that would have made him show interest if he understood. But he stayed quiet and showed no feelings. While he used his tool, one of the Nautilus's sailors came. He was the strong man who went with us to Crespo Island. He came to clean the glass of the light. I looked at the parts of this light. Its power was 100 times stronger because of special glass lenses. These lenses were like those in a lighthouse. They kept the light focused. This electric light was made to give the most light. Its light was made in a vacuum, which made it steady and strong. The vacuum also made the parts that made light last longer. This saved money for Captain Nemo, as he could not easily get new parts. But with these conditions, the parts barely wore out. When the Nautilus was ready to go under the water again, I went back to the living room. The doors closed, and we went west. We then went through the Indian Ocean. It is a very big sea. Its water is so clear that it can make you dizzy if you look down. The Nautilus usually stayed between 100 and 200 meters deep. It did this for some days. For someone who does not love the sea like me, these hours would have been long and boring. But my daily walks on the deck, where the sea air made me feel good, the views of the rich water from the windows, the books in the library, and writing my memories, filled all my time. I was never tired or bored. Overall, we were very healthy. The food on the ship was good for us. I could easily live without the changes Ned Land tried to make. Also, the temperature was always the same, so we did not have to worry about getting sick. The ship also had a lot of a plant called dendrophilia. In Provence, it is called sea fennel. If you mash it up, it makes good medicine for coughs. For some days, we saw many water birds with webbed feet, like gulls. Some were caught well. When cooked in a special way, they were very good to eat. Among the big birds that fly long distances and rest on the waves, I saw some beautiful albatrosses. These birds have long wings. Their calls sound like a donkey. Fast frigate birds, which catch fish at the top of the water, and many tropic birds were also there. One was a red-tailed tropic bird, the size of a pigeon. It had white feathers with pink and dark wings. The Nautilus's nets caught many kinds of sea turtles. They had curved backs, and their shells were worth a lot. These turtles can dive easily and stay under the water for a long time by closing their noses. When caught, some turtles were still sleeping in their shells. This protected them from other sea animals. The meat of these turtles was not special, but their eggs were very good to eat. As for fish, they always made us wonder when we looked through the open windows. We could see how they lived in the water. I saw many kinds I had not seen before. I will talk about some boxfish that are only in the Red Sea, the East Indies Sea, and the part of the ocean near America. Like turtles, armadillos, sea urchins, and crabs, these fish have hard plates that are made of bone. Sometimes this armor is like a triangle, sometimes like a square. Among the triangle ones, I saw some that were half a decimeter long, with brown tails, yellow fins, and tasty meat. I even think they could live in fresh water, which many saltwater fish can do easily. I will also talk about some square boxfish with 4 big bumps on their backs. Some boxfish had white spots on their bellies. They make good pets, like some birds. Some boxfish had sharp points on their hard shells. They make strange grunting sounds, so people call them sea pigs. Then there were some boxfish called dromedaries. They had tough meat and big bumps like camels. From Conseil's daily notes, I also found some fish from the tetradon group that are only in these seas. There were southern puffers with red backs and white chests, with 3 lines of hair, and jugfish, 7 inches long, with very bright colors. Then, there were blowfish that looked like a dark brown egg, with white lines and no tails. Globefish, which are like sea porcupines, had sharp points and could blow themselves up like a pin cushion. Seahorses were common in every ocean. Flying dragonfish had long noses and big fins like wings. They could jump into the air, if not fly. Paddlefish had tails with many rings. Snipefish had long jaws. They were good animals, 25 centimeters long and very colorful. Bluish-gray dragonettes had wrinkled heads. Many blennies jumped around. They had black stripes and long fins, and they moved very fast on the water. Delicious sailfish could raise their fins like sails in a good current. Beautiful nursery fish had yellow, blue, silver, and gold colors. Yellow mackerel had fins like wings. Bullheads were always dirty and made hissing sounds. Sea robins' livers were thought to be poisonous. Ladyfish could blink their eyes. Finally, archerfish had long, thin noses. They were like flycatchers of the sea. They shot insects with a drop of water. From the 89th fish group in Lacépède's system, I saw some scorpion fish. Their heads had sharp points, and they had only 1 fin on their back. These animals had small scales, or no scales depending on their type. The second type had some didactylous fish, 3 to 4 decimeters long with yellow stripes. Their heads looked like something from a dream. The first type had some strange fish called toadfish. Their big heads were sometimes deep with holes, sometimes swollen with bumps. They had sharp points and bumps and ugly horns. Their bodies and tails had hard spots. Their sharp points could cause dangerous injuries. They were ugly and terrible. From January 21st to 23rd, the Nautilus traveled 250 leagues in 24 hours. That is 540 miles at 22 miles per hour. We could see these different kinds of fish because they were drawn by our electric light and tried to follow us. But most of them were too slow and fell behind. However, a few could keep up with the Nautilus for a while. On the morning of January 24th, at 12 degrees 5 minutes south and 94 degrees 33 minutes east, we saw Keeling Island. It was an island made of coral with beautiful coconut trees. Mr. Darwin and Captain Fitzroy had visited it. The Nautilus sailed close to this empty island. Our nets caught many kinds of polyps and starfish, and some rare shells. Captain Nemo's treasures grew with some valuable shells from the Delphinula snail. I also added some pointed star coral, which is a plant-like animal that often grows on seashells. Soon, Keeling Island disappeared. We then went northwest, towards the tip of India. Civilization, Ned Land told me that day. Much better than those islands with wild people where we saw more wild people than deer. On this Indian coast, Professor, there are roads and trains, English, French, and Hindu villages. We would not go 5 miles without meeting someone from our country. Is it not time for us to leave Captain Nemo? No, no, Ned, I said firmly. Let us wait, as sailors say. The Nautilus is going near populated areas. It is going back to Europe. Let it take us there. After we get to our home waters, we can do what we want. Also, I do not think Captain Nemo will let us hunt on the coasts of Malabar or Coromandel like he did in the forests of New Guinea. Well, sir, can't we do it without his permission? I did not answer Ned. I did not want to argue. Deep down, I wanted to fully use the good luck that put me on the Nautilus. After leaving Keeling Island, we went slower. It also became more difficult to guess where we were going. We often went very deep. We used our angled fins many times. These fins could be set at an angle to the water. So we went as deep as 2 or 3 kilometers. But we never found the very bottom of this sea near India. People have tried to measure it at 13,000 meters and still cannot reach the bottom. As for the temperature deep down, the thermometer always showed 4 degrees Celsius. I only saw that in the top layers, the water was always colder over shallow areas than in the open sea. On January 25th, the ocean was completely empty. The Nautilus stayed on the surface all day. Its strong propeller stirred the waves and made them jump high. In this way, who would not have thought it was a giant whale? I spent 3/4 of the day on the deck. I looked at the sea. Nothing on the horizon, except around 4 in the afternoon, a long steamboat to the west. It was going the other way. Its tall poles were visible for a short time, but it could not have seen the Nautilus because we were lying too low in the water. I think that steamboat belonged to the Peninsular and Oriental Line. It goes from Ceylon to Sydney, stopping at King George Sound and Melbourne. At 5 in the afternoon, just before the short evening in hot places, Conseil and I saw something amazing. It was a beautiful animal. People in old times said seeing it was a sign of good luck. Old thinkers studied how it lived. They wrote good things about it. They called it Nautilus and Pompilius. But new science does not use these names. This animal is now called an Argonaut. If you asked Conseil, he would tell you that the group of mollusca animals has 5 classes. The first class has cephalopoda. Some are soft, some have shells. This class has 2 families, Dibranchiata and Tetrabranchiata. They are different because of how many gills they have. The Dibranchiata family has 3 types, the Argonaut, the squid, and the cuttlefish. The Tetrabranchiata family has only 1 type, the Nautilus. After this, if someone still mixes up the Argonaut, which has suction cups, with the Nautilus, which has feelers, it would be a big mistake. Now, there was a group of Argonauts swimming on the top of the ocean. We could count many hundreds of them. They were the type of Argonaut with bumps, found only in the seas near India. These pretty animals swam backward using their tubes. They sucked water in and then pushed it out. 6 of their 8 feelers were long and thin and floated on the water. The other 2 were round like hands and spread to the wind like small sails. I could clearly see their wavy spiral shells. A smart man compared them to a beautiful small boat. It is a real boat. It carries the animal that makes it, but the animal does not stick to it. The Argonaut is free to leave its shell, I told Conseil, but it never does. Not unlike Captain Nemo, Conseil wisely replied. That is why he should have named his ship the Argonaut. For about an hour, the Nautilus sailed among these animals. Then, for some reason, they became scared. As if at a sign, all their sails went down. Their arms folded, their bodies pulled in, their shells turned over by changing their balance. The whole group disappeared under the waves. It happened instantly. No group of ships ever moved so well together. Just then, night came suddenly. The waves barely moved in the soft wind. They spread calmly around the sides of the Nautilus. The next day, January 26th, we crossed the equator at the 82nd line and entered the northern half of the world again. That day, a scary group of sharks swam with us. They are terrible animals that live in these seas and make them very dangerous. There were Port Jackson sharks with brown backs, white bellies, and 11 rows of teeth. Big Eye sharks had a large black spot like an eye on their necks. Isabella sharks had round noses with dark spots. Often these strong animals rushed at the living room window. Ned Land lost all control. He wanted to go to the top of the water and catch the monsters with his harpoon, especially some smooth-hound sharks with teeth like a puzzle, and some big 5-meter tiger sharks that kept trying to make him angry. But the Nautilus soon went faster and easily left the quickest of these man-eaters behind. On January 27th, at the entrance to the big Bay of Bengal, we often saw a terrible sight: human bodies floating on the water. They were carried by the Ganges River to the open sea. These were dead Indian villagers who had not been completely eaten by birds. These birds were the only people who handled dead bodies in these areas. But there were many sharks to help with this job. Around 7 in the evening, the Nautilus was half under the water. It was moving through milky white waves. As far as we could see, the ocean looked white like milk. Was it because of the moon's light? No, because the new moon was only 2 days old and was still hidden by the sun's light. The whole sky, though lit by stars, looked completely dark compared to the white water. Conseil could not believe what he saw. He asked me about why this strange thing was happening. Luckily, I could answer him. That is called a milk sea, I told him. It is a large area of white waves often seen near the coasts of Amboina and in these waters. But, Conseil asked, could Master tell me why this happens? Because I guess this water has not really turned into milk. No, my boy. This whiteness that surprises you is just because of many tiny creatures called infusoria. They are like small, colorless, jelly-like glowworms. They are as thin as a hair and no longer than 1/5 of a millimeter. Some of these tiny creatures stick together over an area of many leagues. Many leagues, Conseil exclaimed. Yes, my boy. Do not even try to count how many of these tiny creatures there are. You will not be able to. Because if I am not wrong, some sailors have traveled through milk seas for more than 40 miles. I am not sure if Conseil listened to my advice. He seemed to be thinking deeply. He was probably trying to figure out how many 1/5 of a millimeter are in 40 square miles. As for me, I kept watching this. For several hours, the Nautilus cut through these white waves. I watched it glide quietly over this soapy water. It was like it was moving through the foamy swirls that water currents sometimes leave in a bay. Around midnight, the sea suddenly became its normal color. But behind us, all the way to the edge of the sky kept showing the whiteness of those waves. For a long time, it looked like the soft light of the northern lights. Light. Chapter 2. A New Proposition from Captain Nemo. On January 28th, the Nautilus ship was on the sea. It was near land, about 8 miles away. I saw some tall mountains. They were about 2,000 feet high and had strange shapes. We found our location on the map. We were near the island of Ceylon. This island is like a beautiful jewel next to India. I went to the library to find a book about Ceylon. It is a very rich island. I found a book called Ceylon and the Sinhalese by H.C. Sir. I went back to the room and looked at the map again. Ceylon has many old names. It is between 5 degrees 55 minutes and 9 degrees 49 minutes north, and between 79 degrees 42 degrees and 82 degrees 4 minutes east. It is 275 miles long, 150 miles wide, and 900 miles around. Its area is 24,448 square miles. This is a little smaller than Ireland. Then Captain Nemo and his first officer came in. The captain looked at the map. He then asked me, "Ceylon is famous for pearls. Professor Aronnax, would you like to see a pearl fishing place?" I said, "Yes, Captain." He said, "Good. It is easy to do. But we will not see fishermen yet. The pearl season has not started. It's okay. I will tell them to go to the Gulf of Manor. We will get there tonight." The captain spoke to his officer, who left. The Nautilus went back into the water. The ship was 30 feet deep. I looked at the map to find the Gulf of Manor. It was near the 9th line, off the west side of Ceylon. It was shaped by a small island called Manor. To get there, we had to go up the west coast of Ceylon. Captain Nemo then told me, "There are pearl fishing places in many seas, the Bay of Bengal, the East Indies, China, and Japan. Also south of the United States, in the Gulf of Panama and the Gulf of California. But Ceylon has the best pearls. We will arrive a bit early. Fishermen come to the Gulf of Manor only in March. For 30 days, about 300 boats look for these sea treasures. Each boat has 10 rowers and 10 fishermen. The fishermen work in 2 groups. They dive down 12 meters. They use a heavy stone tied to their feet and the boat." I asked, "Do they still use these old ways?" Captain Nemo said, "Yes, even though the English own these fishing places. The English are very modern, and they got these places in 1802. I said, "But your diving suits would be very helpful for this work." "Yes, because these poor fishermen cannot stay underwater long. A man from England, Percival, said a man stayed underwater for 5 minutes in Ceylon. I don't believe it. I know some divers can stay for 57 seconds, and very good ones for 87 seconds. But these men are rare. When they come up, blood comes from their noses and ears. I think fishermen usually stay underwater for 30 seconds. They quickly put pearl oysters into their nets. But these fishermen often do not live to be old. Their eyes get bad, they get sores, and some die in the sea." I said, "Yes, it is a sad job. They do it for fashion. But Captain, how many oysters can a boat get in one day?" "About 40,000 to 50,000. It is said that in 1814, the English government did the fishing themselves. Their divers worked for only 20 days and got 76 million oysters." I asked, "Are the fishermen paid well?" "Not really, Professor. In Panama, they get only $1 a week. In most places, they get only 1 penny for each oyster that has a pearl, and they find many that have no pearls. Only 1 penny for these poor people who make their bosses rich. That is terrible." Captain Nemo told me, "Professor, you and your friends will visit the oyster beds in Manor. If a fisherman comes early, we can watch him." I said, "That sounds good, Captain. By the way, Professor Aronnax, are you afraid of sharks?" I said, "Sharks?" This was a strange question. Captain Nemo said, "Well?" I said, "Captain, I do not know much about sharks yet." Captain Nemo said. "We are used to them. You will be too. We will have weapons. We might hunt 1 or 2 sharks. It is a fun sport. So, Professor, I will see you early tomorrow." Captain Nemo said this calmly and left the room. If someone asks you to hunt bears in the mountains, you might be happy. If someone asks you to hunt lions or tigers, you might also be happy. But if someone asks you to hunt sharks in the water, you might want to think first. I felt cold sweat on my forehead. I thought, let's think about this. Hunting otters underwater is fine, but to go to the bottom of the sea where there are man-eating sharks, that is different. I know in some places, like the Andaman Islands, people fight sharks with a knife and a rope. But I also know many people who fight them do not come back alive. I am not like them. And I think it is okay to be a little scared. I started to imagine sharks. I saw big mouths with many teeth that could cut a man in half. I felt pain in my body. I was angry at how calmly the captain asked me to do this. It was like asking to go hunt foxes in the woods. I thought, thank goodness. Conseil will not want to go. That will be my excuse not to go with the captain. For Ned Land, I was not so sure. Danger always seemed to attract him. I went back to reading the book, but I just turned the pages. I kept seeing scary, open shark mouths. Then Conseil and Ned Land came in. They looked happy. They did not know what was waiting for them. Ned Land told me, "Sir, your Captain Nemo has given us a very nice offer." I said, "Oh, you know about—" Conseil said, "With respect, sir, the captain has asked us to visit the wonderful pearl fishing places in Ceylon tomorrow with you. He was very kind and polite." "He did not tell you anything else?" Ned Land said, "Nothing, sir." "He said you had already talked about this trip." I said, "Yes." "But did he not tell you any details about—" "Not one, Mr. Naturalist. You will go with us, right?" "Me?" "Yes, of course. I see you like the idea, Mr. Land." "Yes, it will be a very special experience," I added quietly, "and possibly dangerous." Ned Land said, "Dangerous? A simple trip to an oyster bed?" Captain Nemo had not told them about the sharks. I looked at them nervously, as if they had already lost a leg or arm. Should I tell them? Yes, but I did not know how. Conseil asked me, "Master, can you tell us about pearl fishing?" I asked, "About the fishing itself? Or about the dangers?" Ned Land said, "About the fishing. It helps to know about it before we go." "All right, sit down, my friends, and I will tell you everything I just learned from the Englishman H.C. Sir." Ned and Conseil sat on a sofa. Ned asked me, "Sir, what exactly is a pearl?" I said, "My dear Ned, for poets, a pearl is a tear from the sea. For people from the East, it is a drop of frozen dew. For ladies, it is a jewel they wear on their fingers, necks, and ears. It is long, shiny, and made from a material called mother of pearl. For scientists, it is a mix of calcium and other things with a little bit of protein. And for people who study nature, it is a small, soft growth from the part of some shellfish that makes mother of pearl." Conseil said, "From the group Mollusca, class Acephala, order Testacea." "Correct, my smart Conseil. Now some shellfish that make pearls are abalone, turbo snails, giant clams, and scallops. All of them make mother of pearl. It is the blue, purple, or white material inside their shells." Ned asked, "Are mussels included too?" "Yes. Some mussels in Scotland, Wales, Ireland, Germany, and France." "Good," Ned said. "From now on, we will look at them more closely." "But," I continued, "the best shellfish for making pearls is the pearl oyster called Meleagrina margaritifera. Pearls are just mother of pearl that has become solid and round. They either stick to the oyster's shell or are inside the oyster's body. On the shell, a pearl is stuck. In the body, it is loose. But it always starts with a small, hard thing. like a small egg or a grain of sand. The mother of pearl builds up around it in thin layers over many years. Conseil asked, "Can you find many pearls in one oyster?" "Yes, my boy. Some shellfish are like treasure chests. They even talk about one oyster that had at least 150 sharks. I am not sure if this is true." Ned Land yelled, "150 sharks." I quickly said, "Did I say sharks?" "I meant 150 pearls. Sharks would not make sense." Conseil said, "Indeed. But will Master now tell us how to get these pearls out?" "You do it in different ways. If pearls are stuck to the shell, fishermen sometimes pull them off with tools, but usually the shellfish are laid out on mats made of grass. They die in the open air, and after 10 days, they are rotten enough. Then they are put into large tanks of salt water, opened and washed. Then people sort them. First, they take out the mother-of-pearl layers. These are called legitimate silver, bastard white, or bastard black. They are shipped in boxes weighing 125 to 150 kilograms. Then they take out the oyster's soft body, boil it, and strain it to find even the smallest pearls. Conseil asked, "Do the prices of these pearls change with their size?" "Not only their size," I replied, "but also their shape, their water. That means their color, and their orient. That means their shimmering glow that makes them beautiful. The best pearls are called virgin pearls. They grow alone inside the shellfish. They are white, often not clear, but sometimes a bit clear like opal, and usually round or pear-shaped. The round ones are used for bracelets. The pear-shaped ones are for earrings. They are very valuable, so they are sold one by one. Other pearls that stick to the oyster's shell have stranger shapes and are sold by weight. Finally, the smallest pearls are called seed pearls. They are sold by the cup and are mostly used for embroidery on church clothes. Ned said, "But sorting these pearls by size must be a long and hard job." "No, my friend. They use 11 strainers, or sieves, with different numbers of holes. Pearls that stay in strainers with 20 to 80 holes are first class. Those that do not fall through sieves with 100 to 800 holes are second class. Finally, pearls that go through strainers with 900 to 1,000 holes are the seed pearls." Conseil said, "How clever to make sorting pearls a machine job. And could Master tell us how much money is made from these pearl oyster beds?" "According to Sir's book," I replied, "these Ceylon fishing places make a total profit of 3 million man-eaters each year." "Francs," Conseil corrected me. "Yes, francs. 3 millions de francs," I continued. "But I do not think these fishing places make as much money as they used to. Also, the fishing places in Central America used to make 4 million francs each year when King Charles V was king, but now they make only 2/3 of that. Overall, it is thought that 9 million francs is the yearly money made from all pearl fishing now." But Conseil asked, "Have some famous pearls been very expensive?" "Yes, my boy. They say Julius Caesar gave a pearl worth 120,000 francs in our money to a woman named Servilia." Ned Land said, "I have even heard stories about a lady in old times who drank pearls in vinegar." "Cleopatra," Conseil quickly said. Ned Land added, "It must have tasted pretty bad." "Terrible, Ned, my friend," Conseil replied. "But when a small glass of vinegar is worth 1,500,000 francs, the taste does not matter much." Ned Land said with a sad look, "I am sad I did not marry her." Conseil said, "Ned Land married to Cleopatra?" Ned Land replied seriously, "But I was ready to get married, Conseil. It was not my fault it did not happen. I even bought a pearl necklace for my future wife, Kate Tender, but she married someone else. Well, that necklace cost me only $1.50, but I promise you, Professor, its pearls were so big, they would not have gone through that strainer with 20 holes." I replied, laughing, "My brave Ned, Those were fake pearls, just glass beads with a special paint inside. Wow, Ned Land said. That paint must be very expensive. No, not at all. It comes from the scales of a fish called a carp. It is just a shiny substance that collects in the water and is kept in ammonia. It is worthless. Maybe that is why Kate Tender married someone else, Mr. Land said thoughtfully. But, I said, getting back to very valuable pearls, I do not think any king ever had a pearl better than the one Captain Nemo owns. This one? Conseil said, pointing to a beautiful jewel in a glass box. Exactly. And I am quite sure when I guess its value at 2 million, francs, Conseil said quickly. Yes, I said. 2 million francs, and our captain probably only had to pick it up. Ha! Ned Land exclaimed. Tomorrow, who knows, we might find one just like it. Bah! Conseil said. And why not? What good would a pearl worth millions do us here on the Nautilus? Here, no, Ned Land said, but elsewhere. Oh, elsewhere, Conseil said, shaking his head. In fact, I said, Mr. Land is right, and if we ever brought a pearl worth millions back to Europe or America, it would make our adventure story more real and much more rewarding. That is how I see it, Ned said. But Conseil, who always liked to learn, asked, Is this pearl fishing ever dangerous? No, I quickly replied, especially if you are careful. Ned Land said, What risks would you have in a job like that? Swallowing a little salt water? Whatever you say, Ned. Then, trying to sound calm like Captain Nemo, I asked, By the way, brave Ned, are you afraid of sharks? Me? Ned replied. I am a harpooner. It is my job to laugh at them. It is not about, I said, catching them with a hook, pulling them onto a ship, cutting off their tail, opening their stomach, taking out their heart, and throwing it into the sea. So it is about... Yes, exactly. In the water? In the water. Oh my, just give me a good harpoon. You see, sir, these sharks are not well made. They have to turn on their side to bite you, and in that time... Ned Land said the word bite in a way that made me shiver. Well, how about you, Conseil? What do you think about these man-eating sharks? Me? Conseil said. I am afraid I must be honest with Master. Good for you, I thought. If Master faces these sharks, Conseil said, I think his loyal helper should face them with him. Chapter 3. A Pearl Worth 10 Million. It was night. I went to bed. I did not sleep well. I dreamed about big fish that eat people. The next day, at 4 a.m, a man woke me up. Captain Nemo sent him. I got up, got dressed, and went to the main room. Captain Nemo was waiting for me. He said, Professor Aronnax, are you ready? I am ready. Please follow me. What about my friends, Captain? They are waiting for us. Are we putting on our diving suits? I asked. Not yet. We are not very close to the land. We are far from the oyster beds. But I have a small boat ready. It will take us to the place where we will go into the water. This will save us a long walk. Our diving suits are on the boat. We will put them on before we go under the water. Captain Nemo took me to the stairs. Ned and Conseil were there. They were happy about the trip. 5 sailors from the Nautilus were waiting in the small boat. It was still dark. There were many clouds in the sky. I looked at the land, but I only saw a blurry line. The Nautilus was west of the bay. Under the water, there was a field of pearls. It was more than 20 miles long. Captain Nemo, Conseil, Ned Land, and I sat in the back of the small boat. The driver of the boat steered. The 4 sailors rowed. We started to move. The boat went south. The sailors rowed slowly. I watched them. They waited 10 seconds before rowing again. This is what sailors usually do. Drops of water fell from the oars. They hit the water like drops of hot metal. The boat moved gently. Small waves hit the front of the boat. We were quiet. What was Captain Nemo thinking? Maybe he thought the land was too close. Ned thought it was still too far away. Conseil was just curious. Around 5:30, the sky started to get light. We could see the land better. It was flat to the east. It went up a little to the south. It was still 5 miles from us. The beach looked like it was part of the water. The sea between us and the land was empty. There were no boats or divers. It was very quiet. Captain Nemo said we were a month too early. At 6 o'clock, the sun came up very fast. This happens in hot places. The sun's light went through the clouds. The sun rose quickly. I could see the land clearly. There were a few trees. The small boat went toward Manor Island. Captain Nemo stood up and looked at the sea. He gave a sign. The anchor went down. But the water was only 1 meter deep. This was a shallow place near the oyster bed. The boat turned around because the water was moving out. Captain Nemo said, "Here we are, Professor Aronnax. Do you see this small bay? In 1 month, many fishing boats will be here. Divers will look for pearls here. This bay is good for fishing. It is safe from strong winds. The sea is calm here. This is good for diving. Now let's put on our diving suits. We will start our walk." I did not say anything. I put on my heavy diving suit. The sailors helped me. Captain Nemo and my 2 friends also put on their suits. No one from the Nautilus went with us. Soon, we were in our suits. Straps held our air tanks on our backs. The captain said we did not need lights. He said we would not go very deep. The sun's light would be enough. He also said that lights might bring dangerous fish. I looked at Conseil and Ned Land, but their heads were in their metal helmets. They could not hear or answer me. I asked Captain Nemo one more question. "What about our weapons?" I asked him. "Our guns?" "Guns. Why? Do not mountain climbers fight bears with a knife? And is steel not better than lead? Here is a strong knife. Put it on your belt and let's go." I looked at my friends. They had knives too. Ned Land also had a big spear. He put it in the small boat before we left the Nautilus. Then, like the captain, I put on my heavy metal helmet. Our air tanks started to work. Soon, the sailors helped us get into the water. We stood on the sand in 1.5 meters of water. Captain Nemo made a sign with his hand. We followed him down a small slope. We went under the water. My fears went away. I felt calm. It was easy to move. I saw many strange things. They made me feel happy. The sun gave enough light under the water. We could see small things. After 10 minutes, we were in 5 meters of water. The ground was almost flat. Many strange fish swam under our feet. They had no fins, only a tail. I saw some eels. They were long and gray-blue. I also saw some flat fish with bright colors. They were good to eat. There were also fish with hard skin like armor. The sun got higher. It lit up the water more and more. The bottom of the sea changed. First, there was fine sand. Then, there were rocks covered with small sea animals. I saw many types of shells. Some were flat and thin. Some were orange. Some had sharp points. There were also jellyfish that glowed, and beautiful sea fans that looked like trees. In this moving green world, under arches of plants, many crabs moved around. Some had teeth. Some were big and ugly. I saw a very large crab that eats coconuts. It climbs trees and breaks coconuts. Here, under the clear water, it moved very fast. Green turtles moved slowly among the rocks. Around 7 o'clock, we saw the oyster beds. Millions of pearl oysters lived there. These valuable shells stick to rocks. They are held fast by brown threads. They cannot move. The pearl oysters had shells that were almost the same size. They were round and thick. Their outsides were rough. Some had green lines. These were young oysters. Others were black and rough. They were up to 15 centimeters wide. They were 10 or more years old. Captain Nemo showed me the many oysters. I saw that there were always more. Nature makes more than man can take. Ned Land quickly put the best shells into a net he carried. But we could not stop. We had to follow the captain. He knew paths on the seafloor. The bottom of the sea went up. Sometimes my arms went above the water. Then the oyster bed went down again. Often we walked around tall, pointed rocks. In the dark cracks, big crabs watched us. Small worms with long feelers crawled under our feet. Then a large cave opened up. It was made of beautiful rocks covered with plants. At first the cave was very dark. The sun's light got weaker inside. Captain Nemo went in. We followed him. My eyes got used to the dim light. I saw the curved roof of the cave. It was held up by natural stone pillars. Why did our guide take us into this cave? I would soon find out. We went down a steep slope. We came to a round area. Captain Nemo stopped. He pointed to something I had not seen. It was a very large oyster. It was a giant clam. It was so big it could hold a whole lake. It was more than 2 meters wide. It was even bigger than the one in the Nautilus's main room. I went closer to this amazing shell. It was stuck to a granite table by its threads. It grew alone in the calm water of the cave. I thought this giant clam weighed 300 kilograms. So, it had 15 kilos of meat. You would need to be very hungry to eat it. Captain Nemo knew about this giant oyster. It was not his first time here. I thought he brought us here to show us something interesting. I was wrong. Captain Nemo wanted to check on the giant clam. The clam's 2 shells were partly open. The captain went closer. He put his knife between the shells so they would not close. Then he lifted the soft part of the animal with his hands. There, inside, I saw a large pearl. It was as big as a coconut. It was round and clear and beautiful. It was worth a lot of money. I reached out to take it. I wanted to feel it. But the captain stopped me. He shook his head no. He took out his knife quickly. The 2 shells closed. Then I understood Captain Nemo's plan. By leaving the pearl inside the giant clam, he let it grow bigger. Every year, the oyster added new layers to the pearl. Only the captain knew about this cave. Only he helped this pearl grow. He wanted to put it in his museum one day. Maybe he even started the pearl by putting a small piece of glass or metal inside the oyster. I compared this pearl to others I knew. I thought it was worth at least 10 million francs. It was a wonderful natural thing, not just a jewel. No woman's ear could wear it. Our visit to this rich oyster ended. Captain Nemo left the cave. We went back up the oyster bed. The water was clear. No divers were there yet. We walked by ourselves. We stopped when we wanted. I was no longer afraid. The water became shallower. Soon I was walking in only 1 meter of water. My head was above the water. Conseil came to me. He put his big metal helmet next to mine. His eyes looked friendly. But this shallow area was only a few steps wide. Soon we were back in deep water. I think I can call it our element now. 10 minutes later, Captain Nemo stopped suddenly. I thought he wanted us to turn back. He made a sign for us to hide next to him. He pointed to something in the water. I looked carefully. 5 meters away, a shadow appeared. It went down to the seafloor. I thought of sharks, but I was wrong. It was not a monster. It was a man, a real man. He was a black Indian fisherman. He was a poor man. He came to get shells before the season started. I saw his small boat above him. He would dive and come up quickly. He held a stone between his feet. A rope connected it to his boat. This helped him go down faster. This was all his equipment. When he got to the bottom, about 5 meters deep, he knelt down. He filled his bag with shells. Then he went back up. He emptied his bag. He pulled up his stone. He did it again. It only took 30 seconds each time. This diver did not see us. Our hiding place kept us safe. And how could this poor Indian know that other people were near him under the water? We were watching him. We did not miss anything he did. So he went up and down many times. He only got about 10 shells each time. He had to pull them hard from the rocks. And how many of these oysters would have no pearl inside? He risked his life for them. I watched him carefully. He moved well. For half an hour he seemed safe. I got used to watching him fish. Then, all at once, the Indian was kneeling on the seafloor. I saw him make a scared movement. He stood up. He got ready to jump back to the top of the water. I understood his fear. A huge shadow appeared above the poor diver. It was a very big shark. It moved toward him. Its eyes were bright. Its mouth was open. I was so scared I could not move. The hungry animal moved fast toward the Indian. The Indian jumped to the side. He avoided the shark's bite, but the shark's tail hit him in the chest. He fell down on the seafloor. This happened very fast. The shark came back. It turned on its back. It was going to bite the Indian in half. But Captain Nemo was next to me. He stood up suddenly. He walked toward the shark. He had his knife in his hand. He was ready to fight it. The shark was about to eat the poor fisherman. It saw its new enemy. It turned back onto its stomach. It moved quickly toward Captain Nemo. I still remember how Captain Nemo looked. He waited for the scary shark. He was very calm. The shark rushed at him. The captain jumped to the side very quickly. He did not let the shark hit him. He put his knife into its stomach. But the fight was not over. A terrible battle started. The shark made a loud noise. Blood poured into the water from its wounds. The sea turned red. I could not see anything else in the red water. Then, through a break in the clouds, I saw the brave captain. He was holding on to one of the shark's fins. He was fighting the shark very close. He was stabbing the shark's stomach with his knife, but he could not hit its heart. The shark moved the water so much. The strong water could have knocked me over. I wanted to help the captain, but I was so scared I could not move. I watched with wide eyes. The fight changed. The captain fell to the seafloor. The big shark was on top of him. Then, the shark's mouth opened very wide. It was like big scissors. Captain Nemo would have died. But Ned Land was very fast. He rushed forward with his spear. He put the spear into the shark's stomach. The water was full of blood. The shark moved wildly. Ned Land hit his target. This was the shark's last struggle. It was hit in the heart. It moved with terrible jerks. Conseil was knocked down by the movements. Ned Land pulled the captain away. The captain was not hurt. He stood up. He went to the Indian. He quickly cut the rope that held the man to his stone. He picked the man up. He kicked his heel strongly. He went to the top of the water. The three of us followed him. A few moments later, we were safe. We reached the fisherman's small boat. Captain Nemo first tried to help the man. I was not sure if he would live. I hoped he would. He had not been under the water for long, but the shark's tail could have killed him. Luckily, Conseil and the captain rubbed him hard. I saw the man slowly wake up. He opened his eyes. He must have been very surprised and scared. He saw 4 big metal heads looking at him. And what must he have thought when Captain Nemo took a bag of pearls from his pocket? He put them in the fisherman's hands. This was a wonderful gift from the man of the waters. The poor Indian from Ceylon took the pearls with shaking hands. His eyes were confused. He did not know who these superhuman people were. They saved his life and gave him riches. Captain Nemo made a sign. We went back to the oyster bed. We walked for half an hour. We found the anchor that connected the seafloor to the Nautilus's small boat. Back on the boat, the sailors helped us take off our heavy metal suits. Captain Nemo spoke to Ned Land first. "Thank you, Mr. Land," he said. "You're welcome, Captain," Ned Land answered. "I owed you." A small smile appeared on the captain's lips. That was all. "To the Nautilus," he said. The small boat went quickly over the waves. A few minutes later, we saw the dead shark floating. I knew it was a dangerous shark from the seas of the East Indies. It was more than 25 feet long. Its big mouth was 1/3 of its body. It was an adult shark. It had 6 rows of teeth in its top jaw. Conseil looked at it with scientific interest. I am sure he placed it in the correct group of fish. While I was looking at the dead shark, a dozen more of these sharks appeared around our boat. But they did not bother us. They jumped on the dead shark. They fought over every piece of it. By 8:30, we were back on the Nautilus. I thought about what happened on our trip. 2 things stood out. One was Captain Nemo's great courage. The other was his kindness to a person from the group he ran away from. This strange man still had feelings in his heart. When I told him what I thought, he answered with feeling. That Indian, Professor, lives in a land where people are treated badly. And I am from that same land. I will be until I die. I. Chapter 4. The Red Sea. On January 29th, the island of Ceylon went out of sight. The Nautilus moved fast, at 20 miles per hour. It went through small water paths near the Maldives and Laccadive Islands. It also went by Kiltan Island. A man named Vasco da Gama found this island in 1499. Kiltan is one of the 19 main islands in the Laccadives. We had traveled a very long way from Japan, 16,220 miles. On January 30th, the Nautilus came up to the water's surface. There was no land to see. The ship went north-northwest, towards the Gulf of Oman. This gulf is between Arabia and India. It leads to the Persian Gulf. This way seemed like a dead end. I did not know where Captain Nemo was taking us. The Canadian man, Ned, asked me where we were going. I told him, "We are going where the captain wants to go." Ned said, "He won't take us far. The Persian Gulf has no way out. We will have to come back." I said, "Yes, we will come back. And after the Persian Gulf, if the Nautilus wants to see the Red Sea, we can use the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb." Ned replied, "Sir, the Red Sea is also closed, like the Gulf. The Suez Canal is not finished yet. And even if it was, our secret boat would not use a canal with locks, so the Red Sea will not take us back to Europe." I said, "But I did not say we would go back to Europe." "What do you think then?" he asked. "I think that after seeing these places in Arabia and Egypt, the Nautilus will go back to the Indian Ocean, maybe through the Mozambique Channel or by the Mascarene Islands. Then it will go to the Cape of Good Hope." "And after that?" the Canadian asked. "Then we will go into the Atlantic Ocean, which we do not know yet. Are you tired of this trip, Ned? Are you bored with seeing new things under the water? I will be sad when this trip ends. Few people will ever do this." Ned said, "Professor Aronnax, we will soon have been on this Nautilus for 3 months." "No, Ned, I did not know that. I do not want to know it. I do not count the days or hours. But when will it end?" "When it is time. We can do nothing now. Talking about it does not help. Ned, if you tell me we can escape, then I will talk about it. But we cannot. And I do not think Captain Nemo will ever go into European waters." This talk showed that I was becoming like Captain Nemo. I liked the Nautilus too much. Ned Land ended our talk. He said, "That is fine. But for me, living in a jail is not fun." For 4 days, until February 3rd, the Nautilus looked at the Gulf of Oman. It moved at different speeds and depths. It seemed to go anywhere, as if it did not know where to go. But it never went past the Tropic of Cancer. After leaving the Gulf, we saw Muscat for a short time. It is a big town in Oman. I was surprised by how it looked, with black rocks around it. Its white houses and forts stood out. I saw the round tops of its mosques, the tall towers, and its green gardens. But we only saw it for a moment. The Nautilus soon went under the dark water. Then our ship went 6 miles from the coasts of Mahra and Hadramaut in Arabia. There were mountains with old ruins. On February 5th, we finally went into the Gulf of Aden. This gulf is like a funnel that leads to the Red Sea. On February 6th, the Nautilus went near Aden City. Aden is on a piece of land connected to the mainland by a small strip of land. It is like an unapproachable Gibraltar. The English rebuilt its forts after taking it in 1839. I saw the 8-sided towers of this city. An Arab writer named Idrisi said this city was once rich and busy. I thought Captain Nemo would go back. But I was wrong. He did not. The next day, February 7th, we entered the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb. Its name means Gate of Tears in Arabic. It is 20 miles wide and only 52 kilometers long. The Nautilus went through it very fast in about an hour. But I saw nothing. I did not even see Param Island, where the British built forts. Many English and French ships used this narrow water path. They were going to Suez, Bombay, Calcutta, Melbourne, Reunion Island, and Mauritius. There was too much traffic for the Nautilus to be on the surface, so it stayed underwater. Finally, at noon, we were in the Red Sea. The Red Sea is a big lake famous in the Bible. It does not get much rain. No big rivers flow into it. Water leaves it very fast because of the sun. Its water level goes down 1.5 meters every year. If it was fully closed like a lake, it might dry up. It is not as good as the Caspian Sea and the Dead Sea. Their water levels only go down until the water leaving equals the water coming in. This Red Sea is 2,600 kilometers long. It is about 240 kilometers wide. In old times, it was a very important way for trade. When the Suez Canal is finished, it will be important again. I did not try to understand why Captain Nemo took us into this gulf, but I liked that the Nautilus went in. It went at a medium speed. Sometimes it was on the surface, sometimes it went deeper to avoid other ships, so I could see both inside and outside this unusual sea. On February 8th, when it was light, we saw Mocha. It is an old city in ruins. Its walls would fall down with a loud noise. It has some date trees. This city used to be important. It had 6 markets and 26 mosques. Its walls, with 14 forts, were 3 kilometers around it. Then the Nautilus went near the African coast. The sea there is very deep. Through the open windows, in clear water, we saw beautiful coral plants. We also saw big rocks covered in green algae. It was amazing to see so many different things. Soon the Nautilus went near the eastern shore. There, these plant-like animals looked very grand. This was near Tihama. These animals grew under the water. They also made beautiful shapes up to 10 fathoms above the water. The ones above the water were more unusual but less colorful than the ones in the water. The ones in the water stayed bright because of the water. I spent many happy hours looking out the window in the room. I saw many new plants and animals from the sea under our electric light. There were coral-like mushrooms, sea anemones, and coral-like organ pipes. There were shells that live only in this sea, and there were many common sponges. Scientists made a group for sponges called Spongiaria. Sponges are very useful. Sponges are not plants, as some people think. They are animals, a very simple kind of animal. They are even simpler than coral. We know they are animals. We cannot believe old ideas that they are half plant, half animal. But scientists do not agree on how sponges are made. Some say it is a group of small animals. Others, like Professor Milne Edwards, say it is one animal. The Spongiaria group has about 300 types. They are in many seas and even in some rivers. In rivers, they are called freshwater sponges, but they like the Red Sea and the Mediterranean near Greece or Syria. In these waters, soft, nice bath sponges grow. They can cost a lot, up to 150 francs each. There is the yellow sponge from Syria and the horn sponge from Barbary. I could not study these animals in the seaports of the Levant because the Suez Canal was not finished, so I had to study them in the Red Sea. I called Conseil to my side. The Nautilus moved slowly, about 8 or 9 meters deep. It went along every beautiful rock on the eastern coast. There, sponges grew in many shapes, round, like stalks, like leaves, like fingers. They were called basket sponges, cup sponges, distaff sponges, elkhorn sponges, lion's paws, peacock's tails, and Neptune's gloves. Fishermen gave them these names. Sponges had a soft, wet substance on their fibers. Water flowed out of this substance. It carried food to each part of the sponge. This soft substance disappears when the sponge dies. Then only the fibers are left. These fibers make your household sponge. It becomes brown and is used for different things based on how soft or strong it is. These sponges were stuck to rocks, shells, and water plants. They were in small cracks. Some lay flat, others stood up or hung down like coral. I told Conseil that sponges are caught in 2 ways, with a net or by hand. Catching by hand needs a diver. It is better because it does not hurt the sponge, so it is worth more money. Other small animals near the sponges were elegant jellyfish. There were also squid that are only found in the Red Sea, and there were turtles called vergata turtles. We ate them. They were tasty and good for us. There were many fish, and they were often special. The Nautilus caught these fish often. Rays, like spotted rays that were oval and red with blue spots and sharp double stingers. There were also silver-backed skates, common stingrays, and butterfly rays that looked like big cloaks 2 meters wide. There were guitar fish, like sharks, and trunk fish, 1.5 feet long with humps and stingers. There were also moray eels with silver tails and blue backs, and butterfish with gold stripes. We saw blennies, big jacks with black stripes, yellow and blue fins, and gold and silver scales. We also saw snooks, mullet with yellow heads, parrotfish, wrasse, triggerfish, gobies, and many other fish from other oceans we had seen. On February 9th, the Nautilus was in the widest part of the Red Sea. It was 190 miles wide, from Suakin on the west to Confida on the east. At noon that day, after we checked our position, Captain Nemo came onto the ship's top deck. I was there too. I decided I would not let him leave without asking about his plans. When he saw me, he came over. He gave me a cigar and said, "Professor, are you happy with this Red Sea? Have you seen enough of its hidden things, its fish and small animals, its sponge gardens and coral forests? Have you seen the towns on its shores?" "Yes, Captain Nemo," I said. "The Nautilus is very good for this. It is a clever boat." "Yes, sir, clever, brave, and safe. It is not afraid of the Red Sea's bad storms, its currents, or its rocks." "Indeed," I said, "this sea is said to be one of the worst. In old times, it had a bad name, if I am not wrong." "Very bad, Professor Aronnax. Greek and Latin writers found nothing good to say about it. The Greek writer Strabo said it was rough, especially when it rained and when the summer winds blew. The Arab writer Idrisi called it the Gulf of Kulzum. He said many ships sank on its sandbanks, and no one dared to sail at night. He said it has scary storms, and islands that are not good, with nothing good to offer, on its surface or deep down. Arion, Agatharchides, and Artemidorus also said the same. "One can easily see," I said, "that those writers did not sail on the Nautilus." "Indeed," the captain said with a smile. "And in this way, modern people are not much better than old people. It took many years to find out about steam power. Who knows if we will see another Nautilus in the next 100 years? Progress is slow, Professor Aronnax." "It is true," I said. Your ship is 100 years ahead of its time, maybe more. It would be very sad if such a secret died with its inventor." Captain Nemo did not answer. After some minutes of quiet, "We were talking," he said, "about what old writers thought about the dangers of sailing in this Red Sea." "True," I said, "but were their fears too big?" "Yes and no, Professor Aronnax," Captain Nemo answered. He seemed to know his Red Sea very well. "For a modern ship, well made and controlled by steam, some things are no longer dangerous. But they were very dangerous for old ships. Imagine those early sailors in boats made from wood tied with ropes from palm trees, sealed with tree gum, and covered with shark fat. They did not even have tools to know where they were. They guessed in currents they hardly knew. So, many ships must have been lost. But now, steamships going between Suez and the South Seas have nothing to fear from this Gulf storms, even with strong winds. Their captains and passengers do not pray to gods before they leave, and when they come back, they do not wear flowers and gold ribbons to thank gods at the temple." "Agreed," I said, "and steam seems to have made sailors less grateful. But since you seem to have studied this sea specially, Captain, can you tell me how it got its name?" "Many ideas exist about that, Professor Aronnax. Would you like to hear what a writer from the 14th century said?" "Yes, please." This playful person said the sea was named after the Israelites crossed it. The Pharaoh died in those waves that came back together when Moses told them to show that amazing thing, the sea became red like nothing else. So it had to be named for its color. "An artistic explanation, Captain Nemo," I said, "but I cannot be happy with that. So I will ask for your own idea. Here it is. I think, Professor Aronnax, this Red Sea name is from the Hebrew word edrom, and if old people gave it that name, it was because of the special color of its waters. But until now, I have only seen clear waves, without any special color." "Yes, but as we go to the far end of this gulf, you will see its strange look. I remember seeing the Bay of El Tur completely red, like a lake of blood." "And you think this color is from very small algae?" "Yes, it is a purple sticky substance made by tiny things called trichodesmia. You need 40,000 of them to fill 1 square millimeter. Maybe you will see them when we get to El Tur." "So, Captain Nemo, this is not the first time you have been through the Red Sea on the Nautilus?" "No, sir." "Then, since you mentioned the Israelites crossing and what happened to the Egyptians, I would ask if you have ever found any signs under the water of that big historic event." "No, Professor, and for a very good reason." "What is that?" "It is because that place where Moses crossed with all his people is now so full of sand, camels can barely get their legs wet. You can understand that my Nautilus would not have enough water." "And that place is Dot?" I asked. "That place is a little above Suez in a bay that used to be a deep river mouth when the Red Sea went as far as the Bitter Lakes. Now, whether their crossing was really a miracle or not, the Israelites did cross there to go back to the Promised Land. And the Pharaoh's army did die in that exact place. So I think digging in those sands would find many weapons and tools from Egypt." "Clearly," I said. "And for history, let's hope that such digging happens later, once new towns are built on the land strip after the Suez Canal is cut through. A canal, by the way, not very useful to a ship like the Nautilus." "Surely, but very useful to the whole world," Captain Nemo said. "Old people knew it was good for trade to connect the Red Sea with the Mediterranean, but they never thought of digging a canal between the two. Instead, they chose the Nile as their connection. If we can believe old stories, it was probably Egypt's King Sesostris who started digging the canal to join the Nile with the Red Sea. What is certain is that in 615 BC, King Necho II was working hard on a canal. It got water from the Nile and went through the Egyptian plains across from Arabia. This canal could be traveled in 4 days. It was so wide, 2 boats with 3 rows of oars could go through it side by side. King Darius the Great continued building it. King Ptolemy II probably finished it. Strabo saw it used for shipping. But the water level difference was small between its start, near Bubastis, and the Red Sea, so it could only be used for a few months each year. This canal was used for trade until the time of Rome's Antonine emperors. Then it was left and covered with sand. Later, Arabia's Caliph Omar I rebuilt it. Finally, Caliph al-Mansur filled it in for good in 761 or 762 AD. He did this to stop supplies from reaching Muhammad ibn Abdullah, who had fought against him. During his war in Egypt, your General Napoleon Bonaparte found signs of this old canal in the Suez Desert, and when the water came in fast and surprised him, he almost died. This was just a few hours before he rejoined his soldiers at Hajaroth, the very place where Moses had camped 3,300 years before him. Well, Captain, what old people did not dare to do, Mr. de Lesseps is now finishing. His joining of these 2 seas will make the trip from Cadiz to the East Indies 9,000 kilometers shorter, and he will soon make Africa a very big island. Yes, Professor Aronnax, and you are right to be proud of your countrymen. Such a man brings more honor to a country than the greatest commanders. Like many others, he started with problems, but he won because he had a willing spirit. And it is sad to think that this work, which should have been for all nations, which would have made any government famous, will only happen because of one man. So, hail to Mr. de Lesseps. Yes, hail to that great French citizen, I said, very surprised by how strongly Captain Nemo had just spoken. Sadly, he went on, I cannot take you through that Suez Canal, but the day after tomorrow, you will see the long docks of Port Said when we are in the Mediterranean. In the Mediterranean, I said loudly. Yes, Professor. Does that surprise you? What surprises me is thinking we will be there the day after tomorrow. Oh, really? Yes, Captain. Though since I have been on your ship, I should be used to not being surprised by anything. But what surprises you? The thought of how terribly fast the Nautilus will need to go, if it is to go around the Cape of Good Hope, around Africa, and be in the Mediterranean by the day after tomorrow. And who says it will go around Africa, Professor? What is this talk about going around the Cape of Good Hope? But unless the Nautilus sails on dry land and crosses over the strip of land, or under it, Professor Aronnax. Under it? Surely, Captain Nemo said calmly. Under that piece of land, nature long ago made what man is making on its top today. What? There is a way through? Yes, an underground way that I have named the Arabian Tunnel. It starts under Suez and goes to the Bay of Pelusium. But is not that strip of land only quicksand? To a certain depth, but at just 50 meters one finds solid rock. And you found this way by chance? I asked, more and more surprised. Chance and reason, Professor, and reason more than chance. Captain, I hear you, but I cannot believe what I hear. Oh, sir, the old saying is still true, ores habent et non audiant. Not only does this way exist, but I have used it many times. Without it, I would not have come into such a closed place as the Red Sea today. Latin. They have ears, but hear not. Is it rude to ask how you found this tunnel? Sir, the captain answered me, there can be no secrets between men who will never leave each other. I did not mind what he said and waited for Captain Nemo to explain. Professor, he told me, the simple logic of a person who studies nature led me to find this way. Only I know about it. I had seen that in the Red Sea and the Mediterranean, there are many of the exact same kinds of fish. Eels, butterfish, greenfish, bass, jewelfish, flying fish. Knowing this, I wondered if there was a connection between the two seas. If there was, its underground current had to go from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean because of their different water levels. So I caught many fish near Suez. I put copper rings on their tails, and put them back in the sea. A few months later, off the coast of Syria, I caught some of my fish again. They had their rings, so this showed me that there was a connection between the two seas. I looked for it with my Nautilus. I found it. I went into it. And soon, Professor, you too will have gone through my Arabian tunnel. Tunnel. Chapter 5. Arabian Tunnel. One day, I told Conseil and Ned Land what Captain Nemo said. We would be in the Mediterranean Sea in 2 days. Conseil was happy, but Ned Land was not. Ned Land said, "An underwater tunnel. From one sea to another. No one has heard of such a thing." Conseil said, "Ned, you had not heard of the Nautilus, but it is real. So do not say something is not real just because you have not heard of it." Ned Land shook his head and said, "We will see. I want to believe the captain's tunnel will take us to the Mediterranean Sea." That night, the Nautilus was on the surface of the sea. We were near the coast of Arabia. I saw Jeddah. It was an important city for trade. I could see its buildings and ships. The sun was low and made the houses look very white. Outside the city, there were small houses where people called Bedouins lived. Soon, Jeddah was dark. The Nautilus went under the water again. The next day, February 10th, we saw some ships. The Nautilus went under the water. At noon, there were no ships. The Nautilus came up to the surface. Ned, Conseil, and I sat on the top of the ship. The land to the east looked like a blurry shape in the fog. We were talking. Ned Land pointed to the water and asked, "Do you see anything, Professor?" I said, "No, Ned. My eyes are not as good as yours." Ned said, "Look closely. There, in front of us, on the right. Do you see something moving?" I looked carefully. I said, "Yes, I see a long, dark shape on the water." Conseil asked, "Is it another Nautilus?" Ned said, "No, I think it is an animal from the sea." Conseil asked, "Are there whales in the Red Sea?" I said, "Yes, sometimes you can find them here." Ned Land kept looking. He said, "That is not a whale. I know whales well." Conseil said, "Let's wait. The Nautilus is going that way. We will soon know what it is." Soon, the dark shape was only 1 mile from us. It looked like a big rock in the middle of the sea. I did not know what it was. Ned Land said loudly, "Oh, it's moving! It's going under the water. What kind of animal is it? It does not have a tail like a whale. Its fins look like they were cut." I started to speak, but Ned Land continued, "It turned on its back, and it is showing its chest." Conseil said, "It's a siren. It's a real mermaid." The word siren made me think. I knew it was an animal called a sirenia. People in old stories made them into mermaids, half woman and half fish. I told Conseil, "No, it's not a mermaid. It's a rare animal. Only a few are left in the Red Sea. It's a dugong." Conseil said, "Order Sirenia, group Pisciforma, subclass Monodelphia, class Mammalia, branch Vertebrata." When Conseil said that, there was nothing else to say. Ned Land kept looking. His eyes showed he wanted to hunt the animal. His hands were ready to throw a harpoon. He looked like he wanted to jump into the water and catch it. He said to me, his voice shaking, "Oh, sir, I have never killed an animal like this." Just then, Captain Nemo came to the top of the ship. He saw the dugong. He knew Ned Land wanted to hunt it. He spoke to Ned Land. "Mr. Land, if you had a harpoon, would you want to use it?" "Yes, sir." "Would you like to be a fisherman again for 1 day and hunt this animal?" "Yes, very much." "Good, you can try." Ned Land's eyes were bright. He said, "Thank you, sir." The captain said, "But I want you to aim carefully at this animal. It is for your own good." I asked, "Is the dugong dangerous?" Ned Land did not care, but I still asked. The captain said, "Yes, sometimes. These animals have attacked people and turned over their boats. But with Mr. Land, there is no danger. He has good eyes and a strong arm. I want him to aim carefully because it is good to eat. I know Mr. Land likes good food." Ned Land said, "Aha. This animal is also good to eat?" "Yes, Mr. Land. Its meat is red and tastes very good. In Malaysia, rich people eat it, so people have hunted it a lot. Now, like its family, the manatees, it is hard to find." Conseil said, "Captain, if this is one of the last of its kind, should we let it live for science?" Ned Land answered, "Maybe it is better to hunt it for dinner." Captain Nemo said, "Then go ahead, Mr. Land." 7 crew members came to the top of the ship. They were quiet. One had a harpoon and a rope like those used for hunting whales. The small boat was put into the water. 6 men sat to row. The leader steered. Ned, Conseil, and I sat in the back. I asked, "Are you coming, Captain?" "No, sir, but I wish you good luck." The small boat moved away. The 6 oars made it go fast toward the dugong. The dugong was 2 miles from the Nautilus. When we were close to the dugong, our boat slowed down. The oars went into the water quietly. Ned Land stood in the front of the boat with the harpoon. Harpoons for whales have a very long rope, but this rope was short, about 10 fathoms. Its end was tied to a small barrel. The barrel would float and show where the dugong went under the water. I stood up and watched the dugong. This dugong looked like a manatee. It had a long body and a long tail. Its side fins had fingers. It was different from a manatee because it had 2 long, sharp teeth in its upper jaw. This dugong was very big, more than 7 meters long. It was not moving. It seemed to be sleeping on the water. This should make it easy to catch. The boat came close to the animal, about 3 fathoms away. The oars were still. I was sitting low. Ned Land leaned back a little and held his harpoon. Suddenly, I heard a sound, and the dugong went under the water. Ned Land had thrown the harpoon, but it only hit the water. Ned Land was angry. He said, "I missed it." I said, "No, the animal is hurt. There is blood. But your harpoon did not stick in its body." Ned Land said, "My harpoon. Get my harpoon." The sailors rowed the boat to the floating barrel. We got the harpoon. The boat started to chase the animal. The dugong came up to breathe sometimes. Its wound did not make it weak. It moved very fast. The boat chased it quickly. We got close to it many times. Ned Land was ready to strike. But then the dugong would dive quickly, and we could not catch it. Ned Land was very angry. He said many bad words. I was sad because the dugong kept getting away from us. We chased it for 1 hour. I started to think we could not catch it. Then the animal tried to get revenge on us. It turned to attack our boat. It would be sorry for this. Ned Land saw it. He said, "Watch out." The leader of the boat said some words in his language. He was telling his men to be careful. The dugong stopped about 20 feet from the boat. It sniffed the air with its big nose. Its nose was on the top of its head. Then it jumped at us. The boat could not avoid it. It almost turned over. A lot of water came into the boat. We had to get the water out. But because our leader was good, we did not turn over completely. Ned Land held on to the front of the boat. He threw his harpoon again and again into the big animal. The animal bit our boat and lifted it out of the water, like a lion lifts a deer. We fell on top of each other. I do not know what would have happened if Ned Land had not finally hit its heart. I heard its teeth hit the metal of the boat. The dugong went under the water with our harpoon, but the barrel came up to the surface. A few moments later, the animal's body appeared and turned on its back. Our boat went to it, pulled it, and went back to the Nautilus. We needed strong ropes to lift the dugong onto the ship. It weighed 5,000 kilograms. It was cut up in front of Ned Land. He watched everything. At dinner that night, My helper gave me some pieces of the dugong meat. The ship's cook cooked it well. I thought it was very good, better than veal. The next morning, February 11th, the Nautilus had more good food. Some birds called terns landed on the Nautilus. They were a special kind of bird from Egypt. They had black beaks, gray heads with spots, white spots around their eyes, gray backs, wings and tails, white bellies and throats, and red feet. We also caught about 20 Nile ducks. They tasted very good. They had white necks and heads with black spots. The Nautilus was moving slower now. It was going very slowly. I saw that the water in the Red Sea was less salty as we got closer to Suez. Around 5 in the afternoon, we saw Cape Ras Mohammed to the north. This land is the end of Arabia Petraea, between the Gulf of Suez and the Gulf of Aqaba. The Nautilus went into the Strait of Jubal, which goes to the Gulf of Suez. I could see a tall mountain on Ras Mohammed, between the two gulfs. It was Mount Horeb, also called Mount Sinai from the Bible. Moses met God there. I always imagine it with lightning around it. At 6 o'clock, the Nautilus was sometimes on the surface and sometimes under the water. It passed El Tur, which was at the end of a bay. The water there looked red, as Captain Nemo had said. Then night came. It was very quiet. Sometimes we heard birds, the sound of waves hitting rocks, or a ship far away making noise in the water. From 8 to 9 o'clock, the Nautilus stayed a few meters under the water. I thought we were close to Suez. Through the windows in the room, I saw rocks on the bottom. Our electric lights made them bright. I thought the water passage was getting narrower. At 9:15, our boat came to the surface. I went to the top of the ship. I wanted to see Captain Nemo's tunnel. I could not sit still. I wanted to breathe the fresh night air. Soon, in the dark, I saw a pale light about a mile away. It was a little blurry because of the mist. Someone next to me said, "A floating lighthouse." I turned and saw the captain. He said, "That is the floating light of Suez. We will soon reach the entrance to the tunnel. It must not be easy to enter." "No, sir. So I always stay in the control room and steer the ship myself. Now please go inside, Professor Aronnax. The Nautilus will go under the water. It will only come back up after we are through the Arabian Tunnel." I followed Captain Nemo. The door closed. Water filled the tanks, and the ship went down about 10 meters. I was going to my room, but the captain stopped me. He said, "Professor, would you like to come with me to the steering room?" I said. I was afraid to ask. "Come then. This way, you will learn all about this journey under water and under the ground." Captain Nemo took me to the main stairs. He opened a door and went to the steering room. It was at one end of the ship. It was a small room, 6 feet square. It looked like the rooms where people steer boats on rivers. In the middle was a steering wheel. It was connected to the back of the Nautilus. There were 4 round windows in the walls. The person steering could see in every direction. The room was dark, but my eyes soon got used to it. I saw the pilot, a strong man. His hands were on the steering wheel. Outside, the sea was bright from a light behind the room. Captain Nemo said, "Now, let's find our way." Electric wires connected the steering room to the engine room. From this room, the captain could tell the Nautilus where to go and how fast. He pushed a metal button. The propeller slowed down a lot. I watched the tall, steep wall we were near. It was the bottom of the sandy mountains on the coast. For an hour, we went along it, only a few meters away. Captain Nemo watched the compass in the room. If he made a small sign, the pilot would change the Nautilus's direction. I stood by the left window. I saw beautiful corals, sea plants, and crabs with big claws. They came out of the rocks. At 10:15, Captain Nemo steered the ship himself. A wide, dark, deep passage opened in front of us. The Nautilus went inside. I heard strange sounds. It was the water from the Red Sea, going toward the Mediterranean because the tunnel went down. Our engines tried to stop it by turning the propeller backward, but the Nautilus went with the fast water, like an arrow. Along the narrow walls of this passage, I only saw bright lines, sharp shapes, and fiery marks. Our fast electric light made them. I tried to calm my heart. At 10:35, Captain Nemo left the steering wheel and turned to me. He said, "The Mediterranean." In less than 20 minutes, the Nautilus had gone through the Isthmus of Suez. The fast water carried it. Chapter 6. The Greek Islands. The sun rose. It was February 12th. The Nautilus came up to the top of the water. I quickly went outside. I saw Pelusium far away, about 3 miles to the south. The submarine moved fast from one sea to the other. It was easy to go down, but it would be hard to go back up. Ned and Conseil came to me around 7 o'clock. They had slept well. They did not know what the Nautilus had done. Ned asked me, "So, Mr. Naturalist, how do you like the Mediterranean Sea?" He was a little playful. I said, "We are on top of it, Ned, my friend." Conseil said, "What? Last night?" "Yes, last night. We passed the big land in a few minutes." "I do not believe it," Ned said. "You are wrong, Mr. Land," I said. "That flat land curving south is Egypt." "Tell that to someone else, sir," the stubborn Ned said. Conseil told Ned, "But if Master says so, it is true." "Also, Ned," I said, "Captain Nemo showed us his tunnel. I was with him when he drove the Nautilus through the narrow path." "Do you hear that, Ned?" Conseil asked. "And Ned, you have good eyes," I added. "You can see the long walls of Port Said going into the sea?" Ned looked closely. "You are right," he said. "Professor, you are right. Your captain is amazing. We are in the Mediterranean. Good. Now let's talk about our plans, please. But let's talk so no one else can hear." I knew what Ned wanted. I thought it was good to let him talk. The three of us went to sit near the light, away from the water. "Ned, we are listening," I said. "What do you want to tell us?" "What I want to tell you is simple," Ned said. "We are in Europe. Before Captain Nemo takes us to the cold seas or back to the ocean, I think we should leave this Nautilus." I was always confused by these talks with Ned. I did not want to stop my friend's freedom, but I also did not want to leave Captain Nemo. With him and his submarine, I was learning a lot about the sea every day. I was writing my book about the deep ocean while in the ocean. Would I ever have such a chance again? No. So I could not think about leaving the Nautilus yet. "Ned, my friend," I said, "tell me the truth. Are you tired of this ship? Are you sad that you are with Captain Nemo?" Ned was quiet for a bit. Then he crossed his arms. "Honestly," he said, "I am not sad about this trip under the sea. I will be happy to have done it, but it needs to finish. That is how I feel." "It will finish, Ned." "Where and when?" "Where? I do not know. When? I cannot say. Or I think it will finish when these seas have nothing more to teach us. Everything that starts must end." "I agree with Master," Conseil said. "It is possible that after going all over the world, Captain Nemo will say goodbye to us." "Say goodbye to us?" Ned said loudly. "You mean get rid of us?" "Let's not make it worse, Mr. Land," I said. "We have nothing to fear from the captain. But I do not agree with Conseil either. We know the Nautilus's secrets. I do not think the captain will let us go and tell everyone about them." "Then what do you think will happen?" Ned asked. "I think we will find a good chance to escape in 6 months, just like now." "Oh my," Ned said. "And where will we be in 6 months, Mr. Naturalist?" "Maybe here, maybe in China. You know how fast the Nautilus moves. It crosses oceans like birds cross the air. It does not fear busy seas. Maybe it will go near France, England, or America. We could escape there, just like here." Professor Aronnax, Ned said, your ideas are not good. You talk about the future. We will be here. We will be there. I am talking about now. We are here, and we must use this chance. Ned's good sense made it hard for me to argue. I felt like I was losing. I did not know what to say. Sir, Ned said, imagine that Captain Nemo offered you freedom today. Would you take it? I do not know, I said. And imagine he says this offer will not come again. Would you take it then? I did not answer. And what does our friend Conseil think? Ned asked. Your friend Conseil, the good boy said calmly, has nothing to say. He does not care about this. Like his master, like his friend Ned, he is not married. No wife, parents, or children are waiting for him. He works for master. He thinks like master. He talks like master. He cannot help you win. Only two people are here. Master on one side, Ned Land on the other. Your friend Conseil is listening, and he is ready to watch. I smiled when Conseil said he did not matter. Ned must have been happy not to argue with him. So, sir, Ned said, since Conseil is not here, we will talk just the two of us. I have talked. You have listened. What is your answer? It was clear we needed to decide. I did not like to avoid things. Ned, my friend, I said, here is my answer. You are right. My reasons are not as strong as yours. We cannot trust Captain Nemo to be kind. Common sense would tell him not to let us go. On the other hand, common sense says we should take the first chance to leave the Nautilus. Good, Professor Aronnax. That is wise. But one thing, I said. Just one. The chance must be real. Our first escape try must work. If it fails, we will not get another chance, and Captain Nemo will never forgive us. That is also well said, Ned replied. But your rule is for any escape in 2 years or 2 days. So the question is still, if a good chance comes, we must take it. Agreed. And now, Ned, will you tell me what you mean by a good chance? A chance when the Nautilus is close to a European coast on a cloudy night. And you will try to swim away? Yes, if we are close enough to shore and the ship is on top of the water. No, if we are far out and the ship is under the water. And then? Then I will try to get the small boat. I know how to use it. We will get in, open the locks, and go to the surface. The driver in the front will not see us. Good, Ned. Look for such a chance, but do not forget. One mistake will end us. I will not forget, sir. And now, Ned, would you like to know what I think about your plan? Yes, Professor Aronnax. Well then, I think, and I do not mean I hope, that your good chance will never come. Why not? Because Captain Nemo knows we still want to be free. He will be careful, especially near the coasts of Europe. I agree with Master, Conseil said. We will see soon, Ned said, shaking his head. He looked determined. And now, Ned Land, I added, let's stop talking about it. Not another word. The day you are ready, tell us, and we will be with you. I leave it all to you. That is how our talk ended. It would have big results later. At first, I must say, things seemed to happen as I thought. Ned was sad. Did Captain Nemo not trust us in these busy seas? Or did he just want to hide from all the ships in the Mediterranean? I do not know. But usually, he stayed deep in the water and far from any coast. The Nautilus either came up just enough to show its top, or it went very deep. Even between the Greek islands and Asia Minor, we did not find the bottom at 2,000 meters. So, I only knew about the island of Carpathos, one of the Sporades Islands, when Captain Nemo put his finger on a map and said a line from an old book. There in King Neptune's domain by Carpathos, his spokesman is azure-hued Proteus. It was indeed that old home of Proteus, the old helper of King Neptune's animals. It was an island between Rhodes and Crete. Greeks call it Carpathos now, and Italians call it Scarpanto. I could only see its rocky parts from the big window. The next day, February 14th, I wanted to study the fish around these islands for a few hours. But for some reason, the windows stayed closed. After I found the Nautilus's direction, I saw it was going towards the old island of Crete, also called Candia. When I was on the Abraham Lincoln, this whole island was fighting against its rulers, the Ottoman Empire of Turkey. But I did not know what happened to that fight. Captain Nemo did not talk to anyone on land, so he could not tell me. So I did not talk about this when I was alone with the captain in the room that evening. He seemed quiet and busy. Then he opened both windows in the room, which was not normal. He looked at the water carefully. Why? I did not know. I spent my time looking at the fish. I saw the sand goby that an old writer talked about. It is called sea loach. It is only found in the salty water near the Nile Delta. Near them were some red fish that glowed a little. Egyptians thought these fish were holy. They praised them in religious events when they came into the river. This meant the good flood season was coming. I also saw some rasa fish called tapiro. They were about 1 foot long. They had bones and clear scales. Their color was blue-gray with red spots. They liked to eat plants from the sea. This made them taste very good. So, the tapiro were popular with rich eaters in old Rome. Their insides were cooked with other rare things to make a special food for an emperor. Another fish in these seas caught my eye and made me think of old times. This was the remora. It sticks to the stomachs of sharks. Old stories say that when these small fish stick to the bottom of a ship, they can stop it. One of them stopped a ship in a big fight long ago and helped a new leader win. Big things can happen because of small things. I also saw some wonderful snappers. The Greeks thought these were holy fish. They said these fish could keep sea monsters away from the waters where they lived. Their Greek name means flower, and they looked like flowers with their colors, and how their back fins shone like silk. Their colors were all reds, from light pink to bright ruby. I could not stop looking at these amazing sea creatures when something new appeared. In the water, a man appeared. He was a diver. He had a small leather bag on his belt. He was not dead. He was alive. He was swimming strongly. Sometimes he went up to breathe, then he went down again quickly. I turned to Captain Nemo and said loudly, "A man! Someone lost! We must save him!" The captain did not answer. He leaned against the window. The man came closer. He put his face to the window and looked at us. I was very surprised. Captain Nemo made a sign to him. The diver used his hand to answer. He swam to the top of the sea and did not come back. "Do not worry," the captain told me. "That is Nicholas from Cape Matapan. They call him the Fish. He is well known in the islands. A brave diver. Water is his home. He lives more in the sea than on land. He goes from one island to another, even to Crete. You know him, Captain?" "Why not, Professor Aronnax?" After this, Captain Nemo went to a cupboard near the left window. Next to this cupboard, I saw a box with metal bands. Its lid had a metal plate with the Nautilus's special sign and its words, "Moving in the moving." Then, the captain opened this cupboard. It was like a safe. It had many heavy pieces of metal inside. They were gold pieces. They were worth a lot of money. Where did this gold come from? How did the captain get so much gold? What was he going to do with it? I did not say a word. I just stared. Captain Nemo took out the gold pieces one by one. He put them in the box carefully, filling it up. I think it had more than 1,000 kilograms of gold. That is about 5 million francs. After he closed the box tightly, Captain Nemo wrote an address on its lid. The letters looked like modern Greek. After this, the captain pushed a button that was connected to the crew's room. 4 men came. They moved the box out of the room. It was hard for them. Then I heard them lift it up the metal stairs with ropes. Just then, Captain Nemo turned to me. "What were you saying, Professor?" he asked me. "I was not saying anything, Captain. Then, sir, if you allow, I will say good evening." And with that, Captain Nemo left the room. I went back to my room. I was very confused. I tried to sleep but could not. I kept thinking about the diver and the gold box. Soon, I felt the Nautilus moving. It went from deep in the water to the top. Then I heard steps on the top of the submarine. I realized the small boat was being untied and put into the sea. For a moment, it hit the side of the Nautilus. Then all sounds stopped. 2 hours later, the same sounds happened again. The longboat was pulled back on board and put in its place. The Nautilus went back under the waves. So, that money was delivered. Where on land? Who got Captain Nemo's gold? The next day, I told Conseil and Ned what happened that night. I was very curious. My friends were as surprised as I was. "But where does he get that money?" Ned Land asked. I could not answer this. After breakfast, I went to the big room and worked. I wrote my notes until 5 in the afternoon. Then I felt very hot. I had to take off my jacket. This was strange because we were not in a hot place. Also, when the Nautilus was underwater, the temperature should not go up. I looked at the gauge. It showed a depth of 60 feet. That depth was too deep for the air's heat to reach. I kept working, but the temperature got too hot. Could there be a fire on board? I wondered. I was about to leave the room when Captain Nemo came in. He looked at the thermometer and turned to me. 42 degrees Celsius, he said. I felt it, Captain, I said. If it gets a little hotter, we cannot stay. Oh, Professor, it will not get hotter unless we want it to. You mean you can control this heat? No, but I can move away from the place making it. So it is outside? Yes. We are in a current of boiling water. That cannot be, I said. Look. The windows opened. I saw a completely white sea around the Nautilus. Hot steam came out of the water. The water was bubbling like water in a pot. I put my hand on a window, but it was so hot, I pulled it back quickly. Where are we? I asked. Near the island of Santorini, Professor, the captain said, and right in the space between the small volcano islands of Nea Kamenni and Palea Kamenni. I wanted to show you a volcano erupting underwater. I thought, I said, that new islands were not forming anymore. Nothing ever stops in these volcano areas, Captain Nemo said. Our world is always changing in these places because of the fire under the ground. Old writers said that in the year 19, a new island, called Thera, appeared where these small islands are now. Then Thera sank, only to rise and sink again in the year 69. From that day until now, building stopped. But on February 3, 1866, a new small island called George Island came up with hot steam near Nea Kamenni. It joined to it on February 6th. 7 days later, on February 13th, the small island of Aphroessa appeared. It left a 10-meter space between itself and Nea Kamenni. I was in these seas when that happened. I saw everything. The island of Aphroessa was round. It was 300 feet wide and 30 feet high. It was made of black, shiny rock with small pieces of other rock. Finally, on March 10th, a smaller island called Reka appeared next to Nea Kamenni. Since then, these 3 small islands have joined to make one island. What about this space we are in now? I asked. Here it is, Captain Nemo said. He showed me a map of the Greek islands. You see, I have put the new islands in their place. But will this space fill up one day? Very likely, Professor Aronnax. Since 1866, 8 small islands of lava have come up in front of the port of St. Nicholas on Palea Kamenni. So it is clear that Nea and Palea will join together soon. In the middle of the Pacific, tiny animals build lands. But here, they are built by volcanoes. Look, sir. Look at the building happening under these waves. I went back to the window. The Nautilus was not moving. The heat was too much. The sea, which was white, was turning red. This color came from iron in the water. Even though the room was sealed, it filled with a bad smell of sulfur. I saw bright red flames that were stronger than our electric light. I was sweating a lot. I felt like I could not breathe. I felt like I was being cooked. Yes, I really felt like I was cooking. "We cannot stay in this boiling water anymore," I told the captain. "No, it would not be wise," said Nemo, who showed no feelings. He gave an order. The Nautilus turned and moved away from this hot place. It could not stay there safely. A quarter of an hour later, we were breathing fresh air on top of the waves. Then I thought that if Ned had chosen these waters for our escape, we would not have lived through this sea of fire. The next day, February 16th, we left this deep area. It is 3,000 meters deep between Rhodes and Alexandria. We passed far from Cerigo Island after going around Cape Matapan. The Nautilus left the Greek islands behind. Chapter 7. The Mediterranean in 48 Hours. The Mediterranean Sea is very blue. People in Greece call it the sea. In ancient Rome, people called it our sea. This sea has orange trees and other plants nearby. It smells like special flowers and has mountains around it. The air is clear, but there are also fires in the earth, so it's like a big fight between the sea and the land. A historian said that the weather here makes people feel strong and healthy. I saw this beautiful sea for only a short time. It is very big, about 2 million square kilometers. Captain Nemo, who was with me, did not appear. Our ship, the Nautilus, went very fast under the sea. We traveled about 600 leagues in just 2 days. We started in Greece on February 16th in the morning. We were out of the Strait of Gibraltar by the morning of the 18th. Captain Nemo did not seem happy in the Mediterranean Sea. He wanted to avoid its shores. The sea's waves and winds made him remember things he did not like. In the open ocean, he could move freely, but here, near Africa and Europe, the Nautilus felt too small. So, we went very fast, about 25 miles an hour. Our friend, Ned Land, could not try to escape. The ship was too fast. It would be like jumping from a moving train. Also, the Nautilus only came to the top of the water at night to get fresh air. It used a compass to know where to go. Inside the Mediterranean, I could only see things far away, like from a fast train. Everything close by went too fast. But my friend Conseil and I saw some fish. They swam fast with the Nautilus. We wrote notes about the fish we saw. I saw some fish well, some a little, and some I missed because the Nautilus was so fast. I will tell you about them in a fun way. In the water, our lights showed long, thin fish that are common everywhere. Some flat fish, about 5 feet wide, had a white belly and a gray back with spots. Other flatfish went by too fast to name them. Some big long dogfish, about 12 feet long, raced each other. They are scary to divers. Big blue shadows of sharks, 8 feet long, went by. They can smell very well. Some silver and blue fish with gold eyes appeared. These fish were very beautiful. They live in all kinds of water and can live in any weather. They have been around for a very long time. Also, big, fast fish, 9 to 10 meters long, hit our ship's glass with their tails. They looked like sharks, but were not as strong. They live in all seas and swim up rivers in the spring. They are good to eat. When the Nautilus went closer to the top of the water, I saw many tuna fish. They were blue-black on top and silver on their bellies. They followed our ship, just like they follow other ships, to find shade from the hot sun. They swam fast with our ship for a long time. They have small heads and smooth bodies, like a spindle. Some were over 3 meters long. They have strong fins and swim in a triangle shape, like birds. But fishermen catch many of them. I will also tell you about some other Mediterranean fish that Conseil and I saw for only a moment. We saw white eels, green, blue, and yellow conger eels, and small fish with good livers. We saw thin fish like seaweed, and red fish with two sharp parts on their noses, like a musical instrument. We saw fish that swim fast like birds, and red fish with special fins. Some colorful fish responded to bells. We saw flat, diamond-shaped fish with yellow fins and brown spots, and many red fish, which were very valuable in ancient Rome. People would watch them change color as they died. I could not see many other fish that live in both the Atlantic and Mediterranean seas. This was because the Nautilus went too fast. These included different kinds of flatfish and other common sea creatures. As for sea animals that are like people, near the Adriatic Sea, I thought I saw some big whales with one fin on their back. I also saw some whales that only live in the Mediterranean Sea, and I saw about 12 seals with white bellies and black fur. They looked very serious. Conseil thought he saw a big turtle, 6 feet wide, with 3 ridges. I was sad to miss it, because it sounded like a rare kind of turtle. I only saw some turtles with long shells. For a short time, I saw a beautiful orange sea animal that looked like a flower. It was on our window. It had a long, thin body with many branches, like fine lace. I could not catch it. I might not have seen any other sea animals if the Nautilus had not slowed down on the evening of the 16th. We were then between Sicily and Tunisia. The sea bottom there goes up very quickly. It's like a ridge, and the water above it is only 17 meters deep, while other parts are 170 meters deep. So the Nautilus had to be careful not to hit this underwater ridge. I showed Conseil this long reef on our map of the Mediterranean. Conseil said, "It's like land connecting Europe to Africa." I said, "Yes, it goes across the Strait of Sicily." Old maps show that these two lands were connected long ago. Conseil said, "I can easily believe that." I said, "There is also a similar ridge near Gibraltar. Long ago, it closed off the Mediterranean completely." Conseil asked, "What if a volcano makes these two ridges come out of the water again?" I said, "That is not likely, Conseil." Conseil said, "If that happened, it would be bad for Mr. de Lesseps, who worked hard to make a canal." I said, "You are right, but it will not happen. The power inside the earth is getting weaker. Volcanoes were many long ago, but now they are fewer. The earth is cooling down, and its heat is its life." Conseil asked, "But the sun?" I said, "The sun is not enough? Can it warm a dead body?" Conseil said, "Not that I know." I said, "Well, my friend, someday the earth will be a cold, dead body. Like the moon, our earth will become lifeless." Conseil asked, "In how many centuries?" I said, "In hundreds of thousands of years." Conseil replied, "Then we have a lot of time to finish our trip, if Ned Land does not mess things up." Conseil felt better and went back to looking at the shallow water where the Nautilus was going slowly. On the rocky sea bottom, there were many living plants, sponges, sea cucumbers, and jelly-like animals that glowed and had red parts. There were also bigger jelly-like animals that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. Big, red, moving, flower-like animals were there, making the water red. There were also beautiful tree-like animals and sea fans. Many kinds of sea urchins were there, and green sea anemones with brown parts and olive-colored arms. Conseil paid special attention to small animals with shells and animals with jointed bodies. He wrote a list, and I want to share what he saw. He saw many different kinds of shells: scallops, oysters, clam-like shells, snails with clear shells and yellow fins, orange snails that looked like spotted eggs, and sea hares. He saw beautiful shells that people used for decorations, and some shells that people liked to eat. He saw white clams and colorful shells. He found mussels that tasted spicy, and heart-shaped shells with ridges. He also saw other snails with special shapes. Conseil also looked at jointed animals. He divided them into 6 groups, and 3 of these live in the sea. These are crabs and lobsters, barnacles, and worms. Crabs and lobsters are split into 9 groups. The first group is decapods, which means they have 10 legs. Their head and chest are usually together. Conseil used a system that divides them into 3 types: those with short tails, those with long tails, and those with odd tails. These names are a bit strange but correct. Among the short-tailed ones, Conseil saw crabs with 2 big points: crabs that symbolized wisdom long ago, spider crabs that usually live deep in the sea, and many other kinds of crabs. Among the long-tailed ones, Conseil saw common lobsters, shrimp, and all kinds of good-to-eat sea creatures. He did not see true lobsters, because only spiny lobsters live in the Mediterranean. Finally, among the odd-tailed ones, he saw crabs that live in empty shells and other crabs with strange fronts. Conseil stopped there. He did not have time to finish looking at all the different crabs and similar animals. He also needed to look at barnacles and worms. But after the shallow parts of the Strait of Sicily, the Nautilus went back to its usual fast speed in deep water. So, we did not see any more of those small animals. We only saw a few large fish swimming by like shadows. On the night of February 16th to 17th, we entered the second deep part of the Mediterranean Sea. It was 3,000 meters deep. The Nautilus went down to the very bottom of this sea. Down there, instead of beautiful nature, I saw some scary and sad things. We were crossing a part of the Mediterranean where many ships had been lost. From the coast of Algiers to the beaches of France, many ships have sunk. The Mediterranean Sea is like a small lake compared to the huge Pacific Ocean. But it is a dangerous lake. Sometimes it is calm, and sometimes it is wild. The wind can make big waves that can break even the strongest ships. So, as we quickly went through these deep waters, I saw many ships on the seafloor. Some were covered with coral, and others were rusty. I saw anchors, cannons, parts of engines, and broken boats. Some boats were still upright, others were upside down. Some of these ships sank because they hit other ships, or because they hit rocks. I saw some that went straight down, with their tall masts still standing. They looked like they were waiting to leave. When the Nautilus passed them, lighting them up, they seemed ready to say hello to us. But there was only silence and death there. I saw that there were more and more wrecks as the Nautilus got closer to the Strait of Gibraltar. The lands of Africa and Europe come very close together there, and ships often hit each other. I saw many broken iron ships, like ghosts. One of them looked terrible. Its sides were torn open, its chimney was bent, and its paddle wheels were gone. Its steering part was broken off and hanging by a chain. The back of the boat was eaten away by the sea salt. So many lives were lost in this shipwreck. Did any sailor live to tell this story, or do the waves still keep it a secret? I thought this boat might be the Atlas, which was lost with everyone on board about 20 years ago. The Mediterranean depths could tell so many sad stories. It's like a big graveyard where much wealth and many lives have been lost. But the Nautilus moved quickly through these wrecks, not caring. On February 18th, around 3 in the morning, we arrived at the entrance to the Strait of Gibraltar. There are 2 currents here. One current on top carries water from the ocean into the Mediterranean Sea. Then there is a lower current that goes the other way. We know the upper current exists. The lower one must exist because the Mediterranean Sea gets a lot of water from the Atlantic and from rivers. If there were no lower current, the sea level would rise every year, but it does not. So, the lower current must carry the extra water out of the Mediterranean and into the Atlantic. The Nautilus used this lower current. It went fast through the narrow passage. For a moment, I saw the old ruins of the Temple of Hercules, which are under the sea, as old writers said. And a few minutes later, we were in the Atlantic Ocean. Chapter 8. The Bay of Vigo. The Atlantic Ocean is very big. It has a lot of water. It is 25 million square miles. It is 9,000 miles long and 2,700 miles wide. Old people did not know much about this ocean, but the Carthaginians, a group from long ago, sailed along Europe and Africa for trade. Many big rivers flow into the Atlantic, like the St. Lawrence, Mississippi, and Amazon. Ships from all countries sail on this ocean. It ends at two dangerous places, Cape Horn and the Cape of Tempests. The Nautilus boat moved through the Atlantic. It had traveled almost 10,000 leagues in 3.5 months. This was a very long way. We did not know where we were going. The Nautilus came out of the Strait of Gibraltar and went into the big ocean. It went up to the top of the water. So, we could walk on the boat's top again. I quickly went to the top. Ned Land and Conseil came with me. We could see Cape St. Vincent far away, about 12 miles. This was the end of Spain. The wind was strong from the south. The sea was rough. The Nautilus moved a lot because of the waves. It was hard to stand on the boat's top. After we breathed some fresh air, we went back inside. I went to my room. Conseil went to his room. But Ned Land looked worried and followed me. He could not escape in the Mediterranean Sea. He was sad about this. After my door closed, Ned Land sat and looked at me. I said, "Ned, my friend, I know how you feel, but you cannot be mad at yourself. The Nautilus was moving too fast. It was not safe to try to escape." Ned Land did not say anything. His lips were tight, and his face looked serious. He was only thinking about escaping. I said, "Do not give up hope yet. We are going along the coast of Portugal. France and England are close. We can find help there. If the Nautilus had gone south far from land, then I would be worried too. But now we know that Captain Nemo goes near land. In a few days, I think we can try to escape." Ned Land looked at me more closely. Then he spoke. He said, "We will do it tonight." I was surprised. I did not know what to say. Ned Land continued, "We said we would wait for the right time. Now is the right time. Tonight we will be close to Spain. It will be cloudy. The wind will blow to the shore. You promised me, Professor Aronnax. I am counting on you." I did not say anything. Ned Land stood up and came closer to me. He said, "We will do it tonight at 9 o'clock. I told Conseil. By then, Captain Nemo will be in his room and probably in bed. The workers will not see us. Conseil and I will go to the stairs in the middle of the boat. Professor Aronnax, you will stay in the library, close by, and wait for my signal. The oars, mast, and sail are in the small boat. I put some food in it too. I found a tool to open the bolts on the small boat. Everything is ready. I will see you tonight." I said, "The sea is rough." Ned Land said, "Yes, but we must try. Freedom is worth the risk. The small boat is strong. A few miles with the wind is not a problem. Tomorrow, who knows if this boat will be 100 leagues out at sea. If things go well, we will be on land between 10 and 11 tonight, or we will die. So, we are in God's hands. I will see you tonight." Ned Land left. I was very surprised. I thought I would have time to think and talk about it. But Ned Land did not let me. But what could I say? Ned Land was right. This was a good time to escape. Could I go back on my word and hurt my friend's chances to be free? Tomorrow, Captain Nemo might take us far from any land. Then I heard a loud sound. It meant the boat was filling with water. The Nautilus went under the Atlantic waves. I stayed in my room. I did not want to see the captain. I did not want him to see how worried I was. I felt bad all day. I wanted to be free, but I also felt bad about leaving the Nautilus. My research under the water was not finished. How could I leave this ocean that I liked so much? I wanted to see all of its secrets, like the ones I saw in other seas. It was like reading a book and stopping before the end. The hours passed very slowly. Sometimes I imagined myself safe on land. Other times, I hoped that something would stop Ned Land's plan. I went to the main room 2 times. I wanted to check the compass. I wanted to see if the Nautilus was going closer to land or farther away. But no. The Nautilus was still in Portugal's waters. It was going north, along the coast. So I had to accept my fate and get ready to escape. My bag was not heavy, only my notes. I wondered what Captain Nemo would think about our escape. Would he be worried or sad? What would he do if we failed or if he found out? I had nothing bad to say about him. He was very kind to us. But I was not wrong to leave him. We did not promise to stay with him. He kept us by force, not by our word. But he wanted to keep us forever. That meant we could try to escape. I had not seen the captain since we visited Santorini. Would I see him before we left? I wanted to, and did not want to. I listened for sounds in the room next to mine. No sound. His room must be empty. Then I wondered if the captain was even on the boat. Since the small boat left the Nautilus for a secret mission, I had new thoughts about him. I thought Captain Nemo must still talk to people on land. Did he never leave the Nautilus? Many weeks had passed without me seeing him. What was he doing? I thought he was sick or just did not want to see people. But maybe he was far from the boat, doing something secret. All these ideas came to me at once. I felt very uneasy. This day of waiting seemed to last forever. The hours passed too slowly. Dinner was brought to my room as usual. I was worried and did not eat much. I left the table at 7 o'clock. 120 minutes were left until I met Ned Land. I felt more and more worried. My heart was beating fast. I could not sit still. I walked around to try to calm down. I was not worried about dying. I was worried that Captain Nemo would find out about our plan before we left. I was worried about him being angry, or even sad, that I left him. I wanted to see the main room one last time. I went down the stairs and arrived at the museum. I had spent many good hours there. I looked at all the amazing things, like a person who is leaving forever and will not come back. For many days, these things had been important to me. Now I was leaving them. I wanted to look out the window into the Atlantic water, but the windows were closed. A metal wall separated me from the ocean. I walked through the main room and came to a door. It was in a corner and open to the captain's room. I was surprised that the door was a little open. I stepped back. If Captain Nemo was in his room, he might see me. But I did not hear anything. I went closer. The room was empty. I pushed the door open and went in a little. It was still a plain room, like a monk's room. Then I saw some pictures on the wall. I had not seen them before. They were pictures of important men who had helped people. There was Thaddeus Kosciuszko, who fought for Poland. Marcos Botzaris, who was like a king for Greece. Daniel O'Connell, who helped Ireland. George Washington, who started America. Daniele Manin, an Italian hero. Abraham Lincoln, who was killed because he was against slavery. And John Brown, who was killed for helping black people. Victor Hugo drew a scary picture of him. What was the connection between these heroes and Captain Nemo? Could these pictures tell me his secret? Was he a fighter for people who were not free? Had he been in wars or big changes in this century? Was he a hero from the American Civil War, a sad but famous war? Suddenly, the clock struck 8. The sound stopped my thoughts. I felt like someone was looking at my thoughts. I quickly left the room. I saw the compass. We were still going north. The boat was going at a normal speed. It was about 60 feet deep. So, things were good for Ned Land's plan. I stayed in my room. I put on warm clothes, fishing boots, a hat made of otter fur, and a coat made of animal skin. I was ready. I was waiting. Only the sound of the boat's propeller broke the quiet. I listened. Would I hear voices that meant Ned Land's plan was found out? I felt very nervous. I tried to calm myself, but I could not. A few minutes before 9 o'clock, I put my ear to the captain's door. No sound. I left my room and went back to the main room. It was empty and dark. I opened the door to the library. It was still dark and empty. I went to my spot near the door to the central stairs. I waited for Ned Land's signal. Then the boat's propeller slowed down. Then it stopped completely. Why was the Nautilus stopping? I did not know if this would help or hurt Ned Land's plan. Only my heart beating fast broke the quiet. Suddenly, I felt a small shake. I realized the Nautilus had stopped on the ocean floor. I was more worried. Ned Land had not given me a signal. I wanted to find Ned Land and tell him to wait. I felt that things were not normal. Just then, the door to the main room opened. Captain Nemo came in. He saw me and said, "Ah, Professor, I was looking for you. Do you know about Spanish history?" Even if I knew it well, I was too worried to remember anything about history. Captain Nemo said, "Well? Did you hear my question? Do you know the history of Spain?" I said, "Very little." The captain said, "Even the smartest men still have much to learn." "Sit down," he added, "and I will tell you a strange story from history." The captain lay down on a couch. I sat down next to him without thinking, partly in the dark. He said, "Professor, listen carefully. This part of history is important for you. It will answer a question you have not been able to answer." I said, "I am listening, Captain." I did not know what he was talking about. I wondered if it was about our escape. Captain Nemo continued, "Professor, if you agree, we will go back to the year 1702. You know that King Louis XIV thought he could control Spain. So he made his grandson, the Duke of Anjou, King Philip V of Spain. This king had many enemies in other countries. 1 year before, Holland, Austria, and England made a deal in The Hague. They wanted to take the Spanish crown from King Philip V. They wanted to give it to a different archduke, whom they called King Charles III. Spain had to fight these allies, but Spain had almost no army or navy. But they had money, if their ships, full of gold and silver from America, could reach their ports. So, in late 1702, Spain was waiting for many rich ships. France sent a fleet of 23 ships with Admiral de Chateau-Renaud to protect them. This was because enemy ships were sailing in the Atlantic. These ships were supposed to go to Cadiz, but the admiral learned that the English fleet was there, so he decided to go to a French port. The Spanish leaders on the ships did not like this. They wanted to go to a Spanish port. If not Cadiz, then the Bay of Vigo. This bay was on Spain's northwest coast and was not blocked by enemy ships. Admiral de Chateau-Renaud listened to them, and the ships went into the Bay of Vigo. But this bay is open to the sea and hard to defend, so they needed to unload the gold and silver quickly before the enemy ships arrived. They would have had enough time, but then a problem with trade rules came up. "Do you understand what happened?" Captain Nemo asked me. I said, "Yes, completely clear." I still did not know why he was telling me this history. Then I will continue. Here is what happened. The traders in Cadiz had a rule that they would get all goods from the West Indies, but if the gold from these ships was unloaded in Vigo, it would break their rule. So they complained to Madrid. And they got an order from King Philip V. The ships would stay in Vigo without unloading until the enemy ships left. But just as this decision was made, English ships arrived in the Bay of Vigo on October 22, 1702. Admiral de Chateau-Renaud fought bravely, even though he had fewer ships. But when he saw that the enemy would take the gold, he burned and sank the ships. They went to the bottom with their huge treasures. Captain Nemo stopped. I still did not see how this history story was about me. I asked him, "Well?" "Well, Professor Aronnax," Captain Nemo answered, We are now in that Bay of Vigo, and you can now find its secrets." The captain stood up and asked me to follow him. I had time to think. I did. The main room was dark, but the sea waves shone through the clear windows. I looked. Around the Nautilus, for half a mile, the water looked like it had electric light. The sand at the bottom was clear and bright. Workers in diving suits were cleaning old barrels and broken boxes from old ships. Gold and silver, jewels and coins fell out of these boxes and barrels. The sand was covered with them. Then the men took these valuable things back to the Nautilus. They put them inside and went back to get more silver and gold. I understood. This was where the battle happened on October 22nd, 1702. Here, in this exact spot, those ships carrying treasure to the Spanish government had sunk. Here, when he needed it, Captain Nemo came to get millions of dollars to balance his Nautilus. America had given up its precious metals for him, and only for him. He was the only one who got these treasures from the Incas and other people conquered by Hernando Cortez. He asked me with a smile, "Did you know, Professor, that the sea had such wealth?" I said, "I know that people think there are 2 million tons of silver in seawater." "Yes, but it costs too much to get that silver. Here, I only have to pick up what other men lost. And not only in this Bay of Vigo, but in 1,000 other places where ships have sunk. I have these places marked on my map under the water. Do you understand now that I am rich with billions?" "I understand, Captain. But I should tell you that by taking from this Bay of Vigo, you are stopping another group from getting it." "What group?" "A company that the Spanish government hired to find these sunken ships. The people who put money into this company hoped for big profits. This sunken treasure is thought to be worth 500 million francs. "It was 500 million francs, Captain Nemo replied. "But no more." "Right," I said. "So, telling those investors would be a kind thing to do. But who knows if they would like it? Usually, people who gamble are more sad about losing their crazy hopes than losing their money. But I feel less sorry for them than for the thousands of poor people who would have gotten help from this money. But now, it will not help them." As soon as I said this, I felt that it might have hurt Captain Nemo. "No help," he replied, getting more excited. "Sir, why do you think this money is wasted when I am collecting it? Do you think I work to get this treasure for myself? Who says I do not use it for good? Do you think I do not know about the suffering people and oppressed groups on this earth? Poor people to help, victims to save? Do you not understand?" Captain Nemo stopped speaking. Maybe he was sorry he said too much. But I understood. Whatever made him want to live free under the sea, he was still a human being. He still felt for people who were suffering. He helped both groups of people who were treated badly and individuals. And now I knew where Captain Nemo had given those millions. It was when the Nautilus was in the waters where Crete was fighting against the Ottoman Empire. Chapter 9. A Lost Continent. The next morning, it was February 19th. I saw the Canadian man come into my room. I thought he would visit. He looked very sad. "Well?" he asked me. "Ned, we had bad luck yesterday." "Yes, that captain stopped us when we were going to get away from his boat." "Yes, Ned, he had to talk to his bankers." "His bankers?" "Yes, his money is safer in the ocean than in a bank." I told the Canadian what happened that night. I hoped he would change his mind and not leave the captain. But he only said he wished he had walked around the Vigo area by himself. "It's not over yet," he said. "My first try was not good, that's all. We will try again soon, even tonight if we need to." "Where is the Nautilus going?" I asked. "I don't know," Ned answered. "Okay, at noon we will know where we are." The Canadian went back to Conseil. When I was dressed, I went to the main room. The compass was not good. The Nautilus was going south-southwest. We were going away from Europe. I wanted to know our position on the map. Around 11:30, the ship went up to the top of the water. I quickly went on to the top of the ship. Ned Land was already there. I could not see land, only the big sea. I saw some boats far away. They were going to Cape Saint Roque to find good winds to go around the Cape of Good Hope. The sky was cloudy. A storm was coming. Ned was angry. He tried to see through the fog far away. He still hoped to see the land he wanted to find behind the fog. At noon, the sun came out for a short time. The chief officer used this chance to find our position. Then the sea became rough. We went back down, and the door closed again. 1 hour later, I looked at the map. The Nautilus was at 16 degrees 17 minutes west and 33 degrees 22 minutes north. This was about 150 leagues from the closest land. We could not even think about escaping. I will let you guess how angry the Canadian was when I told him this. For me, I was not sad. I felt like a big weight was gone. I could go back to my normal work calmly. Around 11 o'clock at night, Captain Nemo visited me. This was a surprise. He asked me kindly if I was tired from staying awake the night before. I said no. Then Professor Aronnax, I want to suggest a special trip. Please tell me, Captain. You have only seen the deep sea in the day with sunlight. Would you like to see it on a dark night? Yes, very much. I must tell you, this will be a tiring walk. We will need to walk for many hours and climb a mountain. The paths are not very good. Everything you say, Captain, makes me more curious. I am ready to go with you. Then come, Professor. We will put on our diving suits. We went to the changing room. I saw that my friends and the crew would not come with us. Captain Nemo did not even ask me to bring Ned or Conseil. We put on our suits quickly. Air tanks were on our backs, but the electric lights were not ready. I told the captain, "They will not help us," he said. I thought I did not hear him right, but I could not ask again because the captain's head was already inside his metal helmet. I finished putting on my suit. I felt a walking stick in my hand. A few minutes later, after the usual steps, we were on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, 300 meters down. It was almost midnight. The water was very dark, but Captain Nemo pointed to a red light far away. It was a big light about 2 miles from the Nautilus. I did not know what this fire was, what made it burn, or why it burned in the water, but it lit our way, even if it was not very clear. I soon got used to this strange darkness. I understood that the electric light was not needed. Captain Nemo and I walked side by side towards this bright light. The flat seafloor went up slowly. We took long steps with our walking sticks, but we walked slowly because our feet sank into a slimy mud with seaweed and flat stones. As we walked, I heard a sound above my head. It was like small drops falling. Sometimes this sound got louder and became a steady crackle. I soon knew why. It was heavy rain falling on the surface of the water. I worried I would get wet. Wet from water while in water. I smiled at this strange thought. But with these heavy diving suits, you do not feel the water. You just feel like you are in air that is a little thicker than air on land, that's all. After 30 minutes of walking, the seafloor became rocky. Jellyfish, tiny sea animals, and sea pen coral made it glow a little with their light. I saw piles of stones with many small sea animals and lots of seaweed. My feet often slipped on this slippery seaweed. Without my walking stick, I would have fallen many times. When I looked back, I could still see the Nautilus's white light, which was getting fainter far away. The piles of stones I saw were on the ocean floor in a clear but strange way. I saw very long marks going into the dark. I could not see their end. There were other strange things I did not understand. My heavy lead shoes seemed to crush bones that made a dry sound. What were these big, flat areas we were walking on? I wanted to ask the captain, but I still did not understand the hand signs he used to talk to his friends when they went underwater. The red light that guided us grew bigger and lit up the area. This fire under the water made me very confused. Was it electricity? Was I going to see something in nature that scientists on land did not know about? Or, I also thought, was this fire made by people? Had people made these flames? Would I meet more of Captain Nemo's friends here? Friends he was going to visit, who lived strange lives like his? Would I find a whole group of people here who were tired of the world's problems, who had found freedom in the deep ocean? All these wild ideas came to my mind. I was excited by all the wonders I saw. I would not have been surprised to find one of Captain Nemo's dream underwater cities here. Our path became brighter. The red light turned white. It came from a mountain peak about 800 feet high. But what I saw was just a reflection from the clear water. The fire that made this light was on the other side of the mountain. Captain Nemo walked through the rocky paths on this Atlantic seafloor without stopping. He knew this dark path. He had walked it many times and could not get lost. I followed him with strong trust. He seemed like a spirit of the sea. As he walked in front of me, I was amazed by his tall shape, which stood out in black against the bright light far away. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. We reached the bottom of the mountain. But to climb it, we had to go on hard paths through many trees. Yes, a group of dead trees. Trees without leaves, without sap. The water had turned them into stone. Here and there were huge pine trees. It was like a coal mine still standing, its roots holding broken ground. Its branches were clear against the water above, like thin, black paper cutouts. Imagine a forest on the side of a mountain, like in the Hartz Mountains, but underwater. The paths were full of seaweed, and many small sea animals were moving among them. I went on, climbing rocks, stepping over fallen trees, breaking sea plants that moved from one tree to another, making the fish move from branch to branch. I was excited and did not feel tired. I followed a guide who never got tired. What a sight! How can I tell you about it? How can I show you these woods and rocks in this water? Their lower parts were dark, and their upper parts were red from the light, which was stronger because of the water reflecting it. We climbed rocks that broke behind us, falling in big pieces with the sound of a falling mass of snow and ice. To our right and left, there were dark paths where I could not see the end. Big open spaces appeared, looking like someone had cleared them. Sometimes I wondered if people living in these underwater places would suddenly appear. But Captain Nemo kept climbing. I did not want to fall behind. I followed him bravely. My walking stick helped me a lot. One wrong step would have been bad on the narrow paths on the sides of these deep cracks. But I walked with strong steps and did not feel dizzy. Sometimes I jumped over a deep crack that would have made me afraid if I was on land. Sometimes I walked on a shaky tree trunk over a deep hole, not looking down. I only looked at the wild beauty of this place. Here, big rocks seemed to stand against the rules of balance. From between their stony parts, trees grew like strong water jets, holding up other trees. Then, tall natural towers with wide, sharp tops leaned at angles that would not be possible on land. I also felt the difference that the water's strong thickness made. Even with my heavy clothes, metal headpiece, and metal shoes, I climbed the steepest slopes with the speed, I promise you, of a mountain goat. I know that what I am telling you about this trip underwater sounds hard to believe. I am telling about things that seem impossible but are truly real. This was not a dream. This is what I saw and felt. 2 hours after leaving the Nautilus, we were above the line where trees grew. The mountain peak was 100 feet above us. It was a dark shape against the bright light from its far side. Stony bushes moved here and there in zigzags. Fish moved together at our feet like birds in tall grass. The rocks had deep cracks, deep caves, and holes where I heard scary things moving. My blood would freeze when I saw a huge antenna block my way, or a terrible claw close in the dark of a hole. 1,000 small lights shone in the darkness. They were the eyes of huge sea animals hiding in their homes. Giant lobsters stood up like men with spears and moved their claws with a metal sound. Huge crabs aimed their bodies like cannons, and ugly devilfish twisted their arms like bushes of moving snakes. What was this amazing world that I did not know yet? What kind of animals were these, with rocks as their second shell? Where did nature learn how they lived like plants? How many hundreds of years had they lived in the deep ocean? But I could not stay long. Captain Nemo knew these scary animals and did not mind them. We arrived at a flat area where more surprises waited for me. There were old buildings that showed people had made them, not nature. They were huge piles of stones, where you could see the unclear shapes of palaces and temples. Now, many small sea animals grew on them, and a thick layer of seaweed covered everything instead of ivy. But what part of the world could this be, this land swallowed by disasters? Who had put these rocks and stones like the old stone structures from long ago? Where was I? Where had Captain Nemo's ideas taken me? I wanted to ask him. I could not, so I stopped him. I took his arm, but he shook his head, pointed to the very top of the mountain, and seemed to tell me, "Come on, come with me, come higher." I followed him with my last bit of strength. In a few minutes, I reached the top, which was about 10 meters above the rocky area. I looked back down the side we had just climbed. The mountain was only 700 to 800 feet above the flat areas there, but on its other side, it was twice as high above the bottom of this part of the Atlantic. My eyes looked far away and saw a large area lit by bright flashes of light. This mountain was a volcano. 50 feet below its top, among falling stones and waste, a wide hole poured out hot rock that fell in fiery streams into the water. So, this volcano was a huge light that lit up the flat areas below all the way to the edge of what I could see. As I said, this underwater hole shot out hot rock, but not fire. Fire needs oxygen from the air and cannot spread underwater. But hot rock, which has its own heat, can become very hot, push away the water, and turn it into steam when they touch. Fast currents carried away all this gas, and hot rock flowed down the mountain, like a volcano pouring out onto a city. In fact, below my eyes was a town in ruins, broken, destroyed, fallen, its roofs broken, its temples down, its arches separated, its columns lying on the ground. In these ruins, you could still see the strong shapes of an old style of building. Farther away, the remains of a very long water pipe. Here, the built-up parts of an old city along with the smooth shapes of a famous Greek building. There, the remains of a dock, as if an old port had once held trading ships and warships on the shores of a lost ocean. Still farther away, long lines of falling walls, empty streets, a whole old city buried under the water, which Captain Nemo had brought back to life before my eyes. Where was I? Where was I? I had to know. I wanted to speak. I wanted to take off the metal globe covering my head. But Captain Nemo came and stopped me with a sign. Then he picked up a piece of white stone. He went to a black rock and wrote one word: Atlantis. A thought flashed in my mind. Atlantis, that old land mentioned by an old writer. Plato's Atlantis. The land that some thinkers said never existed. They said it was just a story, but other thinkers said it was real. I saw this land right before my eyes. It showed clearly that a disaster had happened to it. So this was the submerged land that was outside Europe, Asia, and Africa, beyond the Pillars of Hercules. It was the home of those strong Atlantean people against whom ancient Greece fought its first wars. The writer who wrote about the great deeds of those old times is Plato himself. His writings were inspired by an old poet. One day, this poet was talking with some old wise men in an old city in Egypt. This city was already 8,000 years old, as written on the holy walls of its temples. One of these old men told the story of another city that was 1,000 years older. This first city, Athens, was 9,000 years old. It had been attacked and partly destroyed by the Atlanteans. These Atlanteans, he said, lived on a huge land bigger than Africa and Asia together. It was between 12 and 40 degrees north. Their power even reached Egypt. They tried to rule Greece, but they had to stop because the Greek people fought strongly. Many hundreds of years passed. A disaster happened. Floods, earthquakes. Just one night and day were enough to destroy this Atlantis. Its highest parts, like some islands we know today, still stick out of the water. These were the old stories that Captain Nemo's writing brought to my mind. So, by a strange fate, I was walking on one of the mountains of that land. My hands were touching old ruins from thousands of years ago, from very old times. I was walking where early people had walked. My heavy shoes were crushing the bones of animals from old stories. Animals that used to hide in the shade of these trees now turned to stone. Oh, why did I have so little time? I would have gone down the steep sides of this mountain, crossed this whole huge land, which surely connects Africa with America, and visited its great old cities. Perhaps I would have seen the warlike city or the peaceful village, whose giant people lived for hundreds of years and were strong enough to lift big stones that still stood against the water. One day, perhaps, some volcanic event will bring these sunken ruins back to the surface of the water. Many underwater volcanoes have been seen in this part of the ocean. Many ships have felt strong shaking when passing over these rough depths. Some have heard deep sounds that meant elements were fighting far below. Others have pulled up volcanic ash thrown above the waves. All the way to the middle of the earth, this seafloor is still being built by forces from deep inside the earth. And in some very old time, built up by volcanic rock and layers of hot rock, who knows if the tops of these fire-spitting mountains might appear again above the Atlantic Ocean. As I thought this way, trying to remember every detail of this amazing place, Captain Nemo was leaning on an old stone covered with moss. He was still, as if turned to stone in a quiet dream. Was he thinking of those lost people, asking them about the secret of human life? Was this where this strange man came to feel new, thinking about old stories, living that old life again, he who did not want our modern life? I would have given anything to know his thoughts, to share them, to understand them. We stayed in this place for a whole hour, looking at its large flat areas in the glow of the hot rock, which sometimes became very bright. Hot parts inside made the mountain shake quickly. Sounds from deep below, clearly carried by the water, echoed grandly. Just then, the moon appeared for a moment through the water, casting some pale light over this submerged land. It was only a quick light, but its effect was amazing. The captain stood up and took one last look at these huge flat areas. Then his hand told me to follow him. We went down the mountain quickly. After the stone forest, I could see the Nautilus's light shining like a star. The captain walked straight towards it, and we were back on the ship just as the first light of morning made the surface of the ocean white, 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 white. Chapter 10. The Underwater Coal Fields. The next day, February 20th, I woke up late. I was very tired. I got up at 11 o'clock. I got dressed fast. I wanted to know where the Nautilus was going. The ship was going south. It was moving at 20 miles per hour. It was 100 meters deep in the water. Conseil came in. I told him about our trip at night. The windows were open. He could see the land under the water. The Nautilus was 10 meters above the land. It moved like a balloon in the air. We were in the room, like in a fast train. We saw strange rocks. We saw trees that looked like stone. They were still under the water. There were also rocks with sea plants on them. And there were strange rocks from old volcanoes. The electric lights showed this strange view. I told Conseil about the Atlanteans. They were people from an old story. I talked about their wars. I believed the story of Atlantis. But Conseil was not listening. He saw many fish. When he sees fish, he only thinks about them. So, I started to look at the fish too. The fish here were like the fish we saw before. There were very big rays. They were 5 meters long. They could jump out of the water. There were many kinds of sharks. One was a blue shark, 4.5 meters long. It had sharp teeth. It was almost clear in the water. There were also brown sharks and sharks with hard skin. There were sturgeons, like the ones in the Mediterranean Sea. There were long, thin fish, 1/2 meter long. They were yellow-brown with small gray fins. They had no teeth or tongue. They looked like snakes. Conseil saw some black marlin. They were 3 meters long. They had a sharp sword on their top jaw. There were also colorful weavers. They are dangerous to touch because of their back fins. There were also dolphin fish with blue stripes and gold edges. There were big, round fish that looked silver in the sun. And there were very long swordfish, 8 meters long. They swam in groups. They had yellow fins and 2-meter-long swords. They ate plants, not other fish. They listened to the female fish very well. While watching the fish, I also looked at the Atlantis land. Sometimes, the seafloor changed. The Nautilus had to slow down. It went into small spaces between hills. If it was hard to go forward, the ship went up. It went over the high parts. Then it went fast again, a few meters above the bottom. It was a nice way to travel. It was like flying an airship. But the Nautilus always went where the driver wanted. The land was mostly soft dirt with old wood. But it changed around 4 in the afternoon. It became more rocky. It had different kinds of stones. There were lava pieces and sulfur stones. I thought the land would become mountains. And I saw a high wall in the south. It looked like it blocked the way. It went above the water. It was a continent or an island. Maybe it was one of the Canary Islands or Cape Verde Islands. Our place was not on the map. I did not know where we were. But this wall seemed like the end of Atlantis. We had only traveled a small part of it. Night came, but I kept watching. I was alone. Conseil went to his room. The Nautilus went slower. It stayed above the muddy bottom. Sometimes it touched the bottom. Sometimes it went up to the water surface. Then I saw bright stars through the clear water. I saw 5 or 6 stars from the Orion group. I wanted to stay longer at the window. I wanted to see the sea and sky. But the windows closed. The Nautilus was at the big wall. I did not know how the ship would move. I went to my room. The Nautilus did not move. I went to sleep. I planned to wake up in a few hours, but it was 8 o'clock the next day when I went back to the main room. I looked at the depth meter. It showed that the Nautilus was on the water's surface. I heard steps outside, but the ship was not moving up and down. This meant there were no waves. I went to the door. It was open. But it was not bright outside. It was completely dark. Where were we? Was I wrong? Was it still night? No. No stars were shining. Night is never this dark. I did not know what to think. Then a voice said to me, "Is that you, Professor?" "Ah, Captain Nemo," I said. "Where are we?" "Under the ground, Professor." "Under the ground," I said loudly. "And the Nautilus is still floating?" "It always floats. But I don't understand." "Wait a little. Our light will come on. You will see." I went outside and waited. It was so dark I could not see Captain Nemo. But I looked up. I thought I saw a small light. It was like a little bit of daylight. Then the big light turned on. It was so bright that the small light disappeared. This bright light made my eyes hurt. I closed them for a moment. Then I looked around. The Nautilus was not moving. It was floating next to a wall, like a dock. The water around the ship was a lake. It was in a big circle. The circle was about 2 miles wide. It was 6 miles around. The water level was the same as the ocean outside. This meant the lake was connected to the sea. The high walls of the lake went up and in. They made a big, upside-down funnel shape. It was 500 or 600 meters high. At the very top, there was a round hole. That was where the faint light came from. It was daylight. I wanted to look at the cave more carefully. I wanted to see if it was made by nature or people. But first, I went to Captain Nemo. "Where are we?" I asked. "In the center of an old volcano," the captain said. "The sea came into it after the Earth moved. While you slept, Professor, the Nautilus came into this lake. It came through a natural path 10 meters under the ocean. This is our home. It is safe, easy, secret, and protected from wind. Show me a place on your land or islands that is as safe as this in a big storm." "Yes," I said. "You are very safe here, Captain Nemo. No one can find you in a volcano. But I see an opening at the top?" "Yes, that is the top of the volcano. It used to have hot rock and smoke. Now, it lets in the air we breathe." "But which volcano is this?" I asked. "It is one of the small islands in this sea. For other ships, it is just a rock. For us, it is a big cave. I found it by chance, and it was a good chance." "But could someone enter through the top of the volcano?" "No, just as I cannot leave through it. You can climb about 30 meters up the inside of this mountain, but then the walls hang over. You cannot climb them." "I see, Captain, that nature helps you always. You are safe on this lake. No one else can come here. But why do you need this safe place? The Nautilus does not need a harbor." "No, Professor, but it needs power to move. It needs special power packs for its power. It needs a special metal for the power packs. It needs coal to make the special metal, and it needs coal mines to get the coal. Here, the sea covers old forests. They sank under the water long ago. Now, they are like stone. They are coal. They give me endless coal." "So, Captain, your men work as miners here?" "Yes. These mines are under the water. They are like the coal mines in England. Here, my men wear special suits. They have tools. They dig this coal. I do not need a mine on land. When I burn this coal for the special metal, smoke comes from the volcano's top. It looks like the volcano is still working." "And will we see your men working?" "No, not this time. I want to continue our trip under the water, so I will just use the special metal I already have. We will stay here long enough to put it on the ship. That means one day. Then we will leave. So, Professor Aronnax, if you want to look at this cave and the lake, do it now." I thanked the captain. I went to find my 2 friends. They were still in their room. I asked them to come with me. I did not tell them where we were. They came onto the ship's top. Conseil was never surprised. He thought it was normal to sleep under the water and wake up under a mountain. But Ned Land only thought about finding a way out of the cave. After we ate breakfast around 10 o'clock, we went down to the land. "So, we are on land again," Conseil said. "I would not call this land," the Canadian said. "And we are not on it, but under it." A sandy beach was in front of us. It was 150 meters wide. It was between the lake and the mountain walls. We could walk around the lake on this sand. But the bottom of the walls had broken ground. There were piles of volcanic rocks. All these falling rocks were shiny. Our electric light made them sparkle. When we walked, the dust on the beach flew up like sparks. The ground went up away from the sand. We soon came to long, winding paths. They were steep. We could climb up slowly, but we had to be careful. There were loose rocks. Our feet slipped on the smooth, glassy rock. We could see that this big hole was from a volcano. I talked about it with my friends. "Can you imagine," I asked them, "what this hole was like when it had hot, melted rock? And the hot liquid went up to the top of the mountain? I can imagine it well, Conseil said. But will Master tell me why this big hot place stopped working? And how a hot oven became a calm lake? Most likely, Conseil, the earth moved. It made an opening under the ocean. That is the way the Nautilus came in. Then the ocean water rushed into the mountain. There was a big fight between fire and water. Water won. But many, many years have passed. This underwater volcano is now a peaceful cave. That's good, Ned Land said. I understand. But for us, I am sad that this opening was not above the sea. But Ned, my friend, Conseil answered, if it were not under the water, the Nautilus could not come in. And I would add, Mr. Land, I said, that the water would not have rushed into the mountain, and the volcano would still be a volcano. So, you have nothing to be sad about. We kept climbing. The paths became steeper and smaller. Sometimes there were deep holes we had to go over. There were rocks hanging over us. We had to go around them. We slid on our knees. We crawled on our stomachs. But the Canadian was strong. Conseil was good at moving. We got over every problem. At about 30 meters high, the ground changed. But it did not get easier. The loose rocks and smooth rock changed to black volcanic rock. Here, it was in flat pieces with bumps. There, it was shaped like tall columns. They held up the big cave roof. It was a wonderful natural building. Then, in these black rocks, there were long, hard flows of melted rock. They had lines of black coal. And in some places, there were wide areas of yellow sulfur. The sunlight from the top of the volcano was stronger. It made a hazy light over all the old volcano stuff. This stuff was always buried in the old mountain. But when we were about 75 meters high, we could not go further. The walls of the cave went over our heads. We could not climb up. So, we walked in a circle. At this high part, plants started to grow. There were bushes and some trees. They grew from cracks in the walls. I saw some plants that had a burning liquid. There were also flowers that liked the sun. But no sunlight reached them. Their flowers hung down sadly. Their colors and smells were weak. Here and there, small flowers grew at the bottom of plants with long, sad leaves. But between the old melted rock, I saw small purple flowers. They still smelled good, and I liked smelling them. The smell is the soul of a flower. And those beautiful sea plants, sea flowers, have no souls. We came to some strong trees. Their roots were breaking the rocks. Then Ned Land said loudly, "Oh, sir, a beehive." "A beehive?" I said, surprised. "Yes, a beehive," the Canadian said again, "with bees buzzing." I went closer. I saw that he was right. At the opening of a hole in a tree, there were thousands of these smart insects. They are common on all the Canary Islands. Their honey is very good there. Of course, the Canadian wanted to get some honey. It would have been bad to say no. He mixed sulfur with some dry leaves. He lit them with a spark. He used the smoke to get the bees out. Slowly, the buzzing stopped. The opened beehive gave us several pounds of sweet honey. Ned Land put it in his bag. "When I mix this honey with our breadfruit dough," he told us, "I will make you a delicious cake. But of course," Conseil added, "it will be gingerbread." "I like gingerbread," I said, "but let's keep walking." At some turns in the path, we could see the whole lake. The ship's light showed the calm water. There were no waves. The Nautilus was perfectly still. On the ship and on the land, men were busy. They were dark shapes in the bright light. Then we went around the highest part of the rocky hills. They held up the roof. Then I saw that bees were not the only animals in this volcano. Here in the shadows, birds of prey flew around. They flew from nests on top of rocks. There were small hawks with white stomachs, and there were noisy birds called kestrels. Fast, fat birds called bustards ran over the hills. I will let the reader guess if the Canadian wanted to eat these tasty birds, and if he was sad, he had no gun. He tried to throw stones. After trying many times, he hit one of these beautiful bustards. It is true to say he almost died many times to catch this bird, but he did well. The bird went into his bag with the honeycombs. Then we had to go back down to the beach. The top of the hill was too hard to climb. Above us, the big hole of the volcano looked like a wide well. From where we were, the sky was easy to see. I watched clouds move fast. The west wind pushed them. Small pieces of mist went over the mountain top. This showed that the clouds were not too high. This volcano was not more than 550 meters above the ocean. Half an hour after the Canadians' last catch, we were back on the beach inside. There were many green plants on the ground. They were small plants that stay fresh. They are also called glasswort and sea fennel. Conseil picked some. As for animals, there were thousands of small sea creatures. There were lobsters, hermit crabs, small shrimp, and many kinds of crabs. There were also many seashells. In this place, there was a beautiful cave opening. My friends and I liked to lie on its fine sand. Fire had made the inside walls shiny. They had sparkling dust everywhere. Ned Land tapped the walls. He tried to see how thick they were. I smiled. Our talk then went to his plans to escape. I thought I could give him some hope. Captain Nemo had only gone south to get more of his special metal. So I hoped he would now go near the coasts of Europe and America. This would give the Canadian a better chance to escape. We stayed in this nice cave for an hour. Our talk was lively at first. Then it became quiet. We felt very sleepy. I saw no reason not to sleep. I fell into a deep sleep. I dreamed, you cannot choose your dreams, that I was a simple sea animal. It felt like this cave was my shell. Suddenly Conseil's voice woke me up. "Get up! Get up!" the good young man shouted. "What is it?" I asked, sitting up. "The water is coming up to us." I stood up. The sea was rushing into our cave like a fast river. We were not sea animals, so we had to leave. In a few seconds, we were safe on top of the cave. "What happened?" Conseil asked. "Something new?" "Not really, my friends," I said. "It was the tide, just the tide. It almost surprised us. The ocean outside is rising, and by a natural rule, the level of this lake is also rising. We just got a little wet. Let's go change clothes on the Nautilus." 45 minutes later, we had walked all the way around. We were back on the ship. The men had finished loading the special metal. The Nautilus could have left right away. But Captain Nemo gave no orders. Would he wait for night and leave secretly under the water? Maybe. Anyway, the next day, the Nautilus had left its home. It was sailing far from any land. It was a few meters under the waves of the Atlantic Ocean. Chapter 11. The Sargasso Sea. The Nautilus submarine did not change where it was going, so we could not go back to Europe yet. Captain Nemo kept going south. I was scared to think where he was taking us. That day, the Nautilus went through a strange part of the Atlantic Ocean. Everyone knows about the warm water current called the Gulf Stream. It starts near Florida and goes toward Spitsbergen. But before it gets to the Gulf of Mexico, it splits into two parts. One part goes to Ireland and Norway. The other part goes south near the Azores. Then it goes to Africa, around in a big circle, and back to the Caribbean Sea. This second part of the current goes around a calm, cool, still part of the ocean. This part is called the Sargasso Sea. It is like a lake in the middle of the Atlantic. The water in the big current takes at least 3 years to go around it. Some people think the Sargasso Sea covers the lost city of Atlantis. They say the plants in the sea came from Atlantis, but it is more likely that these plants came from the beaches of Europe and America. The Gulf Stream carried them to this area. This is why Christopher Columbus thought there was a new land. When his ships reached the Sargasso Sea, they had trouble moving because of the plants. The plants made them stop. They spent 3 weeks getting through this area. The Nautilus was in this area now. It was like a big field of plants. The plants were so thick that the submarine could not go through them easily. So Captain Nemo kept the Nautilus a few meters under the water. He did not want the plants to get stuck in the propeller. The name Sargasso comes from a Spanish word for a type of plant called gulfweed. This gulfweed is the main plant in this big area. Commander Maury, who wrote a book about the sea, said why these plants gather here. He said that if you put small things that float in a bowl and make the water go in a circle, the light things will go to the middle, where the water moves the least. The Atlantic Ocean is like that bowl for the Gulf Stream, and the Sargasso Sea is the middle of the circle. I agreed with Maury. I saw things floating in the brown plants from all over the world. There were tree trunks from the Rocky Mountains or the Andes. They came down the Amazon or Mississippi rivers. There were also parts of old ships. These parts were covered in shells and could not float up. Maury also thought that over time, these things would turn into stone and make new coal. This would be for when people use up all the coal on land. In the thick plants, I saw pretty pink star-shaped corals, sea anemones with long arms, and green, red, and blue jellyfish. I also saw big jellyfish that Cuvier wrote about. They had blue tops with purple edges. We stayed in the Sargasso Sea all day on February 22nd. Fish and crabs that like sea plants found a lot to eat there. The next day, the ocean looked normal again. For the next 19 days, from February 23rd to March 12th, the Nautilus stayed in the middle of the Atlantic. It went very fast, about 100 leagues every day. Captain Nemo wanted to finish his journey under the water. I thought he would go around Cape Horn and then go back to the Pacific Ocean. So, Ned Land was worried. In these big oceans with no islands, we could not escape. We could not stop Captain Nemo either. We had to agree with him. But I hoped that if we could not escape by force, we could talk to him. After the trip, maybe Captain Nemo would let us go if we promised not to tell anyone about him. We would keep our word, but I did not know how to ask him. He had said at the start that we had to stay on the Nautilus forever to keep his secret. Would he think that because I had been quiet for 4 months, I agreed to stay? If I asked again, would he be suspicious and ruin our chances to escape later? I thought about all these things and talked to Conseil, but he did not know what to do either. I was not easily discouraged, but I knew my chances of seeing other people again were getting smaller every day, especially with Captain Nemo going so fast towards the South Atlantic. Nothing special happened during those 19 days. I did not see the captain much. He was working. I often found books open in the library, especially books about nature. He had read my book about the deep ocean. He had written notes in the margins. Sometimes his notes did not agree with my ideas. But the captain was happy to just write notes. He rarely talked to me about them. Sometimes I heard sad music from the organ. He played it very well, but only at night when the Nautilus was sleeping in the quiet ocean. During this part of our trip, we stayed on top of the water for many days. The sea was almost empty. A few ships were going to the Cape of Good Hope. One day, some smaller boats from a whaling ship chased us. They probably thought we were a big, valuable whale. But Captain Nemo did not want them to waste their time, so he dove under the water. Ned Land seemed very interested in this. I am sure the Canadian was sad that the fishermen could not catch our metal whale. The fish that Conseil and I saw during this time were similar to the fish we had seen before. We saw many types of sharks. There were striped sharks, 5 meters long. Their heads were wide, and their tails were curved. They had 7 big black lines on their backs. Then there were purlon sharks, gray, with 7 openings for breathing. They had 1 fin on their back. in the middle of their body. Some big dogfish also swam by. These sharks are very hungry. People tell stories about them. One story says a dogfish had a buffalo head and a whole calf inside it. Another story says one had 2 tuna and a sailor. Another one had a soldier with a sword, and another one had a horse with its rider. I do not think these stories are true, but no dogfish ever got caught in the Nautilus's nets, so I cannot say how hungry they really are. Groups of pretty, playful dolphins swam next to us for days. They were in groups of 5 or 6. They hunted together like wolves. They are also very hungry, if I can believe a professor who said he found 13 porpoises and 15 seals in one dolphin's stomach. It was a killer whale, which is the biggest kind of dolphin. They can be more than 24 feet long. There are 10 kinds of dolphins. The dolphins I saw were like the kind with a very long, narrow nose. They were 3 meters long. Their bodies were black on top and pinkish-white underneath with small, scattered spots. From these seas, I also want to mention some unusual croakers. These are fish that some people say sing beautifully. They claim their singing together is better than human choirs. I do not say no, but sadly, these croakers did not sing for us. Finally, Conseil classified many flying fish. It was amazing to see how perfectly dolphins hunted these fish. No matter how far or how they flew, even over the Nautilus, the flying fish always found a dolphin waiting with its mouth open. These were either flying gurnards or sea robins that looked like kites. Their lips glowed in the dark. At night, they made fiery lines in the air before falling into the water like shooting stars. We continued our journey like this until March 13th. That day, the Nautilus did some deep-sea tests that I found very interesting. By then, we had traveled almost 13,000 leagues from where we started in the Pacific Ocean. We were at 45 degrees 37 minutes south and 37 degrees 53 minutes west. These were the same waters where Captain Nemo, on the Herald, used 14,000 meters of rope and did not find the bottom. Also, Lieutenant Parker, on the American ship Congress, could not reach the bottom at 15,149 meters. Captain Nemo decided to take the Nautilus to the deepest parts to check these measurements. I got ready to write down what happened. The windows in the living room opened, and they started to make the Nautilus go down to these very deep places. They did not try to dive by filling the tanks with water. Maybe it would not make the Nautilus heavy enough. Also, to come back up, they would have to pump out a lot of water. Our pumps might not be strong enough for the pressure. Captain Nemo decided to go to the ocean floor by going down slowly at an angle. He used the side fins, which were at a 45-degree angle. Then the propeller went as fast as it could. Its 4 blades moved the water very strongly. With this strong push, the Nautilus shook like a musical string. The ship went down into the water. In the living room, the captain and I watched the needle on the pressure gauge move quickly. Soon, we were below the area where most fish live. Some animals can only live on the surface of the sea or rivers, but a few can live very deep. I saw a type of shark called a cow shark that has 6 openings for breathing. I also saw telescope fish with very big eyes. I saw armored gurnards with gray fins near their chests and black fins on their sides. They had a protective plate made of light red bones. Finally, I saw the grenadier, which lives at a depth of 1,200 meters. At that depth, it can handle 120 times the normal air pressure. I asked Captain Nemo if he had seen any fish deeper than that. Fish? Rarely, he answered. But with what we know about the sea now, how can we be sure? What do we really know about these depths? Only this, Captain. As we go deeper into the ocean, we know that plants disappear faster than animals. We know that animals can still be found where plants do not grow anymore. We know that oysters and scallops live in 2,000 meters of water. Admiral McClintock, a hero in the polar seas, found a live starfish at 2,500 meters. The crew of the Royal Navy's Bulldog caught a starfish from 2,620 fathoms, which is more than 1 vertical league deep. Would you still say, Captain Nemo, that we know nothing? No, Professor, the captain replied. I would not be so rude. But I will ask you to explain how these creatures can live at such depths. I explain it with 2 reasons, I replied. First, because vertical currents, caused by differences in how salty and dense the water is, can make enough movement to support simple life like sea lilies and starfish. True, the captain said. Second, because oxygen is needed for life. We know that the amount of oxygen in salt water increases with depth, not decreases. The pressure in these deeper areas helps to make the oxygen more concentrated. Oh, we know that, do we? Captain Nemo replied, a little surprised. Well, Professor, we have good reason to know it because it is true. I can add that the air bladders of fish have more nitrogen than oxygen when they are caught near the surface, but they have more oxygen than nitrogen when they are caught from deeper areas. This proves your idea. But let us continue our observations. My eyes went back to the pressure gauge. It showed a depth of 6,000 meters. We had been going down for an hour. The Nautilus slid downwards on its angled fins, still sinking. These empty waters were wonderfully clear. You cannot imagine how clear they were. An hour later, we were at 13,000 meters. This is about 3¼ vertical leagues. We still could not see the ocean floor. However, at 14,000 meters, I saw dark peaks rising in the water. But these tops could have been mountains as tall or even taller than the Himalayas or Mont Blanc. We could not know how deep it really was. Even with the strong pressure, the Nautilus went even deeper. I could feel its metal plates shaking. The metal bars bent, the walls groaned. The windows in the living room seemed to bend inwards from the water's pressure. This strong machine would have broken if, as the captain said, it was not as strong as a solid block. As we went along these rocky slopes under the water, I still saw some seashells, tube worms, lively worms from the Spirorbis group, and some starfish. But soon, these last signs of animal life disappeared. 3 vertical leagues down, the Nautilus went below the limit of life under the water. It was like a hot air balloon going above the air we can breathe in the sky. We reached a depth of 16,000 meters, which is 4 vertical leagues. By then, the Nautilus's outside was handling a pressure of 1,600 atmospheres. This means 1,600 kilograms on every square centimeter of its surface. What an experience, I said, traveling in these deep areas where no man has ever been before. Look, Captain, look at these wonderful rocks, these empty caves, these last places on Earth where life is not possible. What an amazing sight. Why can we only remember it? Would you like, Captain Nemo asked me, to bring back more than just a memory? What do you mean? I mean that it would be very easy to take a picture of this underwater area. Before I could say how surprised I was, a camera was brought into the living room at Captain Nemo's request. The view under the water, lit by electricity, was perfectly clear through the open windows. There were no shadows or blurry parts because of our artificial light. Even the sun could not have been better. The Nautilus stayed still because its propeller was slowed by the angle of its fins. The camera was pointed at the ocean floor, and in a few seconds we had a perfect picture. I have a copy of the picture. In it, you can see these old rocks that have never seen daylight. This dark granite forms the strong base of our Earth. There are deep caves cut into the rock. The shapes are very clear. The far edges look black, like a painting by some Flemish artists. In the distance, there are mountains. A wonderfully wavy line makes up the back of this view. The general look of these smooth rocks is hard to describe. They are black, shiny, without any moss or marks. They are shaped strangely. They sit firmly on sand that sparkled under our electric lights. When he finished taking pictures, Captain Nemo told me, "Let us go up, Professor. We must not take too much risk and keep the Nautilus under these pressures for too long." "Let us go up," I replied. "Hold on tight." Before I could understand why the captain said this, I was thrown to the floor. Its fins were now straight up. Its propeller started spinning at the captain's signal. The Nautilus shot up with amazing speed, like a hot air balloon going into the sky. It shook as it went through the water. I could not see any details. In 4 minutes, it had gone up the 4 vertical leagues from the ocean surface. It came out of the water like a flying fish and then fell back into the sea, making the waves jump very high, very high, very high, very high. Chapter 12. Sperm whales and baleen whales. On March 13th, the Nautilus boat went south. I thought it would go west to the Pacific Ocean, but it went more south. Where was it going? To the South Pole? That seemed crazy. Ned Land, the Canadian, had not talked about escaping for some time. He was quiet and a bit angry. Being on the boat for so long was hard for him. When he saw the captain, his eyes showed anger. I worried he would do something bad. On March 14th, Ned and Conseil came to my room. Ned asked me a question. "How many people are on the Nautilus?" he asked. "I don't know," I said. Ned said, "It doesn't take many people to run this boat." "That's right," I said. "Maybe 10 people at most." "Then why are there more?" Ned asked. I looked at Ned. I knew what he was thinking. "Because," I said, "the Nautilus is not just a boat. It is a home for people like the captain, people who don't want to be part of the land anymore." Conseil said, "The Nautilus can only hold a certain number of people. Can't you guess how many?" "How, Conseil?" I asked. "By thinking about it," Conseil said. "You know how big the boat is and how much air it has. You also know how much air one person breathes. The Nautilus must go up to the surface every day to get air." I understood. "Yes," I said, "but these numbers are not exact." "No problem," Ned said. "Okay, here is how to guess," I said. One person breathes about 100 liters of air in an hour. So, in 24 hours, they breathe 2,400 liters. The Nautilus has 1,500,000 liters of air. If you divide that by 2,400, you get 625. So, the Nautilus has enough air for 625 people for one day. 625, Ned said. "But we are less than a tenth of that number," I said. "Still too many for 3 people, Conseil said. "So, Ned, we need to be patient," I said. "More than patient, we need to accept it," Conseil said. Conseil was right. "Captain Nemo cannot go south forever," Conseil said. "He will stop and go back to where people live. Then Ned can try his plan." Ned shook his head and walked away. Conseil told me, "Ned is sad because he cannot have what he wants. He misses his old life. He is thinking about the past and it hurts him. We must understand him. He has nothing to do here. He is not like you, a scientist. He doesn't like the sea as we do. He would risk anything to go to a pub in his country." Life on the boat was boring for Ned. He was used to being free and busy, but something happened that day that made him happy. He used to hunt whales. Around 11 in the morning, the Nautilus was on top of the water. We saw many whales. I was not surprised. People hunted these whales a lot, so they went to the cold parts of the ocean. Whales are important in sea history. They made people like the Basques, Spanish, English, and Dutch go across the ocean. Whales live in the very North and very South Seas. Some old stories say whales led fishermen close to the North Pole. This is not true, but people may go there by hunting whales. We sat on the top of the boat. The sea was calm. It was like autumn. Ned saw a whale far away to the east. He was always good at seeing them. We could see its black back go up and down in the water. It was 5 miles from the Nautilus. "Wow," Ned said. "If I was on a whale ship, this would be fun. That's a big animal. Look at the water and steam coming from its head. Why am I stuck here?" "Ned," I said, "you still want to hunt?" "How can a whale hunter forget his job?" he asked. "Who can get tired of such exciting hunting?" "Have you hunted in these seas before, Ned?" I asked. "Never, sir. Only in the north, near the Bering Strait and Davis Strait." "So you don't know the southern right whale. You have hunted the bowhead whale. It does not go to warm waters." "Oh, Professor, what are you telling me?" Ned asked. He did not believe me. "I am telling you facts. In 65, 2.5 years ago, I saw a whale near Greenland," Ned said. "It had a harpoon from a ship in the Bering Sea. How could this whale be killed in the east if it was heard in the west? It must have gone around the world." "I agree with Ned," Conseil said. "I want to hear your answer." "I will say, friends, that whales of different types stay in certain seas," I replied. "If a whale went from the Bering Strait to the Davis Strait, it is because there is a path between the seas, along Canada or Siberia." "Do you believe that?" Ned asked me with a wink. "If the master says so," Conseil replied. "So," Ned said, "since I have not hunted in these waters, I don't know these whales?" "That's what I said, Ned." "All the more reason to learn about them," Conseil said. "Look, look!" Ned shouted. He was excited. "It's coming closer. It's coming to us. It knows I can't do anything to it." Ned stomped his foot. He held his hands like he had a harpoon. They shook. "Are these whales as big as the ones in the north?" he asked. "Almost, Ned." "I have seen big whales, sir, 100 feet long. I heard some whales near the Aleutian Islands are over 150 feet. "That sounds too big," I said. "Those are fin whales. Like sperm whales, they are usually smaller than the bowhead whale." "Oh," Ned said. His eyes were still on the ocean. "It's coming closer. It's near the Nautilus." Then he said, "You talk about sperm whales as if they are small, but there are stories of very big sperm whales. They are smart. Some cover themselves with plants. People think they are small islands. They build camps on them and make fires." "Build houses," Conseil said. "Yes, funny man," Ned said. "Then one day the whale dives and takes everyone down into the water." "Like in the stories of Sinbad the Sailor," I laughed. "Oh, Mr. Land, you like strange stories. I hope you don't believe them." "Mr. Naturalist," Ned said seriously, "when it comes to whales, you can believe anything. Look at that one move. Look at it leaving. People say these animals can go around the world in 15 days. I do not say no. But what you don't know, Professor Aronnax, is that in the beginning, whales went even faster." "Oh, really, Ned?" "Why? Because in those days their tails moved sideways like fish tails. They hit the water from left to right, but they swam too fast. So our Creator twisted their tails. Now they hit the water up and down, and they are slower." "Fine, Ned," I said. "Do you believe that?" "Not too much," Ned said. "And no more than if I told you there are whales 300 feet long and weighing 1 million pounds. "That is very big," I said. "But you must agree that some whales do get very big. They can give 120 tons of oil." "I have seen that," Ned said. "I believe it, Ned. Just like I believe some whales are as big as 100 elephants. Imagine such a big thing moving fast." "Is it true," Conseil asked, "that they can sink ships?" "Ships? I don't think so," I said. "But in 1820, in these southern seas, a whale hit a ship called the Essex. It pushed it back very fast. The back of the ship filled with water, and the Essex sank quickly." Ned looked at me with a playful look. "I once got hit by a whale's tail in my small boat," he said. My friends and I were thrown up 6 meters, but my whale was small compared to your professor's whale. Do these animals live a long time? Conseil asked. 1,000 years, Ned said at once. How do you know that, Ned? I asked. Because people say so. And why do people say so? Because people know so. No, Ned. People don't know. They guess. Here is why they think so. When fishermen first hunted whales 400 years ago, these animals were bigger than today. So people think today's whales are smaller because they haven't grown fully. That's why a book says whales can live for 1,000 years. Do you understand? Ned did not understand. He was not even listening. The whale was coming closer. His eyes watched it. Oh, he said. It's not just one whale, it's 10, 20, a whole group. And I can't do anything. I am tied. But Ned, Conseil said, why not ask Captain Nemo if you can hunt? Before Conseil could finish, Ned ran to find the captain. A few moments later, they both came back. Captain Nemo looked at the whales playing in the water, a mile from the Nautilus. They are southern right whales, he said. They are worth a lot of money for whale hunters. Sir, Ned asked, can I hunt them so I don't forget how to harpoon? Hunt them? Why? Captain Nemo said. Just to kill them? We don't need whale oil on this ship. But sir, Ned said, in the Red Sea, you let us hunt a dugong. That was for meat for my crew. Here, it would be killing just to kill. I know people do this, but I do not allow such killing. When people like you, Mr. Land, kill good, harmless animals like the southern right whale, they do wrong. They have already killed many whales in Baffin Bay. They will kill all of these useful animals. So leave these poor whales alone. They have enough enemies like sperm whales, swordfish, and sawfish. You should not bother them. I will let the reader imagine Ned's face during this talk about hunting. Talking like this to a hunter was useless. Ned looked at Captain Nemo and did not understand him. But the captain was right. Because of bad hunters, the last whale will disappear one day. Ned whistled a song, put his hands in his pockets, and turned his back to us. Captain Nemo looked at the whales and then talked to me. I was right to say whales have enough enemies without people, he said. These whales will soon fight strong enemies. 8 miles away, Professor Aronnax, do you see those dark spots moving? Yes, Captain, I said. Those are sperm whales. They are terrible animals. I have seen groups of 200 or 300. They are cruel and bad, and they should be killed. Ned quickly turned around. Well, Captain, I said, for the good of the whales, there is still time. There is no need to take risks, Professor. The Nautilus can scatter these sperm whales. It has a steel point like Mr. Land's harpoon, I think. Ned did not even shrug. Attacking whales with a boat's point. That sounded crazy. Wait and see, Professor Aronnax, Captain Nemo said. We will show you a kind of hunting you don't know. We will not be kind to these fierce whales. They are only mouth and teeth. Mouth and teeth. This is a good way to describe the sperm whale. Its head is very big, about 1/3 of its body. It has 25 big teeth, 20 centimeters high, that weigh 2 pounds each. In its big head, there are 300 to 400 kilograms of valuable oil called spermaceti. The sperm whale is an awkward animal. It is like a tadpole, not a fish. It is not built well on its left side. It can only see well with its right eye. The large group of sperm whales came closer. They had seen the other whales and were going to attack. We knew the sperm whales would win. They were better for fighting and could stay underwater longer. We had to help the whales. The Nautilus went under the water. Conseil, Ned, and I sat by the windows. Captain Nemo went to the driver's side to use the boat to fight. Soon, I felt the propeller go faster, and we moved quickly. The fight between the sperm whales and the other whales had already started when the Nautilus arrived. It moved to cut into the group of sperm whales. At first, The sperm whales did not care about this new monster in the fight. But soon they had to move away from its hits. What a fight! Ned got excited and even clapped. The Nautilus was like a scary harpoon in the captain's hands. He drove it into the whales, cutting them in half. The ship did not feel the strong hits of their tails. It also did not feel the hits it made. When one sperm whale was killed, it went to another. It turned to hit its prey, moved forward or backward, went down when the whale went deep, came up with it when it came to the surface, hit it from the front or side, cut it, and from all sides and at any speed, it pierced it with its terrible point. So much blood, so much noise on the water. The frightened animals made sharp hisses and snorts. Their tails made the calm water wild. This big fight lasted for an hour. The sperm whales could not get away. Many times, 10 or 12 of them tried to crush the Nautilus with their size. Through the windows, we could see their huge mouths with teeth and their scary eyes. Ned lost control and shouted at them. We felt them hold onto the boat like dogs on a wild pig. But the Nautilus moved its propeller faster, carried them away, pulled them under, or brought them to the top of the water. It was not bothered by their big weight or their strong grip. Finally, the group of sperm whales got smaller. The waves became calm again. I felt us go up to the top of the ocean. The hatch opened and we went onto the platform. The sea was full of dead bodies. A big explosion could not have done more damage. We were floating among huge bodies, blue on top, white on the bottom, and all twisted. A few scared sperm whales were leaving. The water was red for many miles. The Nautilus was in the middle of a sea of blood. Captain Nemo came to us. "Well, Mr. Land?" he said. "Well, sir," Ned said. He was not excited anymore. "It is a terrible sight, but I am a hunter, not a butcher. This is just killing." "It was killing bad animals," the captain said, "and the Nautilus is not a butcher's knife." "I like my harpoon," Ned said. "To each his own," the captain said, looking at Ned. I was afraid Ned would get very angry. That could be bad. But his anger went away when he saw a whale that the Nautilus had pulled next to. This whale could not escape the sperm whale's teeth. I knew it was a southern right whale. Its head was flat, and its body was dark. It was different from other whales because its neck bones were joined together, and it had 2 more ribs. It was floating on its side, its stomach full of bites. The poor whale was dead. A small baby whale was still hanging from its cut fin. It could not save its baby. Water flowed through its mouth, making a sound like waves. Captain Nemo moved the Nautilus next to the dead whale. 2 of his men climbed onto the whale. To my surprise, I saw them take milk from its body. It was enough to fill 2 or 3 barrels. The captain offered me a cup of this warm milk. I did not want to drink it. He said it was good, just like cow's milk. I tasted it and agreed. This milk was a good food supply for us. We could make butter or cheese from it, which would be a nice change from our usual food. From that day, I saw that Ned Land did not like Captain Nemo more and more. I decided to watch Ned's actions closely. Chapter 13. The Ice Bank. The Nautilus ship moved south. It went fast. Would it go to the very bottom of the world? I did not think so. No one had ever been there. Also, it was already late in the season. March 13th in the south is like September 13th in the north. That is when the days and nights are the same length. On March 14th, I saw ice floating in the water. These were big pieces, about 20 to 25 feet long. They made waves. The Nautilus stayed on top of the water. Ned Land knew about ice from fishing in the north. Conseil and I had never seen it before. In the sky to the south, there was a bright white light. Sailors call this ice blink. Even if there are many clouds, you can still see it. It means there is a lot of ice nearby. Soon, Bigger pieces of ice came into view. They looked different colors because of the mist. Some had green lines, like copper. Others looked like purple stones, and light shined through them. Some were white and could be used to build a whole town. As we went farther south, there was more and more ice. Many birds lived on the ice. They were petrels, Cape pigeons, and puffins. Their calls were very loud. Some birds thought the Nautilus was a dead whale. They landed on it and pecked at the metal. Captain Nemo often stood on the ship's top when we were in the ice. He watched the water carefully. I saw his eyes get excited sometimes. Was he happy in these places where people usually do not go? Maybe. But he did not say. He stood still. He only moved when he needed to guide the ship. He was very good at moving the Nautilus around the big ice. Some ice was many miles long and 70 to 80 meters high. Sometimes it looked like we could not go any farther. At one point, all paths were gone. Captain Nemo looked carefully and found a small opening. He went through it, knowing it would close behind him. Captain Nemo was very skilled. The Nautilus went past all the ice. Conseil liked how the ice was named. There were icebergs, which are like mountains. Ice fields were flat and very big. Drift ice were pieces that floated. Packs were broken ice. If they were round, they were patches. If they were long, they were streams. It was cold. The air temperature was about -2 or -3 degrees Celsius, but we had warm clothes made from animal fur. The Nautilus was warm inside because of its electric power. If it got too cold, the ship could go a few meters under the water to find a warmer spot. 2 months before, it would have been sunny all the time here. But now, it was dark for 3 or 4 hours. Soon, it would be dark for 6 months. On March 15th, we passed some islands. The captain told me that many seals used to live there, but hunters from England and America killed them all, even baby seals and pregnant mothers. Now, it was quiet and empty. On March 16th, around 8 in the morning, the Nautilus crossed an important line called the Antarctic Circle. We were completely surrounded by ice, but Captain Nemo kept going south, finding ways through the ice. "Where is he going?" I asked. "Straight ahead," Conseil said. "When he cannot go farther, he will stop." "I do not think so," I said. I liked this trip. I was very amazed by the beautiful things I saw. The ice looked wonderful. Sometimes it looked like a city from a story, with tall towers. Other times, it looked like a ruined city after a big earthquake. The sun made the ice look different colors. Sometimes, mist and snowstorms made it hard to see. Then, the ice would break, and big pieces would fall over. The view changed like pictures in a book. If the Nautilus was under the water when the ice moved, we heard loud noises. The falling ice made strong water currents. The Nautilus moved up and down, like a boat in a storm. Often I thought we were stuck, but Captain Nemo always found a way out. He was good at seeing small blue lines in the ice. I was sure he had been in these icy seas before. On March 16th, the ice completely blocked our way. It was not the big ice bank yet. It was just large fields of ice, frozen together. But this did not stop Captain Nemo. He drove the ship into the ice very hard. The Nautilus broke the ice like a knife, and we heard loud cracks. It was like a very strong tool breaking things. Ice flew into the air like rain. The ship made a path by force. Sometimes the ship went on top of the ice and crushed it. Other times, it went under the ice and broke it by moving up and down. Strong winds hit us during the day. We could not see much because of the thick mist. The wind changed direction quickly. The snow was so thick that we had to use tools to break it away. Even at -5 degrees Celsius, the outside of the Nautilus was covered in ice. A normal ship could not work here. Only a ship like the Nautilus, with no sails and an electric engine, could go to these cold places. The weather measuring tool usually showed low numbers. It went down to 73.5 centimeters. Our compasses did not work well. The needles moved in different ways because we were near the South Magnetic Pole. This is not the same as the true South Pole. Scientists say the magnetic pole is near 70 degrees latitude and 130 degrees longitude. So we had to use many compasses in different parts of the ship and take an average to know where we were going. Often, we just guessed our way. This was not a good way to travel through winding paths that kept changing. Finally, on March 18th, after trying many times, the Nautilus stopped. It was not just a stream or a field of ice anymore. It was a very big, unmoving wall made of ice mountains joined together. "The Ice Bank," Ned Land told me. I knew that this was a huge problem for Ned Land and all sailors before us. When the sun came out for a short time around noon, Captain Nemo looked at it to find our exact spot. We were at 51 degrees 30 minutes longitude and 67 degrees 39 minutes south latitude. This was very far south. There was no open water to see. In front of the Nautilus, there were big, broken ice plains. It was like a river that was just about to melt, but much, much bigger. Here and there, sharp points of ice went up 200 feet high. Farther away, there were gray cliffs, like huge mirrors that showed the weak sunlight. Beyond that, it was very quiet, except for the sound of birds flying. Everything was frozen, even the sound. So, the Nautilus had to stop its journey in the ice. "Sir," Ned Land told me that day, "if your captain goes any farther?" "Yes?" "He will be like a god." "What do you mean, Ned?" "Because no one can get past the ice bank. Your captain is strong, but he is not stronger than nature. If nature says stop, you stop." "You are right, Ned Land, but I still want to know what is behind this ice bank. This wall makes me very curious." "Master is right," Conseil said. "Walls are made to stop smart people. All walls should be gone." "Good," Ned Land said. "But we already know what is behind this ice bank." "What?" I asked. "Ice, ice, and more ice." "You are sure of that, Ned," I said. "But I am not. That is why I want to see for myself." "Well, Professor," Ned Land replied, "forget that idea. You made it to the ice bank, which is far enough. But you will not go farther, not your Captain Nemo, not his Nautilus. We will go north again, back to where people are sensible." I had to agree that Ned Land was right. Until ships can go over ice, they have to stop at the ice bank. Indeed, the Nautilus could not move. It had tried very hard to break the ice. Usually, if you cannot go forward, you can go back. But here, we could not go back either. All the paths behind us had closed. If the ship stayed still even for a little while, it would freeze. This happened around 2 in the afternoon. New ice quickly formed on the sides of the ship. I had to admit that Captain Nemo had made a bad choice. I was on the top of the ship. Captain Nemo watched for a while and then said to me, "Well, Professor, what do you think?" "I think we are trapped, Captain." "Trapped? What do you mean?" "I mean we cannot go forward, backward, or sideways. I think that is what trapped means in the normal world." "So, Professor Aronnax, you think the Nautilus will not be able to get free?" "It will be very hard, Captain, because it is too late in the season for the ice to break up." "Oh, Professor," Captain Nemo said in a joking voice, "you never change. You only see problems. I promise you, the Nautilus will not only get free, it will go even farther." "Farther south?" I asked, looking at the captain with wide eyes. "Yes, sir. It will go to the pole." "To the pole?" I said, surprised. "Yes," the captain said calmly. "The South Pole, that unknown place where all lines on the map meet. As you know, I do what I want with my Nautilus." "Yes, I knew that. I knew this man was very brave, maybe too brave. But to get past all the problems around the South Pole, a place even harder to reach than the North Pole, which no one had gotten to yet. Was this not a crazy idea? Something only a madman would think of? Then I thought to ask Captain Nemo if he had already been to this pole, where no human had ever walked. "No, sir," he answered, "but we will find it together. Where others have failed, I will succeed. My Nautilus has never gone this far south, but I repeat, it will go even farther." "I want to believe you, Captain," I said, a little sarcastic. "Oh, I do believe you. Let's go. There are no problems for us. Let's break this ice bank. Let's blow it up. And if it still does not move, let's put wings on the Nautilus and fly over it." "Over it, Professor?" Captain Nemo said calmly. "No, not over it, but under it." "Under it," I said. Suddenly, I understood Captain Nemo's plan. I knew. His amazing Nautilus would do something amazing again. "I see we are starting to understand each other, Professor," Captain Nemo told me with a small smile. "You already see what is possible, I would say what will succeed, with this attempt. Things that a normal ship cannot do are easy for the Nautilus. If there is land at the pole, we will stop there. But if there is open sea, we will go right to that spot." "Right," I said, agreeing with the captain. "Even though the top of the sea is frozen, the water underneath is still liquid. This is because salt water is heaviest at a temperature slightly above freezing. And if I am not wrong, the part of this ice bank under the water is 4 times bigger than the part above the water." "Almost, Professor. For every foot of ice above the water, there are 3 more below. So, since these ice mountains are not more than 100 meters high, they go down only 300 meters deep. And what is 300 meters to the Nautilus? Nothing at all, sir. We could even go deeper and find that warm layer of water found in all oceans. There we would not feel the -30 or -40 degrees cold on the surface." "True, sir. Very true," I said, getting more excited. "Our only problem," Captain Nemo continued, "is staying under the water for many days without new air." "Is that all?" I answered. "The Nautilus has very big air tanks. We will fill them, and they will give us all the oxygen we need." "Good thinking, Professor Aronnax," the captain replied with a smile. "But I do not want to be called foolish, so I will tell you all my worries before we start." "Do you have more?" "Only one. If there is a sea at the South Pole, it might be completely frozen, so we could not come up to the surface." "My dear sir, have you forgotten that the Nautilus has a strong front part? Could it not be used to hit the ice at an angle and break it open?" "Ah, Professor, you are full of ideas today." "Besides, Captain," I added with even more excitement, "why would we not find open sea at the South Pole, just like at the North Pole? The coldest places and the true poles are not the same in the North or South. Until we know for sure, we can think that these 2 places on Earth have either land or open water." "I think like you, Professor Aronnax," Captain Nemo replied. "I will only say that after having many worries about my plan, you are now giving me many reasons to do it." Captain Nemo was right. I was being braver than him. I was telling him to go to the pole. I was leading the way. But no, I was being silly. Captain Nemo already knew everything about this. He thought it was funny to see me dreaming about impossible things. But he did not waste time. He made a sign, and his main officer came. The 2 men talked quickly in their language. The officer was either told before, or he thought the plan was possible, because he did not look surprised. But even though he was calm, he was not as calm as Conseil. When I told Conseil about going to the South Pole, he just said, "As master wishes." I had to be happy with that. As for Ned Land, he shrugged his shoulders higher than anyone I had ever seen. "Honestly, sir," he told me, "you and your Captain Nemo, I feel sorry for you both. But we will go to the pole, Mr. Land. Maybe, but you will not come back." And Ned Land went back to his room. "To stop myself from doing something crazy," he said as he left. Meanwhile, they started getting ready for this big try. The Nautilus's strong pumps put air into the tanks and kept it under high pressure. Around 4 o'clock, Captain Nemo told me that the doors on the top of the ship were going to close. I looked one last time at the thick ice bank we were going to go through. The weather was good, the sky was quite clear, and it was cold, -12 degrees Celsius. But after the wind stopped, this temperature did not feel too bad. About 10 men with tools climbed onto the sides of the Nautilus. They broke the ice around the bottom of the ship. The ship was soon free. This happened fast because the new ice was still thin. We all went inside. The main tanks were filled with water that had not frozen yet at our ship's waterline. The Nautilus went under the water right away. I sat in the main room with Conseil. We looked out the window at the water under the ice. The temperature reading went up. The pressure gauge needle moved. About 300 meters down, just as Captain Nemo said, we were moving under the wavy surface of the ice bank. But the Nautilus went even deeper. It reached 800 meters. At the surface, the water was -12 degrees Celsius, but now it was only -10 degrees. We had gained 2 degrees. The Nautilus's inside temperature was much warmer, of course. Everything was done very precisely. With all respect to Master, Conseil told me, we will get past it. I fully expect to, I said, feeling very sure. Now in open water, the Nautilus went straight to the pole. It did not move from the 50-second line on the map. From 67 degrees 30 minutes to 90 degrees, we had 22.5 degrees of latitude left to go. This was a little more than 500 leagues. The Nautilus went at a speed of 26 miles per hour, like a fast train. If it kept this speed, it would reach the pole in 40 hours. For part of the night, Conseil and I stayed at the window in the main room. The ship's lights shined into the sea. But there were no fish deep down. They did not stay in these trapped waters. This was just a path for them to go from the big ocean to the open sea at the pole. We were moving fast. You could feel it in the shaking of the long metal ship. Around 2 in the morning, I went to sleep for a few hours. Conseil did the same. I did not see Captain Nemo. I thought he was in the control room. The next day, March 19th, at 5 in the morning, I was back in the main room. The ship's log showed that the Nautilus had slowed down. It was going up slowly, carefully emptying its tanks. My heart was beating fast. Would we come up to the open air at the pole? Number A bump told me that the Nautilus had hit the bottom of the ice bank. It was still very thick, judging by the sound. We had hit bottom, like sailors say, but on the top, at a depth of 3,000 feet. That meant there were 4,000 feet of ice above us, with 1,000 feet above the water. So the ice bank was higher here than where we had entered. This was not good news. Several times that day, the Nautilus tried the same thing. Each time, it hit the ice above it. Sometimes the ship found ice at 900 meters deep. This meant the ice was 1,200 meters thick, with 300 meters above the water. This height had tripled since the Nautilus went under the water. I carefully wrote down these depths. This showed me the shape of the ice mountains under the sea. By evening, things were not better. The ice was still between 400 and 500 meters deep. It was getting thinner, but there was still a huge amount of ice between us and the surface. It was 8 o'clock. The air inside the Nautilus should have been replaced 4 hours earlier, as was done every day. But I did not feel bad, even though Captain Nemo had not yet used the extra oxygen in his tanks. That night, I did not sleep well. Hope and fear came and went. I got up many times. The Nautilus kept trying to find a way. Around 3 in the morning, I saw that we were hitting the bottom of the ice bank at only 50 meters deep, so only 150 feet separated us from the water's surface. Little by little, the ice bank was becoming an ice field again. The mountains were turning back into flat areas. I kept looking at the pressure gauge. We kept going up at an angle, moving along the shiny surface that sparkled under our lights. Above and below, the ice bank was getting thinner. Finally, at 6 in the morning on that important day, March 19th, the main room door opened. Captain Nemo came in. "Open sea," he told me. Chapter 14. The South Pole. We went on to a large ship. The sea was open. There were some ice pieces. There were many birds and fish. The water was blue and green. It was 3 degrees Celsius. It felt like spring. I asked the captain, "Are we at the South Pole?" He said, "I don't know. We will check at noon." I looked at the sky and said, "But can we see the sun through the fog?" The captain said, "A little sun is enough." There was a small island in the south. It was 10 miles from our ship. We went to it carefully. The sea had many rocks. In 1 hour, we were at the island. In 2 hours, we went all around it. It was about 4 to 5 miles around. A small water path was between it and a big land. We could not see the end of this land. A man named Maury thought there was a big land at the South Pole. He said there is a lot of ice in the sea there. Icebergs form near land, not in the open sea. So there must be a lot of land there. He thought the ice was 4,000 kilometers wide. Our ship stopped near some rocks. We got into a small boat. The captain, Conseil, me, and 2 helpers were in it. It was 10 in the morning. I did not see Ned Land. He did not like the South Pole. We went to the land in the small boat. I stopped Conseil. I told the captain, "You should be the first to step on this land." The captain said, "Yes, I will step on this land. No one has been here before." He jumped onto the sand. He was very happy. He climbed a rock. He stood there, quiet, with his arms crossed. He looked at the land. After 5 minutes, he told us, "You can come now." I got out. Conseil followed me. The 2 helpers stayed in the boat. The land was red and looked like broken bricks. There was a lot of ash and rocks from volcanoes. Some small holes let out a bad smell. This showed that there was still fire inside the earth. I climbed a high place. I did not see any volcanoes, but other people had seen volcanoes in this area before. There were not many plants on this land. Only some small plants on the black rocks. There were also very small plants in the water. There were many small sea animals on the beach. There were also many sea butterflies. Whales eat many of them. The water was full of these sea butterflies. In the water, there were also some small corals and starfish. But there were many birds in the air. Thousands of birds flew around and made loud noises. Other birds sat on the rocks. They were not afraid of us. These birds were good at swimming but not good at walking. I saw some white birds like pigeons. They had short beaks and red circles around their eyes. Conseil took some because they tasted good when cooked. There were also big birds with wide wings. Some ate seals. Some were small ducks with black and white bodies. Some birds were so oily that people used them as lamps. Conseil said, "If nature gave them wicks, they would be perfect lamps." Half a mile more, the ground had many holes where penguins made nests. The captain caught many of them. Their black meat was good to eat. They sounded like donkeys. They were the size of a goose. They did not run away when we came near them. The fog stayed. At 11 o'clock, the sun was still hidden. I was worried. We needed the sun to know our exact spot. I found Captain Nemo. He was looking at the sky. He seemed impatient, but he could not control the sun. Noon came, but we did not see the sun. The fog turned into snow. The captain said, "Until tomorrow." We went back to the ship. It was snowing. While we were gone, the ship's helpers caught many fish. The seas here have many fish that hide from storms. I saw some white fish with blue stripes. I also saw some 3-foot-long fish with silver skin. I ate some, but it did not have much taste. The snowstorm lasted until the next day. We could not go outside. From inside the ship, I heard the birds. The ship moved 10 miles more to the south. The next day, March 20th, the snow stopped. It was colder, -2 degrees Celsius. The fog was gone. I hoped we could see the sun today. The captain was not there yet. Only Conseil and I went to the land in the small boat. The land was still from volcanoes. There were rocks from volcanoes everywhere. But I did not see where the volcano was. Many birds were here, and also many big sea animals. They looked at us with soft eyes. They were seals. They did not run away from us. There were enough seals to feed many ships. Conseil said, "It's good that Ned Land didn't come." I asked, "Why, Conseil?" He said, "Because that hunter would kill all the animals here." I said, "Maybe not all, but he would want to hunt them. And Captain Nemo does not like killing harmless animals." Conseil said, "He is right." I said, "Yes, Conseil." "Have you finished naming these animals?" Conseil said, "Master knows I am not good at practical things. When Master tells me their names," I said, "they are seals and walruses." Conseil quickly said, "They belong to the Pinnipedia family, Carnivora order, Unguiculata group, Monodelphia subclass, Mammalia class, Vertebrata branch." I said, "Very good, Conseil. But there are different kinds of seals and walruses. We can look at them now." It was 8 in the morning. We had 4 hours before we could see the sun. I went to a big bay. There were so many sea animals on the shore and ice. They were seals. They were in groups of males and females. The fathers watched their families. The mothers fed their babies. The older young ones were nearby. When they moved, they jumped. In the water, they swam very well. When they rested on land, they looked very nice. Old stories said they were gods and mermaids. I told Conseil that these animals are smart. They have big brains. They can learn things. They can be good pets. I think they can even help fishermen. Most seals were sleeping. I saw different kinds of seals. Some were 3 meters long, white, with bulldog heads. They had 10 teeth. Some were sea elephants, which are very big seals, 10 meters long. They did not move when we came near. Conseil asked me, "Are these animals dangerous?" I said, "Only if you attack them. But when they protect their babies, they can be very fierce. They can break a boat." Conseil said, "They have the right to do that." I said, "Yes." 2 miles more, we stopped at a high point. We heard loud noises like many cows. Conseil said, "Are they bulls singing?" I said, "No, it's walruses." "Are they fighting?" "Either fighting or playing." "We must see this, Master." "Yes, we must, Conseil." We climbed the black rocks. The rocks were slippery. I fell many times. Conseil was more careful. He helped me up. He said, "If Master stands with his legs wider, he will not fall." When we reached the top, I saw a big white area with many walruses. They were playing. They were making happy sounds. Walruses look like seals, but their lower jaws do not have long teeth. Their upper teeth are 2 long tusks. They are about 80 centimeters long. These teeth are strong and do not turn yellow. People want these teeth. So, many walruses are killed. More than 4,000 walruses are killed each year. Hunters kill mothers and babies. I looked at these animals. They did not move. Their skin was rough and brown. Their fur was short. Some were 4 meters long. They were calmer than walruses in the north. They did not have guards. After seeing the walruses, I decided to go back. It was 11 o'clock. I wanted to be there when Captain Nemo checked our spot. But I did not think the sun would come out that day. Clouds were covering the sky. I went back to the ship. We took a path over the rocks. By 11:30, we were at the boat. The captain was already there. He was standing on a rock with his tools. He was looking at the north, where the sun moves in the sky. I stood near him and waited. Noon came. The sun did not appear again. This was bad luck. We still did not know our exact spot. If we could not do it tomorrow, we would have to give up. It was March 20th. Tomorrow, the 21st, was the day when day and night are equal. After tomorrow, the sun would go away for 6 months. The long polar night would begin. I told Captain Nemo my worries. He said, "You are right. If I cannot check the sun tomorrow, I cannot do it for 6 months. But since we are here on March 21st, it will be easy to know our spot if the sun appears." I asked, "Why easy, Captain?" He said, "Because when the sun moves in a wide circle, it is hard to measure its height. Our tools can make mistakes." "Then what can you do?" "I will only use my clock," Captain Nemo said. "Tomorrow at noon, March 21st, if the sun's circle is cut in half by the north horizon, that means I am at the South Pole." "Right," I said. "But it is not perfectly exact, because the day and night are not always exactly equal at noon." "Yes, but the mistake will be less than 100 meters. That is good enough. Until tomorrow, then." Captain Nemo went back to the ship. Conseil and I stayed until 5 o'clock. We looked at the beach and studied things. I found a very big bird's egg. It was cream-colored with marks on it. A collector would pay a lot for it. I gave it to Conseil. He carried it carefully back to the ship. I put the egg in a glass case. I ate dinner. I had some seal liver that tasted like pork. Then I went to bed. I hoped for the sun to shine. The next day, March 21st, I got up early at 5 in the morning. Captain Nemo was already on the ship's platform. He told me, "The weather is better. I have high hopes. After breakfast, we will go to land and find a good place to look." I went to find Ned Land. I wanted him to come with me. But he said no. I saw that he was in a bad mood. I was not sad that he said no. There were too many seals on the land. It was not good to bring such a hunter there. After breakfast, I went to land. The ship had moved a few more miles during the night. It was far from the land. The land had a sharp peak, 400 to 500 meters high. Captain Nemo, 2 helpers, and I were in the small boat. We had a clock, a spyglass, and a tool to measure air pressure. While we were going, I saw many big whales. They were only found in these southern seas. They were playing in the calm water. I saw that this part of the sea was a safe place for whales because people hunted them too much. I also saw long white strings of small sea animals and some big jellyfish. By 9 o'clock, we were on land. The sky was brighter. The clouds moved south. Fog rose from the cold water. Captain Nemo went toward the high peak. He wanted to use it to watch. It was hard to climb the sharp rocks. The air smelled of sulfur. The captain climbed very well, even though he was not used to walking on land. He climbed better than me. It took us 2 hours to reach the top. From there, we saw a big sea. The sky was clear blue. Below us were bright white areas. To the north, the sun looked like a fireball, already touching the edge of the sky. Water shot up from the sea like many flowers. Far away, the ship looked like a sleeping whale. Behind us, to the south and east, was a huge land of rocks and ice. We could not see its end. At the top, Captain Nemo measured the height of the peak. He needed this for his noon check. At 11:45, the sun looked like a golden ball. It sent its last light over this empty land and sea. Captain Nemo had a special spyglass. It helped him see the sun better. He watched the sun go down slowly. I held the clock. My heart was beating fast. If the bottom half of the sun disappeared when the clock said noon, we were at the pole. I shouted, "Noon!" Captain Nemo said in a serious voice. "The South Pole." He gave me the spyglass. The sun's circle was cut into 2 equal parts by the horizon. I looked at the last light on the peak. Shadows grew longer. Then Captain Nemo put his hand on my shoulder. He told me about all the people who had tried to reach the South Pole. He named many explorers and the places they reached. He said that on this day, March 21st, 1868, he, Captain Nemo, had reached the South Pole at 90 degrees. He said he claimed this part of the world, which was 1/6 of all the known lands. "In whose name, Captain?" I asked. "In my own name, sir." Captain Nemo then opened a black flag. It had a gold N on it. Then he looked at the sun, which was now touching the sea. He said, "Goodbye, sun. Go away, bright sun. Go under this open sea. Let 6 months of night cover my new lands." Chapter 15. Accident or Incident. On March 22nd, at 6 in the morning, the ship was ready to leave. It was cold and dark. The stars were bright. The Southern Cross, a special group of stars, was high in the sky. The temperature was -12 degrees Celsius. There was a cold wind. More and more ice was on the water. The sea was starting to freeze. Dark spots on the water showed that new ice was coming. This part of the ocean freezes in winter and cannot be used. Whales probably went under the ice to warmer waters. Seals and walruses stayed. They can make holes in the ice to breathe. When the birds fly north, these animals are the only ones left in this cold place. The ship, the Nautilus, filled with water and went down. It stopped at 1,000 feet deep. It moved north at 15 miles per hour. Soon it was under a lot of ice. The windows in the room were closed to be safe from the ice. I wrote in my notebook all day. I thought about the South Pole. We got there easily, like on a train. Now we were going back. Would there be more surprises? I thought so, because there are so many amazing things underwater. In 5.5 months, we had traveled 14,000 leagues. We saw many interesting or scary things: hunting, getting stuck in shallow water, a place with dead coral, finding pearls, a long tunnel, fires, money in the sea, an old city, and the South Pole. All these things were in my dreams that night. At 3 in the morning, I woke up because the ship hit something hard. I fell out of my bed. The Nautilus seemed to be stuck and leaning to one side. I walked to the main room. The lights were on. The furniture was on its side. The glass cases were still in place. The pictures on one side were against the wall, and on the other side, they were hanging. The Nautilus was on its right side and not moving. I heard people walking and talking, but Captain Nemo was not there. Ned Land and Conseil came in. "What happened?" I asked them. "I came to ask you that," Conseil said. "Oh no," Ned said. "I know, the Nautilus is stuck. It looks worse than when we were stuck before." "Are we at the top of the water?" I asked. "We don't know," Conseil said. "It's easy to check," I answered. I looked at the depth meter. It showed 360 meters deep. "What does this mean?" I said. "We need to talk to Captain Nemo," Conseil said. "But where is he?" Ned asked. "Follow me," I told them. We left the room. Nobody was in the library or the cruise area. I thought Captain Nemo was in the control room. We went back to the main room to wait. Ned complained a lot. I didn't say anything. After 20 minutes, Captain Nemo came in. He didn't seem to see us. He looked worried. He looked at the compass and the depth meter. Then he put his finger on a map of the southern seas. I didn't want to bother him. But when he looked at me, I used his own words from before. "An incident, Captain?" "No, sir," he said. "This time it's an accident." "Serious?" "Maybe." "Is there danger now?" "No." "The Nautilus is stuck?" "Yes." "And this accident happened?" "Because of nature, not because of us. We made no mistakes. But we cannot stop nature. You can break human rules, but not nature's rules. Captain Nemo was talking about big ideas at a strange time. His answer didn't help me. "May I know, sir," I asked him, "what caused this accident?" "A huge block of ice, a whole mountain, fell over," he said. "When ice gets soft from warm water or hits things, it can turn upside down. That's what happened. When it turned over, it hit the Nautilus underwater. It slid under our ship and lifted us up with great power. Now we are stuck on our side." "But can't we make the Nautilus float free by emptying the water tanks to get back balanced?" "That, sir, is happening now. You can hear the pumps. Look at the depth meter. It shows the Nautilus is rising, but the ice block is rising with us. Our position will not change until something stops the ice from moving up." The Nautilus was still leaning. It would straighten when the ice stopped. But what if we hit the top of the ice and got squeezed? I thought about what might happen. Captain Nemo kept looking at the depth meter. The Nautilus had risen about 150 feet, but it was still leaning. Suddenly, the ship moved a little. The Nautilus was straightening. Things in the room moved back to normal. The walls became straight. No one spoke. Our hearts beat fast. We saw and felt the ship fix itself. The floor became flat. 10 minutes passed. "Finally, we are upright," I said. "Yes," Captain Nemo said, going to the door. "But will we float away?" I asked him. "Of course," he said. "The water tanks are not empty yet. When they are, the Nautilus will go to the top of the sea." The captain left. Soon the Nautilus stopped moving up. It almost hit the top of the ice, but it stopped in time. It was floating in the middle of the water. "That was close," Conseil said. "Yes, we could have been crushed or stuck, and then no fresh air. Yes, that was close." "If it's really over," Ned Land mumbled. I didn't want to argue with Ned. Then the windows opened and light came in. We were floating. On both sides of the Nautilus, about 10 meters away, were bright walls of ice. There were also walls above and below us. Above us was the bottom of the big ice. Below us, the ice block that turned over had gotten stuck. The Nautilus was in a tunnel of ice, about 20 meters wide, filled with calm water. The ship could go forward or backward or go deeper, and then find a way out under the ice. The room lights were off, but it was bright. The ice walls reflected our light. The light on the ice was amazing. It looked like a place full of gems, like blue sapphires and green emeralds. There were also soft white colors and bright sparks like diamonds. Our light was much brighter, like a powerful lighthouse. "How beautiful," Conseil said. "Yes," I said. "It's wonderful. Isn't it, Ned?" "Oh yes," Ned Land said. "It's great. I don't want to say it, but it is. No one has seen this before. But this could cost us a lot. And honestly, I think we are seeing things God did not want humans to see." Ned was right. It was too beautiful. Suddenly Conseil shouted. "What is it?" I asked. "You must close your eyes. You must not look." Conseil put his hands over his eyes. "But what's wrong, my boy?" "I've been blinded." I looked at the window, but the light was too strong. I understood. The Nautilus had started moving very fast. All the calm light on the ice walls became bright lines. The diamond-like sparkles joined together. The Nautilus was moving through a bright, flashing light. Then the windows closed. We kept our hands over our eyes. The light was still in our eyes, like when you look at the sun. It took time for our eyes to feel normal again. Finally, we lowered our hands. "Oh my, I never would have believed it," Conseil said. "And I still don't believe it," Ned said. "When we go home, and we're tired of all these amazing natural things," Conseil added, "think how we'll look at the small land and human buildings. No, the normal world won't be good enough for us." Conseil, who usually showed no feelings, was very excited. But Ned tried to make us less excited. "The normal world," he said, shaking his head. Don't worry, Conseil, my friend. We are never going back to that world. It was 5 in the morning. Then the front of the Nautilus hit something. I knew it hit a block of ice. It must have been a mistake because the ice tunnel was blocked with ice. I thought Captain Nemo would go around the ice or follow the curves of the tunnel. Either way, we shouldn't have stopped. But the Nautilus started moving backward. We're going backward? Conseil said. Yes, I said. It seems the tunnel has no way out at this end. And so, I said, our plan is simple. We will go back the way we came and leave by the southern opening. That's all. I tried to sound more confident than I felt. The Nautilus went faster backward. This will cause a delay, Ned said. What are a few hours more or less, as long as we get out? Yes, Ned Land repeated, as long as we get out. I walked from the main room to the library. My friends stayed sitting. Soon I sat on a couch and picked up a book. I read it without thinking. A quarter of an hour later, Conseil came to me and said, "Is this book very interesting, sir?" "Very interesting," I said. "I believe it. You are reading your own book." "My own book?" Yes, I was holding my own book about the deep ocean. I hadn't even noticed. I closed the book and walked again. Ned and Conseil stood up to leave. "Stay here, my friends," I said, stopping them. "Let's stay together until we are out of this dead end." "As you wish," Conseil said. Hours passed. I often looked at the instruments. The depth meter showed the Nautilus was at 300 meters deep. The compass showed it was still going south. The speed meter showed it was going 20 miles per hour, which was very fast for such a small space. But Captain Nemo knew that now, every minute was like a century. At 8:25, there was another crash, this time at the back of the ship. I turned pale. My friends came to me. I held Conseil's hand. Our eyes asked each other questions, more clearly than if we had spoken. Just then, the captain came into the room. I went to him. "Is our way blocked to the south?" I asked him. "Yes, sir. When that iceberg turned over, it blocked every way out." "We're stuck?" "Yes." Chapter 16. Shortage of Air. The Nautilus was stuck in ice. There were frozen walls all around. We were trapped. Ned, a man from Canada, hit a table. Conseil, another man, was quiet. I looked at Captain Nemo. His face showed no feelings. He thought deeply. The Nautilus did not move. Captain Nemo then spoke. He said calmly, "Gentlemen, we can die in 2 ways here." He spoke like a teacher. "First, we can die if the ice crushes us. Second, we can die if we run out of air. We have food, so we will not die from hunger. So, let's think about being crushed or running out of air." I said, "Captain, we have a lot of air now. We are okay for air." Captain Nemo said, "Yes, but our air tanks will only last for 2 days. We have been under the water for 36 hours. The air in the Nautilus is already bad. In another 48 hours, we will have no air left." I said, "Then, Captain, let's get free in 48 hours. He said, "We will try to cut through one of the ice walls." I asked, "Which one?" He said, "We will find out by drilling. I will make the Nautilus sit on the bottom ice. Then my men will put on their special suits for diving. They will cut the thinnest ice wall." I asked, "Can we keep the windows in the living room open?" He said, "Yes, it is fine. We are not moving." Captain Nemo left. I heard sounds that told me water was going into the ship's tanks. The Nautilus slowly went down. It stopped on the ice at the bottom of the sea. It was 350 meters deep. This is where the bottom ice was. I told my friends, "We are in trouble, but I know you are brave and strong." Ned said, "Sir, I am ready to help. I will do anything for all of us." I said, "Good, Ned." I shook his hand. He added, "I am good with a pick tool. just like with a harpoon. If I can help the captain, he can use me. I said, "He will like your help. Come, Ned." I took Ned to the room where the men were putting on their diving suits. I told the captain about Ned's offer. The captain said yes quickly. Ned put on his diving suit. He was ready like the other workers. Each man carried a device on his back. It gave them fresh air from the air tanks. This used a lot of the Nautilus's air, but it was needed. The electric lights were not needed because the water was bright with our electric light. After Ned was ready, I went back to the living room. The windows were open. I stood with Conseil. I looked at the ice around the Nautilus. Soon we saw many men walk on the ice. Ned Land was one of them. He was easy to see because he was tall. Captain Nemo was with them. Before digging, the captain needed to drill to find the best place to dig. They drilled into the side walls. But after 15 meters, the walls were still too thick. It was not good to try the top. That ice was more than 400 meters thick. Captain Nemo then drilled into the bottom ice. There, the ice was 10 meters thick. This was how thick the ice was. We needed to cut a hole as big as the Nautilus. This meant taking out about 6,500 cubic meters of ice. This would make a hole for the ship to go down. Work started right away. The men worked hard. Instead of digging all around the Nautilus, Captain Nemo made a large hole in the ice, 8 meters from the side of our ship. Then, his men started digging in many places. Soon, their tools hit the ice hard. Big pieces of ice broke off. These pieces were lighter than water. They went up to the top of the hole. This made the top thicker and the bottom thinner. But this was good as long as the bottom got thinner. After 2 hours of hard work, Ned Land came back. He was tired. New workers took his place. Conseil and I also worked. The head officer of the Nautilus watched us. The water was very cold, but I quickly got warm while digging. I could move freely, even under a lot of water pressure. After 2 hours of work, I went back inside to eat and rest. I noticed a big difference between the clean air from the diving device and the air in the Nautilus. The air in the Nautilus had a lot of bad gas. The air had not been changed for 48 hours. It was hard to breathe. After 12 hours, we had only cut 1 meter of ice. This was about 600 cubic meters. If we kept working like this, it would take 5 nights and 4 days to finish. I told my friends, 5 nights and 4 days, and we only have air for 2 days. Ned said, "And when we get out of here, we will still be under the big ice. We won't be able to get fresh air." He was right. We did not know how long it would take to get out. Could we all die from not enough air before the Nautilus got to the top? Were we going to die in this ice tomb? It was a bad situation, but we faced it. Each of us wanted to do our best. That night, as I thought, we cut another meter of ice. But in the morning, when I was in my diving suit, I noticed something. The side walls were getting closer. The water far from where we were working was getting cold and hard. This was a new danger. What would happen to us? How could we stop the water from turning to ice and breaking the Nautilus? I did not tell my friends about this new danger. I did not want to make them lose hope. But when I got back on the ship, I told Captain Nemo about it. He said to me calmly, "I know. It is another danger, but I don't know how to stop it. Our only chance is to work faster than the water turns to ice. We must be faster. Be faster." I should have known he would say that. For many hours that day, I dug hard. The work kept me going. Also, working meant leaving the Nautilus. It meant breathing clean air from the tanks. It meant leaving the bad air inside. Near evening, we had dug another meter. When I came back on board, I could barely breathe. The air had too much bad gas. Oh, if only we had a way to clean the air. There was enough oxygen in the water. We could make it useful. But the bad gas from our breathing was everywhere. To remove it, we needed a special chemical, but we did not have it on the ship. That evening, Captain Nemo had to open the air tanks. He let some fresh air into the Nautilus. If he had not done this, we would not have woken up the next morning. The next day, March 26th, I went back to digging. I worked on the 5th meter. The ice walls and the ice below were getting thicker. It was clear they would meet before the Nautilus could get free. For a moment, I felt no hope. My pick almost fell from my hands. What was the point of digging if I was going to die crushed by this freezing water? It was a terrible thought. I felt like I was in the mouth of a monster that was closing. Captain Nemo was watching our work. He was also working. He came near me. I touched him and pointed to the ice walls. The right wall was less than 4 meters from the Nautilus. The captain understood. He signaled for me to follow him. We went back on board. I took off my diving suit. I went with him to the living room. He told me, "Professor Aronnax, we must do something big, or we will be stuck in this frozen water like in cement." I said, "Yes." "But what can we do?" He said, "Oh, if only my Nautilus was strong enough to not be crushed by the pressure." I asked, "What?" I did not understand him. He went on, "Don't you see that the water turning to ice could save us? Don't you see that when it freezes, it could break the ice around us, just like freezing water can break hard rocks? Don't you know that this power could save us, not kill us?" I said, "Yes, Captain, maybe. But no matter how strong the Nautilus is, it cannot stand such huge pressure. It would be flat like a piece of metal." He said, "I know, sir. So we cannot wait for nature to save us. We must do it ourselves. We must fight this freezing. We must stop it. The sidewalls are closing, and there is not much water in front or behind the Nautilus. The ice is growing fast all around us." I asked, "How long can we breathe on board with the air we have?" The captain looked at me. He said, "After tomorrow, the air tanks will be empty." I felt very scared. But why was I surprised? On March 22nd, the Nautilus went under the ice. It was now the 26th. We had used the ship's air for 5 days, and all the air left had to be saved for the workers. Even now, when I write this, I feel so scared. My lungs still feel like they need air. Captain Nemo stood still and quiet, thinking. An idea came to him, but he seemed to push it away. He told himself no. Finally, he said, "Boiling water," he whispered. "Boiling water?" I asked. "Yes, sir. We are in a small area. If the Nautilus's pumps poured hot boiling water into this space, wouldn't it make the water warmer and stop it from freezing?" I said strongly, "It is worth trying." "So let's try it, Professor." The temperature outside was -7 degrees Celsius. Captain Nemo took me to the kitchen. A large machine was there. It made drinking water from seawater by heating it. The machine was full of water. All the electric power from our batteries went into coils in the water. In a few minutes, the water was 100 degrees Celsius. It was sent to the pumps. New water took its place. The heat from our batteries was so strong that cold seawater became boiling hot when it went through the machine and to the pump. The hot water was sent into the cold water outside. After 3 hours, the outside temperature was -6 degrees Celsius. That was 1 degree warmer. 2 hours later, the temperature was only -4 degrees. I watched the work. I checked it many times. I told the captain, "It is working." He said, "I think so. We are safe from being crushed. Now we only need to worry about running out of air." That night, the water temperature went up to -1 degrees Celsius. The hot water could not make it any warmer, but salt water only freezes at -2 degrees. So, I was sure it would not turn to ice. By the next day, March 27th, 6 meters of ice had been removed. Only 4 meters were left. That meant 48 more hours of work. The air inside the Nautilus could not be changed. So, that day, it got worse and worse. I felt a heavy feeling. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, this bad feeling was very strong. I yawned a lot. My lungs wanted more air, but there was less and less of it. My mind was not clear. I lay down. I had no strength. I was almost unconscious. My good friend Conseil felt the same way. He was in pain, but he stayed by me. He held my hand. He kept telling me to be strong. I even heard him say, "Oh, if only I did not have to breathe, to leave more air for master." I cried when I heard him say this. Because it was so hard to breathe inside, we were so happy to put on our diving suits and work. Our picks hit the ice. Our arms got tired. Our hands hurt. But we did not care about being tired or hurt. We got air into our lungs. We could breathe. We could breathe. But no one worked longer than their time under the water. When their time was over, each man gave his air tank to a friend who was out of breath. Captain Nemo showed the way. He followed this rule first. When his time was over, he gave his equipment to another man. He went back into the bad air on board. He was always calm and did not complain. That day, we worked even harder. Only 2 meters of ice were left to remove. Only 2 meters separated us from the open sea. But the ship's air tanks were almost empty. The little air left had to be saved for the workers. There was no air for the Nautilus. When I went back on board, I felt like I was choking. What a night! I cannot describe it. The pain was too great. The next day, I could not breathe well. My head hurt. I felt dizzy, like I was drunk. My friends felt the same. Some of the men were almost dead. That day, the 6th day we were trapped, Captain Nemo decided that picks were too slow. He decided to crush the last layer of ice. He was still strong and calm. He used his mind to control his pain. He could still think, plan, and act. He gave orders. The ship was lifted from the ice. This was done by changing its weight in the water. When it was floating, the men pulled it. They moved it right above the big hole that was made for the ship. Then, the tanks filled with water. The boat went down. It fit into the hole. Just then, all the men came back on board. The outside door was closed. Now, the Nautilus was on ice only 1 meter thick. This ice had many holes from drilling. The valves of the water tanks were opened wide. 100 cubic meters of water rushed in. This made the Nautilus 100,000 kilograms heavier. We waited. We listened. We forgot our pain. We hoped again. This was our last chance to be saved. Even with my head buzzing, I soon heard sounds under the Nautilus. We moved. The ice made a strange sound, like paper tearing. The Nautilus started to go down. "We are going through," Conseil whispered to me. I could not answer him. I held his hand. I squeezed it hard. Suddenly, the Nautilus went down into the water fast, like a ball shot from a gun. It went down like there was no air. All our electric power went to the pumps. They quickly pushed water out of the tanks. After a few minutes, we stopped falling. The meter soon showed we were going up. The propeller went at full speed. It made the ship shake. We went north very fast. But how long would it take to get to the open sea under the ice? Another day? I would die first. I was lying on a couch in the library. I was suffocating. My face was purple. My lips were blue. I could not think well. I could not see or hear. I did not know what time it was. My muscles could not move. I don't know how many hours passed like this, but I knew I was dying. I knew I was going to die. Suddenly, I felt awake again. Some air went into my lungs. Had we gone to the top of the water? Had we passed the ice? No. Ned and Conseil, my 2 brave friends, were saving me. There was a little air left in one diving device. Instead of breathing it themselves, they saved it for me. While they were suffocating, they gave me air, drop by drop. I tried to push the device away. They held my hands. For a few moments, I could breathe very well. My eyes went to the clock. It was 11 in the morning. It had to be March 28th. The Nautilus was going very fast, 40 miles an hour. It was moving wildly in the water. Where was Captain Nemo? Was he dead? Had his friends died with him? Just then, the meter showed we were only 20 feet from the top. Only a thin layer of ice separated us from the open air. Could we break through it? Maybe. The Nautilus was going to try. I felt it tilt. Its back went down, and its front went up. Adding more water changed its balance. Then, pushed by its strong propeller, it hit the ice from below like a big hammer. It broke the ice little by little. It moved back. Then it hit the broken ice again at full speed. Finally, with a lot of force, it went through the ice. It went onto the frozen surface. It crushed the ice with its weight. The doors on top opened. Or maybe they were ripped off. Fresh air came into every part of the Nautilus. The Nautilus, the Nautilus, the Nautilus. Chapter 17. From Cape Horn to the Amazon, I do not know how I got onto the platform. Maybe the Canadian helped me. But I could breathe the sea air. My two friends were very happy from the fresh air. We could breathe as much as we wanted. Conseil said, "This is good air. Don't worry about breathing, master. There is enough for everyone." Ned Land did not speak. His mouth was wide open. He was breathing very deeply. The Canadian breathed like a big fire. We got strong again quickly. I looked around. We were alone on the platform. No one from the ship was there. Captain Nemo was not there either. The strange sailors on the Nautilus stayed inside. They did not come out for the fresh air. I thanked my two friends first. Ned and Conseil saved my life when we were dying. I could not thank them enough. Ned Land said, "No problem, Professor. We did nothing special. Your life is more important than ours. So we had to save you." I said, "No, Ned. My life is not more important. You are a kind and good man." The Canadian said, Okay. He was a little shy. I said, "And you, good Conseil, you suffered a lot." Conseil said, "Not too much, master. I needed air, but I would have been fine. When I saw you faint, I did not want to breathe. It took my breath away." Conseil stopped talking. He got a little confused. I said, "My friends, we are together forever. I owe you a lot." The Canadian quickly said, "I will use that debt." Conseil asked, "Huh?" Ned Land said, "Yes. You can pay me back by coming with me when I leave this bad Nautilus." Conseil asked, "By the way, are we going the right way?" I said, "Yes, because we are going toward the sun. And here, the sun is to the north." Ned Land said, "Sure, but we need to know if we are going to the Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean. This means if we will be in busy seas or empty seas." I could not answer this. I was afraid Captain Nemo would not take us home. He might take us to the big ocean by Asia and America. He would finish his trip around the world underwater. Then he would go back to the seas where the Nautilus was most free. But if we went back to the Pacific, far from people, what about Ned Land's plans? We would find out soon. The Nautilus moved fast. Soon we passed the cold area of the South Pole and Cape Horn. We were at the tip of South America on March 31st at 7 in the evening. We forgot all our past pain. We forgot being trapped in the ice. We only thought about the future. Captain Nemo did not show himself. He was not in the big room or on the platform. The chief officer put the daily positions on the world map. This helped me know where the Nautilus was going. That evening, I was happy to see that we were going north, on the Atlantic route. I told the Canadian and Conseil what I saw. The Canadian said, "That is good news." "But where is the Nautilus going?" I said, "I cannot say, Ned." "After the South Pole, does our captain want to go to the North Pole? Then go back to the Pacific through that famous Northwest Passage?" Conseil said, "I would not dare him to do that." The Canadian said, "Oh well, we will escape long before then." Conseil added, "Anyway, Captain Nemo is amazing. We will never be sad we met him. Ned Land quickly said, especially after we leave him. The next day, April 1st, the Nautilus came to the surface a few minutes before noon. We saw land to the west. It was Tierra del Fuego. Old sailors named it the Land of Fire because they saw smoke from native huts. This Land of Fire is many islands. It is over 30 leagues long and 80 leagues wide. It is between 53 and 56 degrees south latitude and 67 degrees 50 minutes and 77 degrees 15 minutes west longitude. The coast looked flat, but there were tall mountains far away. I thought I saw Mount Sarmiento. It is 2,070 meters high. It is a sharp, pyramid-shaped rock. Ned Land told me that it can tell us if the weather will be good or bad, depending on if it is clear or cloudy. A very good weather tool, my friend. Yes, sir, a natural weather tool. It helped me when I sailed through the Strait of Magellan. Its top showed clearly against the sky. This meant good weather. And it was true. The Nautilus went under the water again. It moved close to the coast for a few miles. Through the windows, I saw long plants and giant seaweed. Some seaweed was 300 meters long. They were like thick, strong ropes. People used them to tie up ships. Another plant, called Velp, had 4-foot leaves. It was in the coral and covered the ocean floor. Crabs and squid ate it and lived in it. Seals and otters could eat well here. They ate fish and sea plants, like English people eat their Irish stews. The Nautilus went very fast over these rich depths. In the evening, it came near the Falkland Islands. I knew their rough tops the next day. The sea was not very deep. So, I thought these two islands and the smaller ones around them were once part of the Magellan coast. The famous sailor John Davis probably found the Falkland Islands first. He called them Davis Southern Islands. Later, Sir Richard Hawkins called them the Maiden Land. Then, in the early 1700s, fishermen from Saint-Malo in France called them the Malouines. Finally, the English called them the Falklands, and they belong to England now. In these waters, our nets caught good seaweed. Some seaweed roots had the best mussels. Geese and ducks landed on the platform. They were soon in the ship's food storage. I saw many kinds of fish. I saw some gobies, especially gudgeon, which were 2 decimeters long. They had white and yellow spots. I also saw many jellyfish. The most beautiful was the compass jellyfish, found only in the Falkland Seas. Some jellyfish were like smooth, half-round umbrellas. They had red stripes and 12 neat edges. Others looked like upside-down baskets with wide leaves and long red branches. They swam by, moving their 4 leaf-like arms. Their long tentacles moved in the water. I wanted to keep some of these delicate animals, but they were like clouds, shadows, or dreams. They would melt and disappear outside of the water. When the last parts of the Falkland Islands disappeared, the Nautilus went down 20 to 25 meters. It went along the coast of South America. Captain Nemo did not appear. We did not leave these Patagonian waters until April 3rd. We went under and on the surface of the ocean. The Nautilus passed the wide river mouth of the Rio de la Plata. On April 4th, we were near Uruguay, but 50 miles away. It kept going north, following the long bends of South America. We had traveled 16,000 leagues since we got on board in Japan. Around 11 in the morning, we crossed the Tropic of Capricorn at 37 degrees longitude. We passed far from Cape Frio. Captain Nemo did not like to be near the busy coasts of Brazil, which made Ned Land unhappy. The Nautilus went by very fast. Even the fastest fish or birds could not keep up. We could not see the interesting things in these seas. This speed continued for several days. On the evening of April 9th, we saw the easternmost tip of South America, Cape São Roque. But then, the Nautilus turned away. It went to the deepest parts of an underwater valley between this cape and Sierra Leone in Africa. Near the West Indies, this valley splits into two parts. To the north, it ends in a very deep hole, 9,000 meters deep. From here to the small islands of the Antilles, the ocean floor has a steep cliff, 6 kilometers high. Near the Cape Verde Islands, there is another tall wall. These two walls hold in the lost land of Atlantis. The bottom of this huge valley has mountains. They make these deep waters look beautiful. This information came from maps in the Nautilus library. Captain Nemo drew them from what he saw. For 2 days, we visited these deep, empty waters. The Nautilus went down at an angle, exploring every level. But on April 11th, it rose suddenly. The shore appeared at the mouth of the Amazon River. This is a very large river. Its water makes the sea less salty for many miles. We crossed the equator. 20 miles to the west was French Guiana. We could have easily escaped there, but the wind was strong. The big waves would not let us go in a small boat. Ned Land must have known this, because he did not say anything to me. I did not talk about his escape plans. I did not want him to try something that would fail. I was happy with what I found during this time. On April 11th and 12th, the Nautilus stayed on the surface. Its net caught many wonderful sea animals, fish, and reptiles. We caught some sea animals with our net. Most were beautiful sea anemones. One was the Fictalis protexta, found only in this ocean. It had a small, round body with lines, red spots, and many tentacles. I also saw shells that I had seen before. There were turret snails, olive shells with lines and red spots, and spider shells that looked like stone scorpions. There were clear glass snails, argonauts, and some squid that old scientists said were like flying fish. These squid are used to catch cod. For fish in these waters, I saw many types I had not seen before. Among fish with soft bones, some brook lamprey. They were eels, 15 inches long, with green heads, purple fins, blue-gray backs, and silver-brown bellies with bright spots. Their eyes had gold rings. These animals usually live in fresh water, so the Amazon's current must have carried them to the sea. I also saw stingrays with pointed noses and long, thin tails with sharp stingers. There were small, 1-meter sharks with gray and white skin. Their teeth were in many rows, curving backward. People call them carpet sharks. I saw batfish, which were 1/2 meter long and red. Their side fins were like fleshy arms, making them look like bats. They also had a horn near their nose, so some call them sea unicorns. Lastly, I saw 2 kinds of triggerfish, the cucuyo with gold spots, and the bright purple leather jacket, which shone like a pigeon's neck. I will end this list of fish, which is a bit long but correct, with the fish with bones that I saw. There were eels with very blunt white noses, black bodies, and long, thin, fleshy tails. There were long sardines, like 3-decimeter pike, shining with bright silver. Guaranian mackerel had 2 fins on their belly. Black rudderfish, which you catch with lights, were 2 meters long. Their meat was white, firm, and good. Fresh, it tasted like eel. Dried, it tasted like smoked salmon. There were wrasse, partly red, with scales only at the base of their back and belly fins. There were grunts with gold, silver, red, and yellow colors. Yellow-tailed gilthead had very fine meat and glowed in the water. Orange porgies had thin tongues. Croakers had gold tails. Black surgeonfish, and 4-eyed fish from Suriname, and so on. I must also mention one more fish that Conseil will remember for a long time. One of our nets caught a very flat ray. It weighed about 20 kilograms. If its tail was cut off, it would be a perfect circle. It was white underneath and reddish on top. It had big, round, dark blue spots with black rings. Its skin was smooth. It had a fin with 2 parts at the end. It moved on the platform, trying to turn over. It tried so hard that it almost flipped into the sea. But Conseil loved his fish very much. He quickly grabbed it with both hands before I could stop him. Suddenly, he was on his back, legs in the air. Half of his body was not moving. He yelled, "Oh, sir, help me!" For the first time, he did not call me master. The Canadian and I helped him sit up. We rubbed his stiff arms. When he felt better, Conseil, who always liked to classify things, said slowly, "Fish with soft bones, order Chondropterygia with fixed gills, suborder Celusia, family Rajiforma, genus electric ray." I said, "Yes, my friend." It was an electric ray that made you feel so bad. Conseil quickly said, "Oh, master can trust me on this. I will get revenge on that animal." "How?" "I will eat it." And he did that evening. But it was only for revenge. Honestly, it tasted like leather. Poor Conseil had touched a very dangerous electric ray called the cumana. This strange animal lives in water, which can conduct electricity. It can shock other fish from several meters away. Its electric part is very powerful. Its two main surfaces are at least 27 square feet. The next day, April 12th, the Nautilus went near the coast of Dutch Guiana by the Moroni River. Many sea cows live there in groups. These were manatees. They are like dugongs and Steller's sea cows. These good animals were 6 to 7 meters long. They weighed at least 4,000 kilograms each. They were not harmful or aggressive. I told Ned Land and Conseil that nature gave these animals an important job. Manatees, like seals, eat underwater plants. They clear the plants that block the mouths of warm rivers. I added, "Do you know what happened since people almost killed all these helpful animals? Dying plants have poisoned the air. This bad air causes yellow fever, which makes these beautiful places sick. This poisonous plant has grown more in the warm seas, so the disease spreads from the Rio de la Plata to Florida. If Professor Toussaint is right, this sickness is small compared to what will happen to our children. This will happen when there are no more whales and seals in the seas. Then, the oceans will be full of jellyfish, squid, and other big squid. They will be huge places of sickness. This is because their waves will no longer have these big stomachs that God gave to clean the sea." But the Nautilus crew caught half a dozen manatees. They did not care about these ideas. They wanted good red meat for their food. It was even better than beef or veal. Hunting them was not exciting. The manatees did not fight back. Several thousand kilograms of meat were taken below. They would be dried and stored. That same day, another strange fishing method added more food to the Nautilus. These seas had so many animals. Our net caught many fish. Their heads had small, oval, fleshy parts on top. These were suckerfish. These flat parts on their heads are made of moving cartilage. The animals can make a vacuum between them. This helps them stick to things like suction cups. The remoras I saw in the Mediterranean Sea were like this fish. But this one was an Echeneus osteocara, found only in this sea. After catching them, our sailors put them in buckets of water. After fishing, the Nautilus went closer to the coast. Many sea turtles were sleeping on the water. It would have been hard to catch these valuable reptiles. They wake up at the smallest sound. Their hard shells cannot be pierced by harpoons, but our suckerfish would catch them very well. This animal is like a living fishhook. It helps even new fishermen get rich and happy. The Nautilus men tied a ring to each fish's tail. The ring was big enough so the fish could move. A long rope was tied to the ring. The other end of the rope was on the ship. The suckerfish were put in the sea. They immediately started to work. They went and stuck to the turtles' shells. They held on so tight that they would break before letting go. They were pulled in, still sticking to the turtles. The turtles came onto the ship with them. We caught several loggerhead turtles this way. They were 1 meter wide and weighed 200 kilograms. They are very valuable because of their shells. The shells have big, thin, brown, clear plates with white and yellow marks. They also tasted very good. Their taste was like the green turtle. This fishing ended our time in the Amazon waters. That evening, the Nautilus went back to the open sea. Chapter 18. The Devilfish. The Nautilus moved away from America. It did not go near the Gulf of Mexico or the Caribbean Sea. These seas were deep, about 1,800 meters. But Captain Nemo did not like these waters because of the many islands and ships. On April 16th, we saw Martinique and Guadeloupe from far away. I saw their tall mountains for a moment. Ned was sad. He wanted to escape in the Gulf. He thought he could reach the land or another boat. If he could take a small boat without Captain Nemo knowing, he could escape. But in the middle of the ocean, it was not possible. Ned, Conseil, and I talked about this. We had been prisoners on the Nautilus for 6 months. We had traveled very far, and Ned said it would never end. So he asked me something new. He wanted to ask Captain Nemo if he would keep us on the ship forever. I did not like this idea. I thought it would not help. We could not expect help from Captain Nemo. We could only help ourselves. Also, Captain Nemo had been sadder and more private lately. He seemed to avoid me. I rarely saw him. He used to show me the wonders of the sea. Now, he let me do my own research and did not come to the lounge. Why had he changed? I did not know. Was our being there a problem for him? Still, I did not think he would let us go. So I asked Ned to let me think about it first. If we asked and it did not work, Captain Nemo might get suspicious. It could make things harder for us and stop Ned's plans. Also, we could not say we were sick. Except for a difficult time at the South Pole, we felt very well. We had good food, good air, a regular life, and the same temperature. This kept us healthy. For Captain Nemo, who liked this life and could go anywhere, it was fine. But we still had ties to other people. I wanted to write a book about the sea, and I wanted it to be published. Through the windows, 10 meters under the Caribbean Sea, I saw many interesting things for my notes. There were Portuguese men of war. They looked like big, shiny bags. They had blue parts like silk. They were beautiful but could sting like nettles. There were also long worms, 1.5 meters long, with pink noses and many moving parts. They moved through the water and shone with all the colors. There were large fish called manta rays. They were 3 meters long and weighed 270 kilograms. They looked like parts of a ship and sometimes covered our windows. There were also black and white fish, long yellow fish, and mackerel with sharp teeth. Then there were many red fish with gold stripes. They looked like jewels. Old stories said rich Romans liked them. Finally, there were beautiful golden angelfish, fast gilthead, shining herring, and gray mullet. Red salmon cut through the waves, and silver moonfish looked like many moons in the water. I could have seen more amazing things, but the Nautilus went deeper. It went to 2,000 and 3,500 meters. There, I only saw sea lilies, starfish, beautiful crinoids, and some snails. By April 20th, we were at about 1,500 meters. The closest land was the Bahamas. There were tall underwater cliffs, like big stone walls, with dark caves. Our lights could not reach the ends of the caves. Big plants hung on these rocks, like a giant garden under the sea. Conseil, Ned, and I talked about these big plants and also about big sea animals. The plants were for the animals to eat, but through the windows of the Nautilus, I only saw crabs with long legs, purple crabs, and sponge crabs. It was about 11 o'clock when Ned showed me something moving in the big plants. "These are places where devilfish live," I said. "I would not be surprised to see some big ones here." "What?" Conseil said. "Squid? Normal squid?" "No," I said. "Very large devilfish. But Ned is probably wrong, because I don't see anything." "That's too bad," Conseil said. I want to see one of those devilfish that can pull ships down. They are called crake. Fake is more like it, Ned said. Krakens, Conseil finished, not minding Ned's joke. No one will make me believe, Ned said, that such animals exist. Why not? Conseil said. We believed in the master's narwhal. We were wrong, Conseil. Yes, but some people still believe in them. Maybe, Conseil, but I will not believe in such a monster until I cut it open myself. But, Conseil asked me, does master not believe in giant devilfish? Oh, who believed in them? Ned said. Many people, Ned, I said. Not fishermen, maybe scientists. Excuse me, Ned. Fishermen and scientists. Conseil said seriously, I remember seeing a big boat pulled under the water by a cephalopod's arms. You saw that? Ned asked. Yes, Ned. With your own eyes? With my own eyes. Where? In Saint-Malo? Conseil said calmly. In the harbor? Ned said, joking. No, in a church, Conseil answered. In a church, Ned said. Yes, Ned. It had a picture of the devilfish. Oh, Ned laughed. Mr. Conseil tricked me. He is right, though, I said. I have heard about that picture, but it's from a story. And you know what to think of stories in nature. Also, when it's about monsters, people imagine many things. They said these devilfish could pull ships down. One person, Olaus Magnus, said there was a cephalopod a mile long, like an island. Also, a bishop once put an altar on a big rock. After he finished Mass, the rock moved and went into the sea. The rock was a devilfish. And that's all we know? Ned asked. No, I said. Another bishop, Pontoppidan, also said there was a devilfish so big that a whole group of soldiers on horses could move on it. Those old bishops told big stories, Ned said. Finally, old scientists talked about monsters with mouths as big as a gulf. They were too big to go through the Strait of Gibraltar. Good work, men, Ned said. But is there any truth in these stories? Conseil asked. None at all, my friends, if they are too unbelievable and just stories. But there had to be some reason for these stories. It is true that some squid and other devilfish are very big, but still smaller than whales. Aristotle said one squid was 3.1 meters. Our fishermen often see ones over 1.8 meters long. Museums have devilfish bodies that are 2 meters long. Scientists say that an animal only 6 feet long could have arms 27 feet long. That is big enough to be a scary monster. Do people fish for them now? Ned asked. If they don't fish for them, sailors at least see them. A friend of mine, Captain Paul Boss, said he saw one of these giant monsters in the East Indies. But the most amazing thing, which shows that these giant animals really exist, happened a few years ago in 1861. What happened? Ned asked. This. In 1861, near Tenerife, where we are now, the crew of the ship Alecto saw a huge squid in the water. Commander Bouguer went near it and attacked it with harpoons and guns. But it did not work because the bullets and harpoons went through its soft body like jelly. After trying many times, the crew put a rope around the animal's body. It went down to its tail. Then they tried to pull the monster onto the ship. But it was so heavy that when they pulled the rope, its tail broke off. Without its tail, it went under the water. Finally, something real, Ned said. Something real, Ned. So people suggested calling this devilfish Bouguer's squid. How long was it? Ned asked. Was it about 6 meters? Conseil said. He was at the window looking at the rocks. Exactly, I said. Was its head, Conseil continued, covered with 8 arms that moved in the water like snakes? Exactly. Were its eyes big and noticeable? Yes, Conseil. And was its mouth like a parrot's beak but very big? Correct, Conseil. Well, if this is not Bouguer's squid, Conseil said calmly, It is at least a close relative. I looked at Conseil. Ned ran to the window. "What a terrible animal," he said. I looked too and felt sick. Before my eyes was a terrible monster, like something from old stories. It was a huge squid, 8 meters long. It was swimming backward very fast, in the same way as the Nautilus. It had big, green eyes. Its 8 arms were on its head, which is why these animals are called cephalopods. Its arms were twice as long as its body and moved like snakes. You could clearly see 250 suckers on the inside of its arms, like small cups. Sometimes these suckers stuck to the lounge window. The monster's mouth was a horn beak, like a parrot's, and it opened and closed up and down. Its tongue was also made of horn and had sharp teeth. What a strange creature, a bird's beak on a mollusk. Its body was shaped like a spindle, thick in the middle. It was a fleshy mass that must have weighed 20,000 to 25,000 kilograms. Its color changed quickly when it was angry, from blue-gray to red-brown. What made this mollusk angry? Probably the Nautilus, which was even scarier than itself. It could not grab the Nautilus with its mouth or suckers. These devilfish are amazing monsters. The Creator gave them so much life and strength in their movements, because they have 3 hearts. We just happened to be near this squid, and I wanted to study it carefully. I got over my fear, picked up a pencil, and started to draw it. "Perhaps this is the same one as the Electos," Conseil said. "Cannot be," Ned said, "because this one is whole, and the other one lost its tail." "That is not certain," I said. "These animals' arms and tails can grow back. In 7 years, Booger's squid's tail could have grown back." "Anyway," Ned said, "if it is not this one, maybe it is one of those." Indeed, other devilfish appeared at the other window. I counted 7 of them. They followed the Nautilus. I could hear their beaks hitting the metal ship. They were very close to us. I kept drawing. These monsters moved with us so perfectly that they seemed still. I could have drawn them small on the window, but we were moving at a medium speed. Suddenly, the Nautilus stopped. It shook. "Did we hit the bottom?" I asked. "We are clear," Ned said, "because we are floating." The Nautilus was floating, but it was not moving. Its propeller was not turning. A minute passed. Captain Nemo came into the lounge with his first officer. I had not seen him for a while. He looked sad. Without speaking to us, perhaps not even seeing us, he went to the window, looked at the devilfish, and said a few words to his first officer. The officer left. Soon the windows closed. The ceiling lights came on. I went to Captain Nemo. "An unusual group of devilfish," I told him, like someone happy to see fish in an aquarium. "Correct, Mr. Naturalist," he answered, "and we are going to fight them closely." I looked at the captain with wide eyes. I thought I had not heard him right. "Closely?" I repeated. "Yes, sir. Our propeller is stuck. I think the hard mouth of one of these squid is caught in the blades. That's why we are not moving." "And what will you do?" "Go to the surface and kill them." "A difficult job." "Correct. Our electric bullets do not work on their soft bodies, but we will attack them with axes." "And harpoons, sir," Ned said, "if you let me help." "I accept, Mr. Land." "We will go with you," I said. We followed Captain Nemo to the main stairs. About 10 men were there, ready to fight, with axes. Conseil and I took 2 more axes. Ned took a harpoon. The Nautilus had come back to the surface. One of the sailors on the top steps opened the hatch. But as soon as he opened it, the hatch flew open with great force. A devilfish's suckers had pulled it open. At once, one of those long arms slid like a snake into the opening. 20 more arms moved above. Captain Nemo cut off this terrible arm with an axe. It fell wriggling down the steps. As we all rushed to the top, 2 more arms hit the air. They grabbed the sailor in front of Captain Nemo and pulled him away with great force. Captain Nemo shouted and jumped outside. We ran after him. What a sight! The poor man was held by the devilfish's arm and stuck to its suckers. He swung in the air. He gasped. He choked. He yelled, "Help! Help!" These words, in French, shocked me. So, there was a countryman on board, maybe more. I will remember his awful cry for the rest of my life. The poor man was lost. Who could free him from such a strong grip? But Captain Nemo rushed at the devilfish and cut off another of its arms with an axe. His first officer fought hard with other monsters climbing the Nautilus's sides. The crew fought with axes. Ned, Conseil, and I put our weapons into these soft bodies. A strong, musky smell filled the air. It was terrible. For a moment, I thought the poor man might be pulled free from the devilfish's strong grip. 7 of its 8 arms had been cut off. One arm, holding its victim like a feather, moved in the air. But as Captain Nemo and his first officer rushed at it, the animal shot out black liquid from a bag in its belly. It blinded us. When the cloud went away, the squid was gone, and so was my poor countryman. Then we were filled with anger against these monsters. We lost control. 10 or 12 devilfish had come onto the Nautilus's top and sides. We fought them in a messy way. Their cut arms moved over the ship with blood and black ink. It seemed like these sticky arms grew back like a monster's many heads. Every time, Ned's harpoon went into a squid's green eye and broke it. But my brave friend was suddenly knocked down by a monster's arms that he could not avoid. Oh, my heart almost burst with excitement and fear. The squid's terrible beak was wide open over Ned. The poor man was about to be cut in half. I ran to help him, but Captain Nemo got there first. His axe went between the 2 huge parts of its mouth. Ned, saved by a miracle, stood up and put his harpoon all the way into the devilfish's 3 hearts. "Tit for tat," Captain Nemo told Ned. "I owed it to myself." Ned bowed without answering him. This fight lasted 15 minutes. The monsters were beaten, cut, and badly hurt. They finally gave up and went under the water. Red with blood, standing still by the light, Captain Nemo looked at the sea that had taken one of his men. Large tears ran from his eyes. Chapter 19. The Gulf Stream. It was April 20th. We saw a very sad scene. I wrote about it when I was very excited. Later, I read it again. I read it to Conseil and the Canadian. They said it was correct, but it did not show how strong the feelings were. To show such sights, we would need a famous poet like Victor Hugo to write it. He wrote, "The Toilers of the Sea." Captain Nemo cried as he looked at the waves. He was very sad. This was the second friend he lost since we came on board. And what a terrible way to die. A giant devilfish broke him, choked him, and crushed him. This friend would not rest with his friends in the calm coral cemetery. I was very sad during this fight. I heard the man shout in pain. He forgot his usual language. This poor Frenchman spoke his own language to ask for help one last time. Among Captain Nemo's crew, who did not want to be with other people, I found a countryman. Was he the only one from France in this group? This group had people from many countries. This was another question I could not answer. Captain Nemo went into his room. I did not see him for a long time. He must have been very sad and unsure. The Nautilus showed his feelings. It did not go in a straight line. It moved with the waves like a dead body. Its propeller was fixed, but it was not used much. It was just moving around. It could not leave the place where the man died. 10 days passed. It was May 1st when the Nautilus started going north again. We saw the Bahamas near the old Bahama Channel. Then we went with the current of the sea's biggest river, the Gulf Stream. It has its own banks, fish, and temperature. It is like a river in the middle of the Atlantic. Its water does not mix with the ocean water. It is a salty river, saltier than the sea around it. It is about 3,000 feet deep and 60 miles wide. In some places, it moves at 4 kilometers per hour. It has more water than all the rivers in the world together. Commander Maury found that the Gulf Stream starts in the Bay of Biscay. There, its waters are weak in temperature and color. It goes south, past Africa. It gets warm in the hot areas. It crosses the Atlantic and reaches Cape São Roque in Brazil. It then splits into 2 parts. One part goes to the Caribbean Sea to get more heat. Then, the Gulf Stream balances the hot and cold temperatures. It mixes tropical and northern waters. It gets very hot in the Gulf of Mexico. It goes north along the American coast to Newfoundland. A cold current from the Davis Strait pushes it away. Then it goes around the Earth in a large circle. It splits into 2 parts near the 43rd parallel. One part goes back to the Bay of Biscay and the Azores. It is helped by the northeast winds. The other part warms the coasts of Ireland and Norway. It goes past Spitsbergen, where its temperature goes down to 4 degrees Celsius. It makes the sea at the pole open. The Nautilus was in this ocean river. It left the old Bahama Channel, which is 14 leagues wide and 350 meters deep. The Gulf Stream moves at 8 kilometers per hour there. Its speed gets slower as it goes north. We must hope it stays like this. Experts say that if its speed and direction change, the weather in Europe will be very bad. Around noon, I was on the platform with Conseil. I told him about the Gulf Stream. After I finished, I asked him to put his hands in the water. Conseil did. He was surprised because he felt no hot or cold. I told him, "The water temperature of the Gulf Stream is like your blood temperature when it leaves the Gulf of Mexico. This Gulf Stream makes Europe warm. This allows green plants to grow there all the time. Commander Maury says that if we could use all the heat from this current, it could keep a river of melted iron as big as the Amazon or the Missouri liquid." The Gulf Stream was moving at 2.25 meters per second then. Its current is very different from the sea around it. Its water is different from the colder ocean water. It is also dark and has a lot of salt. Its dark blue color is different from the green waves around it. The line between them is so clear that near the Carolinas, the Nautilus was in the Gulf Stream water. But its propeller was still in the ocean water. This current carried many creatures. Argonauts, which are common in the Mediterranean, traveled in large groups. Among fish with soft bones, the most interesting were rays. Their thin tails were almost a third of their body. Their body was like a big diamond, 25 feet long. Then there were small sharks, 1 meter long. They had large heads, short and round noses, and sharp teeth in many rows. Their bodies looked like they had scales. Among fish with bones, I saw gray wrasse. They are only in these seas. I saw deep-water gilthead with fiery eyes. I saw 1 meter croakers with big mouths and small teeth. They made thin sounds. I saw black rudderfish, like the ones I talked about before. I saw blue dorados with gold and silver colors. I saw rainbow-colored parrotfish. They are as beautiful as tropical birds. I saw banded blennies with triangle heads. I saw bluish flounder without scales. I saw toadfish with a yellow band shaped like a Greek T. I saw many small gobies with brown spots. I saw lungfish with silver heads and yellow tails. I saw different kinds of salmon. I saw mullet with thin bodies and a soft glow. Lacépède named them after his wife. And finally, the American cavala. This is a beautiful fish with many colors. It is often near the shores of this big country. At night, the Gulf Stream's glowing water was as bright as our electric light. This was especially true in the storms that often came. On May 8th, we were near North Carolina. We were again across from Cape Hatteras. The Gulf Stream is 75 miles wide and 210 meters deep there. The Nautilus continued to go in random directions. It seemed like no one was watching it. We could have easily escaped then. The shores had many people and offered a safe place. Many ships went between the Gulf of Mexico and New York or Boston. Small boats crossed the sea day and night. They traded along the American coast. We could hope to be picked up. So it was a good chance, even though the Nautilus was 30 miles from these American coasts. But one bad thing stopped the Canadians' plans. The weather was very bad. We were coming to places where storms are common. This is where tornadoes and cyclones are born because of the Gulf Stream's current. To face a raging sea in a small boat would be very dangerous. Ned Land agreed. He was very restless. He missed his home very much. Only escaping could cure him. "Sir," he told me that day, "this must stop. I want to know what is happening. Your Nemo is going away from the shore and heading north. But believe me, I had enough at the South Pole. I am not going with him to the North Pole." "What can we do, Ned, since we can't escape now?" "I still think the same thing. We need to talk to the captain. When we were in your country's seas, you did not say anything. Now that we are in mine, I will speak. In a few days, I think the Nautilus will be near Nova Scotia. From there to Newfoundland is a big gulf. The St. Lawrence River flows into that gulf. The St. Lawrence is my river. It flows by Quebec, my hometown. When I think about all this, I feel sick and my hair stands on end. Honestly, sir, I would rather jump into the water. I can't stay here anymore. I am suffocating." The Canadian was clearly very tired of waiting. He was a strong man. He could not get used to being locked up for so long. His face changed every day. He became sadder and sadder. I knew what he was feeling because I also missed my home. Almost 7 months passed without any news from land. Also, Captain Nemo kept to himself. He changed his mood. He was completely silent since the fight with the devilfish. All this made me see things differently. I no longer felt excited like in our first days on board. You needed to be like Conseil, from Flanders, to accept this situation. We were living in a place made for big sea animals. Truly, if that brave young man had gills instead of lungs, I think he would have been a great fish. "Well, sir?" Ned Land continued, seeing that I had not answered. "Well, Ned, you want me to ask Captain Nemo what he plans to do with us?" "Yes, sir." "Even though he has already made it clear?" "Yes, I want a final answer. Speak only for me if you want." "But I rarely see him. He avoids me." "All the more reason you should go find him." "I will talk to him, Ned." "When?" the Canadian asked quickly. "When I see him." "Professor Aronnax, would you like me to go find him myself?" "No, let me do it. Tomorrow." "Today," Ned Land said. "All right, I will see him today," I answered the Canadian. If he had acted himself, he would have ruined everything. I was alone. His request was granted. I decided to do it right away. I like to finish things quickly. I went back to my room. From there, I could hear noises inside Captain Nemo's room. I could not miss this chance to see him. I knocked on his door. I heard no answer. I knocked again. Then I tried the doorknob. The door opened. I went in. The captain was there. He was bent over his work table and had not heard me. I did not want to leave without asking him. I went closer. He looked up quickly with a frown. He said in a strict voice, "Oh, it's you. What do you want?" "To speak with you, Captain." "But I am busy, sir. I am working. I give you your private time. Can I not have the same?" This welcome was not good, but I was determined to be firm. "Sir," I said calmly, "I need to speak with you about something that cannot wait." "What could that be, sir?" he replied in a mocking way. "Have you found something I missed? Has the sea told you a new secret?" We were far apart in our thoughts. But before I could answer, he showed me a paper on the table. He told me in a more serious voice, "Here, Professor Aronnax, is a paper written in several languages. It has a summary of my studies under the sea. God willing, it will not be lost with me. It has my name and my life story. This paper will be put in a small thing that cannot sink. The last man alive on the Nautilus will throw this thing into the sea. It will go wherever the waves carry it. The man's name, his life story written by himself, so his secret might be known someday? But I saw this announcement only as a way to start my topic. Captain, I replied, I like this idea you are doing. Your studies must not be lost, but the ways you are using seem old to me. Who knows where the winds will take that thing? Who will find it? Can't you find something better? Can't you or one of your men? Never, sir, the captain said, stopping me quickly. But my friends and I would be happy to keep this paper safe. And if you give us back our freedom? Your freedom, Captain Nemo said, standing up. Yes, sir, and that is what I wanted to talk about with you. For 7 months we have been on your ship. I ask you today, for my friends and myself, if you plan to keep us here forever. Professor Aronnax, Captain Nemo said, I will answer you today just like I did 7 months ago. Whoever comes on the Nautilus must never leave it. What you are doing to us is like slavery. Call it what you like. But every slave has the right to get his freedom back, by any good way he can. Who has said you cannot do that? Captain Nemo replied. Did I ever try to make you promise to stay? The captain looked at me with his arms crossed. Sir, I told him, to talk about this again would be unpleasant for both of us. So let's finish what we started. I repeat, I am not just asking for myself. For me, studying is a relief, a strong distraction, something exciting, a passion that can make me forget everything else. Like you, I am a man not known by others. I hope that someday I can pass on my work to future generations. I mean, by using something left to the winds and waves. In short, I can admire you and go with you comfortably. I play a part I only partly understand, but I still see other parts of your life that have problems and secrets. My friends and I, alone on board, cannot share them. And even when our hearts could feel with yours, moved by your sadness or by your brave and smart actions, we had to hide even a small sign of that feeling that comes when you see something good, whether from a friend or enemy. So, this feeling of not being part of your deepest thoughts makes our situation not acceptable, impossible. Even for me, but especially for Ned Land. Every man, because he is a human, deserves fair treatment. Have you thought about how a love of freedom and hate of slavery could make someone like the Canadian plan revenge? What he might think, try, do? I stopped talking. Captain Nemo stood up. Ned Land can think, try, or do anything he wants. What does it matter to me? I did not look for him. I do not keep him on board for my pleasure. As for you, Professor Aronnax, you are a man who can understand anything, even silence. I have nothing more to say to you. Let this first time you have come to talk about this be the last, because a second time I will not even listen. I left. From that day on, our situation was very difficult. I told my 2 friends about this talk. Now we know, Ned said, that we can't expect anything from this man. The Nautilus is getting near Long Island. We will escape, no matter what the weather is like. But the sky looked more and more dangerous. There were clear signs of a hurricane coming. The air turned white and cloudy. Thin clouds were followed by layers of dark clouds on the horizon. Other low clouds flew quickly. The sea became very big. It was swollen by long waves. All the birds disappeared except for a few petrels, who like storms. The barometer went down a lot. This showed a lot of pressure in the air. The liquid in our storm glass changed because of the electricity in the air. A fight between the weather elements was coming. The storm started during the day on May 13th. The Nautilus was near Long Island, a few miles from the entrance to Upper New York Bay. I can describe this fight of the elements. Captain Nemo did not go into the deep ocean. Instead, for some reason, he decided to stay on the surface and face the storm. The wind was blowing from the southwest. At first, it was strong, about 15 meters per second. It grew to 25 meters around 3 in the afternoon. This is the speed for big storms. Captain Nemo was not moved by these strong winds. He stood on the platform. He was tied around his waist to stay on the deck as huge waves crashed over it. I tied myself in the same place. I was amazed by both the storm and this amazing man who faced it directly. The wild sea had huge, torn clouds that were wet from the waves. I no longer saw the small waves between the big ones, only long, dark waves with solid tops that did not foam. They kept getting taller. They pushed each other. The Nautilus sometimes lay on its side, sometimes stood up like a mast. It rolled and moved up and down terribly. Around 5 o'clock, heavy rain fell. But it did not stop the wind or the sea. The hurricane was moving at 45 meters per second, almost 40 leagues per hour. In these conditions, houses fall, roof tiles break doors, iron fences snap, and heavy cannons move. And yet, in this chaos, the Nautilus showed what an expert engineer said: a well-built hull can stand against any sea. This submarine was not a rock that waves could break. It was a steel spindle, moving easily, without ropes or masts, and able to face the storm without harm. Meanwhile, I was carefully watching these wild waves. They were up to 15 meters high. They were 150 to 175 meters long. Their speed, half of the wind speed, was 15 meters per second. Their size and power increased with the depth of the water. Then I understood what these waves do. They trap air inside them and release it deep in the sea. This oxygen brings life. Their strongest pressure, it has been calculated, can be up to 3,000 kilograms on every square foot they hit. Such waves in the Hebrides moved a stone weighing 84,000 pounds. Their relatives in the tidal wave on December 23, 1854, knocked down part of the Japanese city of Tokyo. Then, on the same day, they traveled at 700 kilometers per hour to hit the beaches of America. After nightfall, the storm became stronger. As in the 1860 cyclone on Réunion Island, the barometer fell to 710 millimeters. At the end of the day, I saw a large ship on the horizon. It was struggling hard. It moved slowly to try to stay steady on the waves. It must have been a steamer going from New York to Liverpool or Le Havre. It soon disappeared into the darkness. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the sky lit up. The air was full of bright lightning flashes. I could not look at this brightness, but Captain Nemo stared at it, as if to take in the power of the storm. A terrible noise filled the air. It was a mix of the crashing waves, the howling wind, and thunder. The wind changed direction often. The cyclone left the east and returned there after passing through north, west, and south. It moved in the opposite direction of storms in the southern part of the world. Oh, that Gulf Stream! It truly deserves its name, the Lord of Storms. It creates these terrible cyclones by itself. This happens because of the difference in temperature between its currents and the air above it. The rain was followed by a downpour of fire. Water drops became exploding puffs. You would have thought Captain Nemo was looking for a death worthy of him, wanting to be hit by lightning. In one terrible up-and-down movement, the Nautilus pointed its steel front into the air like a lightning rod. I saw long sparks shoot down it. I was very tired. I slid onto my stomach to the hatch. I opened it and went down to the lounge. By then, the storm was at its strongest. It was impossible to stand inside the Nautilus. Captain Nemo came back around midnight. I heard the ballast tanks filling slowly. The Nautilus gently went down under the waves. Through the open windows of the lounge, I saw large, scared fish passing like ghosts in the fiery water. Some were hit by lightning right in front of my eyes. The Nautilus kept going down. I thought it would find calm at 15 meters deep. The upper layers of water were too rough. It needed to go down to 50 meters, looking for a calm place deep in the sea. But once there, we found such peace, such silence, such quiet all around us. Who would have known that a terrible hurricane was raging on the surface of this ocean? Chapter 20. In latitude, 47 degrees 24 minutes, and longitude 17 degrees 28 minutes. After a big storm, we went east. We could not go to New York or St. Lawrence. Ned was sad and stayed alone. Conseil and I stayed together. The Nautilus went east or northeast. For many days, the ship was in thick fog. This fog is from melting ice. Many ships crash here because they cannot see. Many people die. Many ships hit rocks. Many ships crash into each other. The bottom of the sea looked like a place of war. Old ships and new ships were there. Many ships sank with everyone on board. This happened near Cape Race, St. Paul Island, Belle Isle, and St. Lawrence. Many people died from ship lines like Royal Mail and Inman. Ships like the Solway and the Arctic also sank. The Nautilus moved past them, like seeing dead people. On May 15th, we were near the Grand Banks of Newfoundland. This is a place with a lot of sand and old things from the sea. It comes from warm water from the equator and cold water from the North Pole. Broken ice also gathers here. Many fish and small sea animals die here. The water at Grand Banks is not very deep, only a few hundred meters, but to the south, there is a very deep hole, 3,000 meters deep. The warm water current gets wider here. It becomes like a big sea. We saw many fish. There was a big lumpfish, black and orange. It stays with one partner. We saw a long eel pout and a tasty green moray. There were wolffish with big eyes. We saw blennies that have babies inside them, like snakes. There were also black gobies and shiny grenadiers. Fast fish from the far north were also there. Our nets caught a strong, thorny fish. It was 2 or 3 meters long. It was like a scorpion and ate other fish. It was a bullhead from the northern seas, with red fins and a brown body. The Nautilus fishermen had trouble holding it. This fish can live out of water for a long time. I also saw small blennies that follow ships. There were special carp from the North Atlantic. I saw scorpionfish and many cod. The cod were in their favorite place on the Grand Banks. Newfoundland is like a mountain under the water. So, cod here are like mountain fish. Conseil saw them and said, "I thought cod were flat, like other fish." I told him, "No, cod are flat only in the store. In the water they are round and fast." Conseil said, "I believe you. But there are so many." I said, "Yes, but there would be more if not for other fish and people." "Do you know how many eggs one female cod can have?" Conseil guessed 500,000. I said, "No, 11 million. Conseil said, 11 million. I will not believe it until I count them myself. I said, "It is easier to believe me. People from many countries catch thousands of these fish. We eat a lot of them. If they did not have so many babies, there would be no cod left. In England and America alone, 5,000 ships with 75,000 sailors catch cod. Each ship gets about 4,400 fish. That is 22 million fish. The same is true in Norway." Conseil said, "Okay, I believe you. I will not count the eggs, but I have one thought." "What is it?" I asked. "If all the eggs hatched, just 4 cod could feed England, America, and Norway," he said. As we moved through the Grand Banks, I saw long fishing lines. Each line had 200 hooks. Many boats had these lines. The Nautilus had to move carefully to avoid them. The ship did not stay long in these busy waters. It went to about 42 degrees latitude. This was near St. John's and Heart's Content, where the Atlantic cable ends. The Nautilus went east, not north. It was like it was following the underwater plateau where the telegraph cable is. We knew the shape of the land there. On May 17th, about 500 miles from Heart's Content, at 2,800 meters deep, I saw the cable. Conseil thought it was a big sea snake. I told him what it was and how it was put there. The first cable was put down in 1857 to 1858. It worked for about 400 messages, then stopped. In 1863, a new cable was made. It was 3,400 kilometers long and weighed 4,500 tons. The ship Great Eastern carried it. This also failed. On May 25th, at 3,836 meters deep, the Nautilus was where the second cable broke. It was 638 miles from Ireland. Contact with Europe stopped at 2 p.m. The workers cut the cable to pull it up. By 11 p.m., they got the broken part. They fixed it and put it back. But a few days later, it broke again, and they could not get it back. The Americans did not give up. Cyrus Field, who put all his money into this, asked for more money. People gave money quickly. A new cable was made better. It had special wires inside a rubber cover. This cover had cloth and metal around it. The Great Eastern sailed again on July 13, 1866. The work went well, but someone put nails in the cable to damage it. The captain and engineers said that if they found the person, they would throw him into the sea. After that, no more damage happened. By July 23rd, the Great Eastern was 800 kilometers from Newfoundland. It got news that Prussia and Austria stopped fighting after a battle. On July 27th, it saw Heart's Content. The work was done well. The first message from America to Europe said, "Glory to God in the highest, and peace on earth to men of good will." The electric cable looked good, but it was covered in small shells and gravel. This kept small sea animals from harming it. It rested calmly, safe from the sea's movement. The pressure helped the electric signal go from America to Europe in 32/100ths of a second. This cable will probably last a long time because salt water makes it better. The cable was on a good flat area. It was never too deep to break. The Nautilus followed it to its lowest point, 4,431 meters deep. It was fine there. Then we went back to where the accident happened in 1863. There, the sea floor was a valley 120 kilometers wide. A big mountain could fit inside it. A high wall 2,000 meters tall closed the valley on the east. We arrived on May 28th. The Nautilus was 150 kilometers from Ireland. Would Captain Nemo go north to the British Isles? He went south to European waters. We passed Ireland, and I saw Cape Clear and the Fastnet Rock Lighthouse. This light helps many ships from Glasgow or Liverpool. I wondered if the Nautilus would go into the English Channel. Ned Land kept asking me. I did not know what to say. Captain Nemo was still hiding. He showed Ned America. Would he show me France? But the Nautilus kept going south. On May 30th, it passed between England and the Scilly Islands. If it was going to the English Channel, it would go east. But it did not. All day on May 31st, the Nautilus moved in circles. I did not understand why. It seemed to be looking for something. At noon, Captain Nemo came to check our position. He did not speak to me. He looked very sad. Why was he sad? Was it because we were near Europe? Was he thinking about his past? I thought about this for a long time. I felt that I would soon learn his secrets. The next day, June 1st, the Nautilus did the same thing. It was looking for a special place. Captain Nemo checked the sun again. The sea was calm. 8 miles east, a big ship was visible. I could not tell what country it was from. Before the sun was at its highest point, Captain Nemo used his tool to measure our position. The calm sea made it easy. The Nautilus was still. I was on the top of the ship. After finding our position, Captain Nemo said, "It's right here." He went inside. Did he see the other ship coming towards us? I do not know. I went back to the room. The door closed, and I heard water filling the tanks. The Nautilus went straight down. It was not moving forward. A few minutes later, it stopped at 833 meters deep. It rested on the sea floor. The lights in the room turned off. The windows opened. I saw the sea lit up for a half-mile. I looked to my left and saw only the big, calm sea. To my right, I saw a large shape on the sea floor. It looked like old buildings covered in white shells, like snow. I looked closely and saw the shape of a ship without its masts. It must have sunk nose first. This ship was very old. It was covered in sea rock, so it must have been there for many years. What ship was this? Why did the Nautilus come here? Was it just an accident that it sank? I was thinking, and then I heard Captain Nemo say slowly, "This ship was called the Marseillais. It had 74 cannons and was built in 1762. On August 13th, 1778, it fought the Preston bravely. On July 4th, 1779, it helped capture Grenada. On September 5th, 1781, it fought in the Battle of Chesapeake Bay. In 1794, France changed its name. On April 16th of that year, it joined a group of ships to protect food coming from America. On June 1st, 1868, or 74 years ago today, at this exact spot, this ship sank after a brave fight. Its masts were gone, it had water inside, and many of its sailors were hurt. It chose to sink with 356 sailors rather than give up. Its flag was still up, and it sank with shouts of, "Long live the Republic!" "This is the Avenger," I said. "Yes, sir." "The Avenger, a great name," Captain Nemo said, crossing his arms. Chapter 21. A Mass Execution. It was a very surprising moment. First, I learned about the ship. Then I heard a man say strange words. He said the name Avenger. This name was important. All of this made a big impression on me. I watched the captain. He looked at the sea. His eyes were bright. He looked at the broken ship. I did not know who he was or where he was going, but I could see he was not a normal person. Captain Nemo and his friends stayed in the Nautilus. It was not just because they did not like people. It was a very big hate. This hate would never end. Did he want to get even? I would soon know. The Nautilus slowly went up to the top of the water. I saw the ship called Avenger go down. Soon, I felt the Nautilus moving gently. We were on top of the water. Then, I heard a loud sound. I looked at the captain. He did not move. I said, "Captain?" He did not answer. I left him and went to the top of the Nautilus. Conseil and Ned Land were already there. I asked, "What was that sound?" Ned Land said, "A big gun firing." I looked at a ship I saw earlier. It was coming toward the Nautilus. It was moving fast. It was 6 miles away. "What kind of ship is it, Ned?" I asked. Ned Land said, "It has small masts. I think it is a warship. I hope it comes here and sinks this Nautilus." Conseil said, "Ned, my friend, how can it hurt the Nautilus? Can it attack us under the water? Can it shoot at us at the bottom of the sea?" I asked. "Ned, can you tell where that ship is from?" Ned Land looked closely at the ship for a short time. He said, "No, sir. I cannot see what country it is from. It has no flag, but I know it is a warship. It has a long flag at the top of its main mast." For 15 minutes, we watched the ship come closer, but I could not believe it saw the Nautilus from far away, and I could not believe it knew what the Nautilus was. Soon, Ned Land said the ship was a big warship. It had 2 parts and was made of iron. Dark smoke came from its two tall pipes. Its sails were down. It had no flag. We could not see the colors of its small flag yet. It was coming very fast. If Captain Nemo let it come close, we could try to escape. Ned Land told me, "Sir, if that boat comes within 1 mile, I will jump in the water. I think you should too." I did not answer Ned. I watched the ship. It looked bigger on the horizon. If it was from England, France, America, or Russia, they would help us if we could get to them. Conseil then said, "Master may remember we can swim well. I can help you swim to that ship if you want to go with our friend Ned." Before I could answer, white smoke came from the front of the warship. A few seconds later, water splashed behind the Nautilus. Something heavy had fallen. Soon after, I heard a loud sound. "What is this?" "They are shooting at us," I said. "Good men," Ned Land said quietly. "That means they do not think we are lost people on broken parts," Conseil said, shaking off water from another shell. "They have found the Nautilus and are shooting at it." "But they must know," I said, "that we are people." "Maybe that is why," Ned Land said, looking at me. Then I understood. People now knew about this big monster. The Nautilus had met the Abraham Lincoln ship. Ned Land had hit it with his harpoon. So, the Abraham Lincoln's leader knew the Nautilus was a boat, not a sea animal. It was more dangerous than any animal. Yes, this had to be true. And now, they were looking for this dangerous ship everywhere. It was dangerous if Captain Nemo used the Nautilus to get back at people. That night, in the middle of the ocean, when he put us in the room, did he attack a ship? The man buried in the coral was hurt by the Nautilus. Yes, I thought this was true. I now knew a part of Captain Nemo's secret life. And now, even if they did not know his name, the countries against him knew they were not hunting a made-up monster. They were hunting a man who hated them very much. I thought about all these scary things. The ship coming toward us would not be our friends. They would be our enemies. More and more shells fell around us. Some hit the water and bounced off, going far into the sea. But none hit the Nautilus. The iron ship was now only 3 miles away. It was shooting many times. Captain Nemo had not come to the top. But if one of those shells hit the Nautilus, he could die. Ned Land then told me, "Sir, we must do something to get out of this. Let's signal them. Maybe they will see we are good people." Ned Land took out his handkerchief to wave it, but as he opened it, a strong hand hit him. Even though he was strong, he fell to the floor. "Bad man," the captain shouted. "Do you want to be tied to the Nautilus before it hits that ship?" Captain Nemo was scary to hear, but even scarier to see. His face was white. His eyes were very small. His voice was not speaking, it was yelling. He shook Ned Land by the shoulders. Then he let go of Ned and looked at the warship. Shells were falling around him. "Oh, ship of a bad country, you know who I am," he yelled in a loud voice. "And I do not need your flag to know you. Look, I will show you mine." And at the front of the Nautilus, Captain Nemo put up a black flag. It was like the one he left at the South Pole. Just then, a shell hit the side of the Nautilus. It did not break the ship. It bounced near the captain and went into the sea. Captain Nemo moved his shoulders. Then he spoke to me. "Go inside," he told me quickly. "You and your friends go inside." "Sir," I said, "are you going to attack this ship?" "Sir, I am going to sink it." "You would not." "I will," Captain Nemo said coldly. "You should not judge me, sir. You have seen what you were not supposed to see. The attack has started. Our answer will be terrible. Go back inside." "What country is that ship from?" I asked. "You do not know? Good. Its country will stay a secret to you. Go inside." Ned Land, Conseil, and I had to obey. About 15 sailors from the Nautilus stood around their captain. They looked at the ship coming toward them with great hate. You could feel the same hate in all of them. I went inside as another shell hit the Nautilus. I heard the captain say, "Shoot, crazy ship! Shoot your useless shells! You will not escape the Nautilus. But this is not where you will die. I do not want your broken parts to mix with the Avengers." I went to my room. The captain and his main officer stayed on the top. The propeller started. The Nautilus moved away quickly. We were now safe from the ship's shells. But the chase continued. Captain Nemo just kept his distance. Around 4 in the afternoon, I could not wait any longer. I went back to the central stairs. The door was open. I went to the top. The captain was still walking there, moving fast. He looked at the ship. It was 5 or 6 miles away. He was going around it like an animal, leading it to the east. He let it chase him, but he did not attack. Was he still thinking? I tried to talk to him one last time, but I just started to speak when Captain Nemo stopped me. "I am the law. I am the judge. I am the one who was hurt, and there are the ones who hurt me. Because of them, I saw everything I love disappear. My country, my wife, my children, my father, and my mother. There is everything I hate. Do not say another word." I looked one last time at the warship, which was speeding up. Then I went back to Ned and Conseil. "We will escape," I said. "Good," Ned said. "Where is that ship from?" "I do not know. But wherever it is from, it will sink before night. In any case, it is better to die with it than help with revenge we do not understand." "That is what I think," Ned Land said calmly. "Let's wait for night." Night came. It was very quiet on the Nautilus. The compass showed that the Nautilus had not changed direction. I could hear the propeller. It was moving the water steadily. The Nautilus stayed on top of the water. It moved gently from side to side. My friends and I decided to escape as soon as the other ship came close enough to hear us or see us. The moon would be full in 3 days and was shining brightly. Once we were on that ship, if we could not stop the attack, at least we could do what we could. Many times I thought the Nautilus was going to attack, but it just let the other ship come close. Then it would quickly move away again. Part of the night passed without problems. We waited for a chance to act. We did not talk much. We were too nervous. Ned Land wanted to jump in the water. I made him wait. I thought the Nautilus would attack the ship on the top of the water. Then it would be easy to escape. At 3 in the morning, I was worried. I went to the top. Captain Nemo was still there. He stood at the front next to his flag. A small wind made the flag move. His eyes never left the ship. His strong gaze seemed to pull the ship closer. The moon was now high in the sky. Jupiter was rising in the east. The sky and the ocean were very calm. The sea reflected the moon's light. It was a beautiful mirror. And when I compared this calm nature with the anger inside the Nautilus, I shivered. The ship was 2 miles away. It came closer. It always moved toward the light from the Nautilus. I saw its green and red lights, and a white light at the front. Blurry lights on its ropes showed that its engines were working very hard. Sparks and burning pieces of coal came from its pipes, like stars in the air. I stood there until 6 in the morning. Captain Nemo did not seem to see me. The ship was 1.5 miles away. When the first light of day came, it started shooting again. The time for the Nautilus to attack was close. My friends and I would leave this man I did not dare to judge forever. I was about to go inside to tell them when the chief officer came to the top. Several sailors were with him. Captain Nemo did not see them, or he did not want to. They did some things that you could call getting ready for battle on the Nautilus. They were simple. The ropes around the top, used as a handrail, were lowered. The steering room and the lighthouse were pulled into the ship. The top of this long metal ship was now flat. Nothing was sticking out to stop its movements. I went back to the living room. The Nautilus was still on top of the water. Some morning light came through the water. Under the waves, the windows showed the red color of the rising sun. That terrible day of June 2nd had begun. At 7 o'clock, the ship's log told me that the Nautilus had slowed down. I knew it was letting the warship come closer. Also, the sounds of the explosions were louder. Shells made lines in the water around us. They went through the water with a strange hissing sound. "My friends," I said, "it is time. Let us shake hands, and may God be with us." Ned Land was ready. Conseil was calm. I was nervous and barely in control. We went into the library. As I opened the door to the central stairs, I heard the door above us close quickly. Ned Land jumped up the stairs, but I stopped him. A familiar hissing sound told me that water was entering the ship's tanks. Indeed, in a few moments, the Nautilus went down a few meters under the water. I understood what was happening. It was too late to act. The Nautilus would not hit the ship where it was covered in strong iron. It would hit it below the waterline, where the metal armor did not protect it. We were prisoners again. We had to watch this terrible event. But we barely had time to think. We went to my room. We looked at each other without saying a word. My mind was very confused. I could not think. I was in that painful state of waiting for something terrible to happen. I waited. I listened. I only used my ears. Meanwhile, the Nautilus's speed had become much faster. It was gaining speed. The whole ship was shaking. Suddenly I yelled. There was a crash, but it was not very strong. I could feel the sharp steel front hitting. I heard scratching sounds. The Nautilus, moving with great power, went through the other ship like a needle through cloth. I could not stay still. Crazy, going mad, I jumped out of my room and ran into the living room. Captain Nemo was there. He was quiet, sad, and determined. He was looking out the window. A very big thing was sinking under the water. The Nautilus, watching everything, was going down with it. 10 meters away, I could see its open side. Water was rushing in with a loud sound. Then I saw its rows of guns and railings. Its top was covered with dark, shaking shapes. The water was rising. Those poor men jumped onto the ropes, held onto the masts, and moved under the water. It was like an ant-hill that the sea had suddenly taken over. I was frozen, stiff with fear. My hair stood up. My eyes were wide. I could not breathe. I was choking. I could not speak. I stared. I too. I was stuck to the window by a powerful feeling. The very large ship slowly went down. The Nautilus followed it, watching its every move. Suddenly there was a big burst. The air inside the ship pushed its decks up, as if the gunpowder had caught fire. The force of the water was so great that the Nautilus turned away. The poor ship then sank faster. Its mast tops appeared, full of people. Then its crossbars, bent under groups of men. Finally, the top of its main mast. Then the dark mass disappeared. With it, a group of dead bodies were pulled down by strong currents. I turned to Captain Nemo. This terrible killer, this angel of hate, was still looking. When it was all over, Captain Nemo went to his room door, opened it, and went in. I watched him. On the back wall, under pictures of his heroes, I saw a picture of a young woman with 2 small children. Captain Nemo looked at them for a few moments. He stretched out his arms to them. He fell to his knees and cried, and cried. Chapter 22. The Last Words of Captain Nemo. The metal doors closed. It was dark and quiet inside the Nautilus. The ship moved very fast, 100 feet under the water. I did not know where it was going. Was Captain Nemo going north or south? Where would he go after his terrible act? I went back to my room. Ned and Conseil were there. They were quiet. Captain Nemo scared me very much. He hurt people, and that was wrong. He made me watch him. This was very bad. At 11 o'clock, the lights came on again. I went to the main room. No one was there. I looked at the ship's controls. The Nautilus was going north at 25 miles per hour. Sometimes it was on top of the water. Sometimes it was 30 feet under the water. I saw on the map that we were near the English Channel. We were going to the very northern seas very fast. I could see different fish outside. There were long-nosed sharks, hammerhead sharks, and spotted dogfish. There were also big eagle rays and many seahorses. Eels moved like fire. Crabs walked sideways. Groups of porpoises swam fast next to the Nautilus, but I could not study them now. By evening, we had gone 200 leagues up the Atlantic Ocean. It became dark. The moon came out later. I went to my room. I could not sleep. I had bad dreams. I kept seeing the terrible destruction. After that day, I do not know where the Nautilus went in the North Atlantic. It always went very fast. It was always in the cold northern fog. Did it stop near Spitzbergen or Novaya Zemlya? Did it go to unknown seas like the White Sea, the Kara Sea, or the Gulf of Ob? I cannot say. I did not know what time it was. The ship's clocks did not work. It felt like day and night did not follow each other normally, like in the North Pole. I felt like I was in a strange dream. I thought I would see a giant human figure, like in a story. I think, but I might be wrong, that the Nautilus went like this for 15 or 20 days. I do not know how long it would have continued. Then, something bad happened that stopped our trip. Captain Nemo was gone. His main officer was also gone. No one from the crew was seen. The Nautilus stayed under the water almost all the time. When it came up to get air, the doors opened and closed by themselves. We did not know where we were on the map. Ned, the Canadian, was very tired and had no more patience. He did not come out anymore. Conseil could not get him to speak. Conseil was afraid Ned would hurt himself because he missed home so much. So Conseil watched him closely all the time. Our situation was very difficult. One morning, I do not remember the date, I was sleeping. It was a painful sleep. When I woke up, I saw Ned Land. He was leaning over me. He spoke softly. "We will escape," he said. I sat up. "When?" I asked. "Tonight. It seems no one is watching the ship. Everyone seems confused. Will you be ready, sir?" "Yes, where are we?" "I see land. I saw it this morning in the fog, 20 miles to the east." "What land is it?" "I do not know, but we will go there." "Yes, Ned. We will escape tonight, even if we drown. The sea is rough, the wind is strong, but a 20-mile trip in the Nautilus's small boat does not scare me. I put some food and water inside, and the crew does not know." "I will go with you." "Also," Ned added, "if they catch me, I will fight. I will fight until I die." "Then we will die together, Ned, my friend." I had made up my mind. Ned left me. I went outside onto the platform. It was hard to stand because the waves moved the ship so much. The sky looked bad, but there was land in the fog. We had to escape. We could not wait even one day. I went back to the main room. I was scared to see Captain Nemo, but I also wanted to. What would I say to him? How could I hide that he scared me? No, it was better not to see him. Better to try and forget him. But still, that day felt very long. It was my last day on the Nautilus. I was alone. Ned and Conseil did not talk to me. They were afraid they would show our plan. At 6 o'clock, I ate dinner. I was not hungry, but I made myself eat to stay strong. At 6:30, Ned Land came into my room. He told me, "We will not see each other until we go. At 10 o'clock, the moon will not be up. We will use the darkness. Come to the small boat. Conseil and I will be waiting for you inside." Ned left quickly. I wanted to check where the Nautilus was going. I went to the main room. We were going north-northeast very fast, 50 meters down. I looked one last time at the beautiful things in the museum. This special collection would someday be lost in the sea with Captain Nemo. I wanted to remember it well. I stayed there for an hour. I looked at the treasures in the glass cases. Then I went back to my room. There, I put on strong clothes for the sea. I took my notes and kept them close to me. My heart was beating very fast. I could not stop it. My worry would have shown if Captain Nemo had seen me. What was he doing then? I listened at his door. I heard footsteps. Captain Nemo was inside. He was not in bed. Every time he moved, I thought he would come out and ask me why I wanted to escape. I felt scared all the time. My thoughts made this feeling stronger. I felt so scared that I wondered if I should go into his room and talk to him. It was a crazy idea. Luckily, I stopped myself. I lay on the bed to calm down. My body felt a little better, but my mind was very active. I thought about my whole time on the Nautilus. I thought about everything that happened since I fell off the Abraham Lincoln. Hunting underwater, the Torres Strait, getting stuck, the people of Papua, the Coral Cemetery, the Suez Canal, Santorini Island, the diver, the Bay of Vigo, Atlantis, the Ice Bank, the South Pole, getting trapped in the ice, fighting the devilfish, the storm, the Avenger, and the terrible scene of the ship sinking with its crew. All these things passed in my mind like a play. In this strange scene, Captain Nemo became very big. He seemed more than human. He was not just a man. He was the man of the waters, the spirit of the seas. It was 9:30. I held my head with both hands. I closed my eyes. I did not want to think anymore. Only half an hour left. Half an hour of bad thoughts that could make me crazy. Then I heard soft music from the organ. It was sad music, like a prayer. I listened closely. I could barely breathe. I was like Captain Nemo, lost in the music that took him away from this world. Then a sudden thought scared me. Captain Nemo had left his room. He was in the same main room I had to cross to escape. I would see him one last time. He would see me, maybe speak to me. One movement from him could stop me. One word could keep me on his ship. But 10 o'clock was almost here. It was time to leave my room and meet my friends. I did not dare to wait, even if Captain Nemo was there. I opened the door carefully, but the door seemed to make a terrible noise as it opened. Maybe the noise was only in my head. I walked quietly through the dark halls of the Nautilus. I stopped after each step to calm my fast heartbeat. I reached the corner door of the main room. I opened it gently. The room was very dark. The organ music was still playing softly. Captain Nemo was there. He did not see me. Even in daylight, I do not think he would have noticed me. He was completely lost in his music. I moved slowly over the carpet. I tried not to make any noise. It took me 5 minutes to reach the door at the other end. That door went to the library. I was about to open it when Captain Nemo made a sound. It made me stop. I saw that he was standing up. I could see him a little because some light from the library came into the dark room. He was coming toward me. His arms were crossed. He was quiet. He was not walking, but moving like a ghost. His chest was moving, full of sadness. And I heard him say these words, the last I heard from him. "Oh God, enough, enough." Was he saying he was sorry for what he did? I rushed into the library. I went up the stairs. I walked along the top hallway. I arrived at the small boat. I went through the opening where my two friends had already gone. "Let's go! Let's go!" I shouted. "Right away," Ned said. First, Ned closed and locked the opening in the Nautilus's metal wall. He used a tool he had. After closing the opening in the small boat, Ned started to remove the nuts that held us to the underwater ship. Suddenly, we heard a noise from inside the ship. Voices were speaking quickly. What was it? Did they know we were escaping? I felt Ned put a knife in my hand. "Yes," I whispered. "We know how to die." Ned stopped working. But one word, repeated 20 times, a terrible word, told me why there was such a hurry on the Nautilus. We were not the reason for the crew's worry. "Maelstrom! Maelstrom!" they were shouting. "The Maelstrom!" Could a more frightening name be heard in such frightening conditions? Were we in the dangerous waters near Norway? Was the Nautilus being pulled into this whirlpool just as the small boat was about to come off the ship? As you know, when the tide changes, the water between the Faroe and Lofoten Islands rushes out with great force. It makes a whirlpool that no ship has ever escaped. Big waves come together from everywhere. They make a whirlpool called the ocean's navel. Its pull goes for 15 kilometers. It can pull down ships, whales, and even polar bears. The Nautilus was in this place by accident, or maybe Captain Nemo did it on purpose. It was going around in a spiral. The circle was getting smaller and smaller. The small boat, still connected to the ship, was also going around very fast. I could feel us spinning. I felt sick from the constant turning. We were very scared. We were freezing with fear. Our nerves were numb. We were sweating from the terror, like we were dying. And what a noise around our small boat. What roars from miles away. What crashes from the water hitting sharp rocks on the seafloor, where even the hardest things are broken and tree trunks are worn down to look like shaggy fur, as people in Norway say. What a terrible situation. We were rocking terribly. The Nautilus fought like a person. Its steel parts were making cracking sounds. Sometimes it stood up straight, with the three of us on it. "We have to hold on tight," Ned said, "and screw the nuts back down. If we can stay attached to the Nautilus, we can still make it." He had not finished speaking when there was a cracking sound. The nuts broke. The small boat was pulled out. It was thrown like a stone from a sling into the middle of the whirlpool. My head hit a metal bar. With this strong hit, I lost consciousness. Chapter 23. Conclusion. This is the end of our trip under the sea. I cannot tell you how our small boat got away from the big whirlpool. I also don't know how Ned Land, Conseil, and I got out of it. But when I woke up, I was in a fisherman's house on an island called Lofoten. My two friends were there, safe and sound. They were holding my hands, and we hugged each other. We cannot go back to France now. It is hard to travel between northern Norway and the south. So, I must wait for a steamboat that comes twice a month from North Cape. I am writing about my adventures here, with these kind people who helped us. My story is true. I did not leave out any facts or make any details bigger than they were. It is a true story of this amazing journey into the sea, a place humans cannot easily reach yet. But one day, people will explore it more. Will anyone believe me? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But I can say that I have the right to talk about these seas. In less than 10 months, I traveled 20,000 leagues under the water. I saw many amazing things in the Pacific, the Indian Ocean, the Red Sea, the Mediterranean, the Atlantic, and the seas in the far south and north. But what happened to the Nautilus? Did it survive the whirlpool? Is Captain Nemo alive? Is he still under the ocean, getting revenge? Or did he stop after the last big event? Will we ever find the papers that tell his life story? Will I finally learn his name? Will the country of the damaged warship tell us Captain Nemo's country? I hope so. I also hope his strong submarine beat the sea in the terrible whirlpool. I hope the Nautilus lived when many other ships did not. If this is true, and Captain Nemo is still in the ocean, his chosen home, I hope his anger calms down. I hope seeing so many wonders makes him stop wanting revenge. I hope the man who sought revenge goes away, and the scientist keeps exploring the seas in peace. His life is strange, but it is also great. Haven't I been a part of it? Didn't I live this different life for 10 months? So, to the old question from 6,000 years ago in the Bible, who can understand the deep parts of the sea? Only two people can answer now. Captain Nemo and I. End of the second part. Second part.